After years of favoritism, my sister tried to move into my new apartment without consent. I called the cops on her and my parents for breaking in. My younger sister, Emily, 30, has just attempted something so strange that I, 34, can't believe it. Before I get into what happened last week, I need to clarify our past, so that what she did makes sense. Emily and I grew up in what appeared to be a regular household from the outside. Our parents owned a modest accounting practice together, and were well known in our neighborhood. But within our home, things were different. Emily was born when I was 4 years old, and the dynamic changed right away. I moved from being the focus of attention to becoming background noise. Emily used to have piano lessons, painting courses, and a new bike every other year. I received hand-me-downs from cousins and was instructed to be appreciative. When she decided to attend private school in 9th grade, they cobbled together the money. When I asked my father about enrolling to a summer engineering program in high school, he stated we couldn't afford extras. Emily went to Paris on a class trip during her junior year. I worked at a supermarket shop to save enough for a second-hand automobile. The tendency maintained till maturity. Emily attended a private institution where our parents paid her full tuition and rent. I attended community college and worked night jobs at a warehouse to finance my tuition. She finished with a marketing degree and returned home. That was 5 years ago. She still lives with our parents rent-free and has never worked for more than 4 months. She's always got an excuse ready. The boss was harsh. The commute was excessively long. Her abilities were insufficient for the task. Our mother constantly backed her up, claiming Emily was still learning things out. Emily started dating Luke, a 29-year-old male, 3 years ago. He moved into our parents' home after 6 months. They married in a ceremony that was more expensive than my whole college education. Luke works in IT support and earns a fair living, while Emily continues to refuse to work. They discussed obtaining their own apartment but never did anything about it. Our parents' house is a small 3-bedroom ranch, and with 4 people living there, it became tight. Emily continually moaned about not having enough room, but she never took any practical efforts to improve the problem. I moved out when I was 20. I shared a room in a house with 3 other guys, and worked 2 jobs to meet my expenses. My parents didn't offer to assist, and I didn't ask. We saw each other over important holidays, which was great with me. The less time I'd have spent dealing with Emily's continuous complaints and our parents' explanations for her, the better. In March 2020, everything came apart for me. The restaurant where I worked as a line cook closed down permanently. 3 weeks later, the warehouse laid me off because orders had dried up. My roommate lost his job at about the same time. We couldn't pay the rent on our 2-bedroom apartment. He returned to his hometown. I sold the majority of my furniture and everything else I could part with. I had my old Chevy Silverado that I had bought secondhand years ago, and I discovered someone selling a slide and camper shell for $800. It needs significant repair, but was structurally sound. I set it up myself at a grocery store parking lot. I phoned my parents and asked if I could park the camper in their driveway temporarily while I sought for a job and saved money for a new place. My father stated the driveway was full of their automobiles, Emily's car, and Luke's truck. My mother stated that they did not have room for me. When I explained that I'd be in the driveway in a camper, not their house, my father said I could remain provided I paid $1,500 each month. I was unemployed and trying to save every dime I could. I told them I could not afford it. In such circumstance, my father advised me to consider other options. He also noted that the camper would appear unattractive in front of their home. Emily approached the door and giggled when she spotted the camper. She inquired if I truly intended to live in that contraption like a homeless person. Luke also came out and snapped shots with his phone. He mentioned something about it being too nice not to share. I drove away and spent the first night in a mall parking lot. I couldn't sleep because I kept hearing noises outside and was afraid someone was going to break into or tow my truck. Over the following few weeks, I established the routine. Daytime parking at public libraries was typically fine. Some grocery shops didn't worry if you spent the night in the distant corner of the parking lot. I was instructed to relocate more times than I can count. Someone claimed to be from the neighborhood association and threatened to contact the police, despite the fact that I was parked on a public street in a business area. I relocated to escape difficulties. I had a little battery pack that could run a light and charge my phone, but it didn't last long. I began carrying a long extension wire and plugging into outdoor outlets on buildings at night, when no one was around. I utilized public toilets and Planet Fitness to shower. I spent my days searching for employment, reading books from the library, and watching old DVDs on a portable player I'd had since high school. After 4 months, I was hired at a tiny manufacturing facility in a town approximately 40 minutes away from where I had been parked. The The work was entry-level machine operating, but it was full-time and included benefits. My new boss's name was Tom, and he and his brother owned the firm. The facility has an old parking lot in the back that wasn't used anymore. Tom observed that I arrived an hour before my shift and stayed late most days. He inquired where I lived, and I told him about the camper. He told me I could park it permanently in the rear lot if I wanted. He allowed me to run a power line from the building and offered me access to a utility sink in the bathroom. In exchange, I promised to spend a few hours on Sundays on maintenance activities. It was the best I'd had in months. I became friends with Ryoni, the night security guard, and we would occasionally eat supper together when our shifts coincided. I worked every hour of overtime they offered. I learned to run various machinery and took on additional responsibility. After 1 year, Tom elevated me to shift leader. By early this year, I had been promoted again to production supervisor. My income was higher than what I had earned before the epidemic at both of my previous employment combined. I began seriously saving. I continued to live in the camper because I had no rent or utilities. I saved over half of my income. By June, I had saved enough for a down payment. I discovered a little 2-bedroom apartment in an older building close to work. It was not fancy, but it was mine. I signed the lease and relocated in the middle of July. I did not inform my family immediately away. We weren't in frequent communication, however. I renewed my driver's license with my new address and spent August slowly buying furnishings and settling in. I kept things simple since I had been accustomed to live with less. In early September, my Aunt Grace called me. She's my mother's younger sister and one of the few relatives I've kept in touch with throughout the years. She claimed she had heard from my family that I had bought a new house and wanted to congratulate me. I thanked her and inquired how she had heard. She stated that Emily had written on Facebook about me obtaining an apartment and how well I was doing now. I thought it was unusual because Emily and I didn't speak, but I didn't think much of it. A week later, my cousin Sophia messaged me to ask for my new address so she could send me a housewarming present. I handed it to her and thanked her. She said she'd noticed Emily's posts about my new house and was relieved things had improved for me. I became inquisitive and checked Facebook for the first time in months. Emily has written many posts about me in the last 2 weeks. She'd written about how her brother had struggled but persevered, and now he had a wonderful apartment. She made it appear as if she had been supportive the entire time. Several relatives had reacted, thanking her on being a nice sister. I did not correct the record publicly, but I thought it was strange. On a Tuesday morning 3 weeks ago, I departed for work about 6:30 a.m., as usual. I worked a regular shift and remained late to teach a new operator on one of the machines. I returned to my place around 7 o'clock that evening. When I arrived into the parking lot, I noticed Luke's vehicle parked in a visitor place near the building door. I strolled up to my door, which was propped open with a doorstop. I heard voices within. I stepped in and saw Emily in my living room, directing Luke and our father on where to place boxes. There were sacks and containers heaped against the wall. My bedroom door was open, and I saw that someone had put blankets on the bed. Emily was standing in the middle of the room, holding her phone and shooting photos. When she spotted me, she smiled and said they had been waiting for me to arrive home. She claimed they wanted to surprise me. I inquired what was going on. Emily stated that she and Luke were moving in. She said that the apartment had 2 bedrooms and I was only using one, so it made perfect sense for them to use the other room. She stated they'd pay my rent, but when I inquired how much, she answered $300 each month. My apartment's rent was $2,000 per month. I informed her it was not going to happen, and that they needed to go. Emily's expression shifted instantaneously. She said I was being unreasonable. She said that relatives helped each other out and that I lived in my camper for nearly a year to save money, implying that I was unconcerned about luxury. She claimed they had been confined at our parents' place, and here was my time to do something kind for her. Luke said that they'd already begun moving their belongings in and unpacking, so it made sense to let them stay. I wondered how they'd gotten into my flat in the first place. My father stated that he still had ties with local locksmiths through his company and had requested that someone come out that afternoon. I looked at the door and noticed they had replaced the lock. The original lock mechanism was sitting on an adjacent box, which had tool marks. I informed them that they had broken into my flat and changed the locks without authorization. I urged them to start packing everything back up and leave immediately. Emily began weeping. She stated she couldn't believe I was so nasty after telling everyone how proud she was of me. At that time, our mother emerged from the hall bathroom. I hadn't even known she was present. She advised me to calm down and think about family. She mentioned that Emily and Luke needed a somewhere to stay, and I had room, so this was the apparent option. I got out my phone and dialed the non-emergency police number. Emily stopped weeping right away and asked what I was doing. I mentioned that I was reporting a break-in. Luke claimed I was overreacting. My father advised me to hang up before doing anything I would later regret. I did not hang up. I described the problem to the dispatcher and provided my address. They stated an officer will be within 25 minutes. Emily grabbed her pocketbook and said they should leave. Luke began gathering up crates. My father told me I was making a major mistake and would regret abandoning my family. My mother warned me that if I followed through with this, they would no longer want anything to do with me. I replied that sounded okay. They began taking items out to the vehicle. It took them around 20 minutes to load everything. They had already left by the time the cops came. The officer took my statement. I showed him my lease and ID with my current address. I showed him the old lock and emphasized that I had not given anyone permission to enter my flat or replace the locks. I provided him the names and addresses of my parents, as well as those of Emily and Luke. He stated he'd make a report and have someone from the department follow up. He advised me to replace the locks immediately because I had no way of knowing if they had made duplicates of the new keys. I phoned a locksmith that night and had new locks fitted the next morning before heading to work. That night I received 17 texts from various family members. The majority were from folks I hardly knew. They warned me not to contact the police because it would shame the family. They said Emily and Luke merely wanted help. They called me selfish for not sharing when I had additional space. A few family, notably Aunt Grace, supported me, but the majority seemed to believe I had overreacted. Emily posted on Facebook that night. She stated that she attempted to reach out to her brother for assistance but was refused. She stated she thought I had changed, but it was evident that I was still the same selfish person I had always been. She said that she and Luke were struggling but doing their best. The message drew scores of supportive remarks. I did not answer publicly, but I did send a private message to 3 of my cousins with the complete story. They were startled when I informed them about the break-in and the new locks. Over the next several days, word traveled around the family about what had transpired. The story began to alter. My Aunt Grace commented on Emily's Facebook post, wondering whether it was true that they had broken into my flat without permission. Emily erased the entire post after that. My cousin Oliver, with whom I had always gotten along, called to tell me that numerous family members were now questioning Emily's account of events. I received a call from a detective the following Monday. He asked whether I wanted to file charges for breaking and entering. I said yes. He indicated he'd follow up with my parents on their engagement with the locksmith. I provided him the locksmith's contact information from the company sticker on the old lock mechanism that I had retained. That's how things stood until yesterday. Update 1. It had been 4 weeks since Emily and Luke attempted to move into my flat. I need to provide an update since the matter has progressed in ways I did not foresee. After I submitted the police complaint and met with a detective, everything was quiet for almost a week. I have not heard from my parents, or Emily. A few relatives called to check on me, but the majority of the family appeared to be waiting to see what happened next. The detective phoned me back 9 days after our initial talk. He stated that he had interrogated my parents and the locksmith they had hired. The locksmith acknowledged that my father had contacted him and stated that it was an emergency since his son had been locked out of his apartment and needed to get in urgently. The locksmith stated that my father had provided him the address and that he had arrived with identification matching my last name. The locksmith thought that everything was authentic. The investigator said that the locksmith would not face any charges since he had been duped. However, my parents had purposefully planned for unlawful entrance into my flat, which was criminal trespass and perhaps breaking and entering. The investigator asked me again if I wanted to proceed with the allegations. I informed him that I needed some time to think about it. He said that was all right, but I should notify him within the next week or 2. I debated what to do for several days. Part of me wanted to simply move on and remove my parents and Emily out of my life entirely. Another part of me was enraged at what they had done and wanted them to face the consequences. My cousin Sophia called when I was attempting to make a decision. She said there had been a major disagreement at my parents' residence a few days prior. Emily's husband Luke had allegedly discussed looking for a new apartment for him and Emily to rent, but Emily had declined. She stated that she did not want to pay rent when my parents already had a home. Luke had pointed out that they couldn't stay with her parents indefinitely, especially if they wanted to establish a family. Emily had explained that this was precisely why they needed to remain with her parents to save money. My mother had evidently agreed with Emily and said they may remain for as long as they needed. Luke became upset and left the house for many hours. Sophia stated that the family was conversing since Emily and Luke's marriage appeared to be under pressure. Some family felt awful for Luke since he worked full-time while Emily did not. Others felt horrible for Emily since they thought Luke was unfair in wanting her to leave a free living environment. I found the whole affair tiresome to hear about. I told Sophia I appreciated her keeping me updated, but I was trying to detach myself from everything. 3 days following that call, something else occurred. When I got home from work, I discovered Emily sitting on the steps outside my apartment building. She was alone. When she noticed me, she rose up and said she needed to speak. I inquired what she wanted. She stated she wanted to apologize and explain what had transpired. I told her I wasn't interested in hearing excuses. She began weeping, saying she had no idea how dangerous breaking into my flat was. She said that she was only yearning for extra room and felt I'd understand once I saw how much they needed it. She stated our parents had persuaded her that everything would be great and that I would come around once I saw they were serious. I asked her why she felt entitled to my flat just because I had an additional bedroom. She claimed she wasn't attempting to be entitled. She said that she had always felt second to me as we grew up, and she had now decided that there was something I could do to assist her. That sentence took me by surprise, and I chuckled. I inquired whether she was serious. She said yes. She said that I had always been the responsible one, the one who worked things out, and she had always felt like she was living in my shadow. I told her that was the most ludicrous thing I'd ever heard. I reminded her that growing up she had everything handed to her, but I had to fight for everything. I reminded her that our parents paid for her private school and university, but I attended community college and worked night shifts. I reminded her that she had been living rent-free with our parents for 5 years, but I had lived in a camper for nearly a year. She stated that such things were different. She stated that our parents assisted her since she needed it more. I asked her why she needed it more. She didn't have a response. I told her to go. She stated that she was sincerely trying to make things right, and asked if there was anything she could do. I suggested she start by finding a job and moving out of our parents' house rather than expecting others to solve her issues. That made her upset. She said I had no right to evaluate her life choices. She explained that not everyone wants to work themselves to death as I did. I stated I worked hard since no one else was going to look after me. She said I was just resentful because I had a difficult time during the epidemic. I urged her to leave my property before I contacted the cops again. She departed. That night my mother sent me a series of furious text messages. She stated Emily had returned home unhappy after attempting to apologize to me. She said I had been harsh and disrespectful. She said Emily was struggling emotionally, and that I had exacerbated the situation. She stated that a true brother would be supportive rather than bringing up prior issues with Emily. I didn't reply to any of the communications. The next morning I phoned the investigator and informed him I wanted to proceed with filing charges. He stated he will forward the material to the prosecutor's office. He indicated it would probably be a few weeks before anything official happened, but he'd keep me updated. I felt relieved after making my selection. I'd spent too long allowing my family to treat me as if I were the problem. About a week and a half ago my father contacted me. It was the first time I'd heard from him personally since the break-in. He asked if we could meet for coffee and speak. I told him that everything he needed to say could be said over the phone. He stated that he wanted to apologize in person. I informed him that I was not interested in an apology unless it came with true accountability. He inquired what I meant by it. I explained that Dad and my mother had spent my whole life choosing Emily above me, and instead of admitting it, they were now creating excuses for her. He was silent for a minute. Then he said I was exaggerating how horrible things had been. He said that they had always tried to be fair to both of us. I inquired whether he truly believed that. I provided concrete instances: private education, a vacation to Europe, funded university fees, and 5 years of free housing. He explained that those were only ways they had assisted Emily when she needed it. I questioned why I never received assistance when I needed it. He said that I had always been more autonomous and they felt I was all right. I asked him if he ever thought to ask me whether I was okay instead of assuming. He did not respond. I informed him that I had already met with the detective and was pressing forward with charges. He warned me that I would come to regret this decision. I expressed my doubts. I hung up. Emily posted again on Facebook a few days ago. She made a lengthy piece about how toxic family members will attempt to drag you down when you are struggling. She stated that some individuals keep grudges forever and refuse to forgive. She stated that she was learning to create boundaries with those who did not promote her progress. People who were unaware of the real story sent several encouraging comments on the site. Several of my cousins replied, wondering what she was referring about. She did not reply to them. My Aunt Grace gave me a copy of the message, saying Emily was definitely referring to me. I told her I knew but didn't care. I received a call yesterday from a number I did not recognize. I responded, and it was Luke. He claimed he needed to speak with me without Emily knowing. He asked if we could meet someplace. I was apprehensive. But I eventually agreed. We met at a coffee cafe near my workplace. Luke seemed weary. He stated that he had been thinking about all that had transpired and wished to apologize for his role in it. He said that he had agreed to Emily and my parents' plan because he was yearning to leave their place. He said he had not properly considered what they were doing until the cops arrived. He said that his relationship with Emily has deteriorated since then. She refused to talk about moving out or obtaining a job. She spent the most of her time on her phone or watching television. She began scolding him for working too much and not spending enough time with her. He claimed he felt confined. I questioned why he didn't just leave. He replied he had considered it, but he still loved Emily and hoped she would change. I informed him that, in my experience, individuals only change when necessary. She saw no need to change as long as our parents continued to enable her. He stated that he was beginning to grasp this. He thanked me for meeting with him and then departed. I'm not sure what to make of that talk. Part of me felt sorry for Luke because he appeared really overwhelmed. Another part of me believed he had made his own decisions and now had to deal with the consequences. In any case, I had no responsibility to resolve the situation. The prosecutor's office phoned me yesterday afternoon. They stated that they were filing charges against my parents for criminal trespass and conspiracy to commit burglary. The charges against Emily were still being evaluated. They suggested I could have to testify if the matter went to trial, but my parents were more likely to accept a plea agreement. I replied that I understood and will help them with whatever they needed. I haven't notified most of my relatives about the accusations yet. I presume my parents will inform people after they have been legally charged. I'm sure there will be criticism, and some will think I went too far. But I've spent my entire life being instructed to accept how others treated me. I'm done with that. They broke into my residence and attempted to transfer someone in without my consent. This is not a family quarrel. That is a crime, and they must face the penalties. Update 2. The consequences of bringing charges have been harsher than I imagined. 4 weeks ago, my parents were legally charged with criminal trespass and conspiracy. The prosecution proposed a plea agreement that included probation, community service, and compensation for the locksmith expenses and the cost of changing the locks again. They declined the deal. According to my Aunt Grace, my mother believes that if they go to trial, the jury will realize that they were only trying to assist their daughter and will side with them. My father evidently believes the charges will be dropped. Their lawyer must not be offering them sound advice. Emily was also prosecuted, but for a lesser violation because she had no direct involvement in organizing the locksmith. She was given a plea agreement that included a fine and probation. She declined it as well. Luke was not prosecuted because the prosecution found that he was coerced into cooperating and shown genuine regret. The family parted when the allegations were made public. Approximately half of my relatives believe I went too far in bringing accusations. They have stated that family matters should be handled privately and that I am ripping the family apart over something that might have been settled by a chat. The other half believe my parents and Emily caused the issue and must bear the consequences. Thanksgiving was last week. I did not attend any family gatherings. My Aunt Grace threw a dinner and invited me, but I declined since numerous of my family who believe I am in the wrong were also present. I spent Thanksgiving alone in my apartment, eating takeaway from a Chinese restaurant. Luke phoned me again 3 weeks ago. He told me he had moved out of my parents' house and was temporarily residing with a friend. He stated that he had asked Emily to join him in looking for a place, but she had declined. She warned him that if he went, he would be abandoning her when she needed him the most. He departed anyhow. He stated that they were not yet legally split, but were spending time apart. He seemed pleased to be out of that place, but yet sad that his marriage was going apart. Emily contacted me a few days after Luke had moved out. I did not respond. She left a voicemail. In the recording, her voice was raw and angry. She claimed that I had always been jealous of her relationship and was attempting to ruin her life, and that Luke's departure was my fault because I had planted ideas in his mind when we met at the coffee shop. I erased it and banned her number. My mother started contacting me from several numbers. She would call from relatives' phones or strange numbers that I didn't recognize. When I responded, she began chatting before I could hang up. She said I was wrecking their lives. She warned that if the allegations were made public, my father's business would suffer. She claimed Emily was depressed and seldom left her room. She said I had no clue what I'd done to the family. I assured her I knew precisely what I'd done. I had established a barrier and enforced it. I said that they could have avoided all of this if they had just respected my request not to enter my flat. She said I was being vengeful. I hung up and blocked their numbers too. My cousin Oliver called me around 4 weeks ago. He mentioned that he had some facts I should know about. He claimed he was chatting to our Aunt Claire, my mother's eldest sister, and she told him about something that happened years ago when I was still in high school. Apparently, the bias toward Emily had sparked a heated family debate. Several relatives questioned my parents about it at a holiday event. They had pointed out that I was being treated unjustly, which was likely to have long-term consequences. My parents had become defensive. Following that meeting, my parents had little communication with the majority of their extended relatives. That explains why we only met family during major holidays when I was a teenager. Oliver said Aunt Claire had felt bad for years for not doing more to assist me. She stated that she had contemplated contacting Child Protective Services, but was frightened of causing a schism in the family. I didn't know what to say when Oliver told me this. Part of me hoped that someone had interfered. Another part of me realized why they hadn't. It is difficult to become interested in other people's family troubles. Last week, the prosecutor contacted me with an update. My parents' trial date had been scheduled in February. Emily's case was still ongoing. The prosecution stated that they were confident in obtaining a conviction based on the evidence, which included the locksmith's testimony, the antiquated lock mechanism, and testimonies from all those involved. She inquired whether I was still willing to testify. I said yes. That same day, I received a letter from my mother. It was written on flowered stationery. She stated that she had been thinking a lot and recognized she had made mistakes as a parent. She claimed she didn't want to favor Emily and was only trying to help her because Emily had always been more sensitive and required more support. She said that she had believed I would be all right, because I had always been capable and independent. She apologized for not showing up to my high school graduation and for not assisting me when I needed a place to stay during the epidemic. She expressed optimism that I would forgive her and that we could go on as a family. At the end of the letter, she begged that I dismiss the accusations. She said they couldn't afford a trial, and the stress was harming my father's health. She stated that Emily was hurting since Luke had gone, and she was now alone at their home without him as a buffer. She stated that if I dropped the accusations, they would all seek family counseling and strive to restore our connections. She signed the letter with love, Mother. I reread the letter 3 times. Then I tossed it aside. It wasn't a true apology. It was a final attempt to persuade me to back down. She hadn't accepted any real responsibility. She had only offered additional excuses, and her desire to withdraw the charges in the end demonstrated that she was not truly remorseful. She only wanted to escape penalties. I phoned the prosecutor the next day and informed her that I had received the letter. I inquired whether my mother's communication with me was okay. She replied technically yes, because there was no restraining order in effect, but if I felt harassed, I could file one. I said I'd think about it. She stated that trial preparation would begin in January, and that she would contact them after the holidays. Luke texted me a few days ago. He indicated he'd filed for divorce. He said Emily did not take it well and blamed me in a series of furious letters to him. He stated he wanted to thank me for being open with him about how enabling works. He stated our chat made him realize he couldn't keep waiting for Emily to change. I told him I was happy he was doing what was best for himself. He stated that he would most likely have to testify at the trial, because he witnessed the break-in. I stated that it was between him and the prosecution. Yesterday, I received a message from a relative I hadn't heard from in years. She stated that Emily had set up a GoFundMe site to raise money for legal bills. The page said she was being unfairly punished by an aggressive prosecutor who did not understand family dynamics. It said she and her parents were victims of a misunderstanding that had been exaggerated. It requested $15,000. So far, it has raised $300, the majority of which came from those who were unaware of the complete tale. My cousin inquired whether I was aware of the page. I said I didn't, but I wasn't shocked. I reported the GoFundMe site as presenting incorrect information. I'm not sure whether they'll take it down, but I linked to news stories on the charges that provided correct information about what happened. I also forwarded the link to my Aunt Grace, asking her to share the truth with anybody who would be interested in donating. She said she would. I've been thinking a lot about whether I made the correct decision in bringing charges. Some days, I am convinced that I did the right thing. Other days, I wonder whether I should have just moved on and stopped communicating without using the judicial system. But then I remembered coming into my flat and seeing them there. I recall my father arranging for someone to break in. Emily was seated on my bed, shooting photographs as if she had already decided my place belonged to her, and I knew I had made the correct decision. They needed to understand that actions had repercussions. Perhaps they will learn from this process, or they will continue to make excuses and play the victim. Either way, it is no longer my duty. Update 3. The trial occurred 3 weeks ago. I'm writing this final update because numerous family have inquired what occurred, and I'm weary of telling it over and over. This will be the last time I explain the topic in Public. The trial lasted 3 days. I testified on the first day. The prosecution requested me to explain what happened when I returned home and saw my family in my flat. I recounted the time frame and displayed images I had taken of the old lock mechanism and the evidence they had left behind. I was on the stand for almost 90 minutes. The defense counsel attempted to make it appear as if I had overreacted to a family disagreement. She questioned why I had phoned the police rather than just asking them to leave. I claimed I requested them to leave, but they refused. She inquired whether I had thought that my sister was in severe need of assistance. I explained that desperation did not excuse breaking into someone's home. My mother sobbed throughout my testimony. My father sat stone-faced. Emily was not in court since her case was distinct. The defense also attempted to claim that my father truly felt he was assisting me by arranging for a locksmith because he suspected I had locked myself out. The locksmith testified that my father never stated that I was inside the apartment or that an emergency required rapid admission. This weakened their story. Luke testified on the second day. He admitted that he and Emily had planned to move into my flat without my consent. He stated that my parents had told them that once I realized they were serious, I would be all right with it. He said that he was uneasy with the arrangement but agreed to it since he wanted to leave my parents' place. The defense attempted to characterize him as an untrustworthy witness since he was going through a divorce with Emily, but his evidence corroborated everything else on the record. The jury deliberated for around 5 hours. They judged my parents guilty on both counts. Sentencing was planned for 3 weeks later. My mother burst into tears as the decision was read. My father rested his head on his hands. Several relatives who had attended the trial exited the courtroom immediately. I remained to the finish. Emily's case was concluded independently with a plea agreement the week following my parents' trial. She agreed to a bargain that included a fine, 1 year of probation, and 50 hours of community service. She didn't have to serve any jail time. According to Luke, she accepted the bargain because her counsel warned her she would lose if she went to trial, especially because my parents had been convicted. My parents were sentenced last week. They each received 2 years of probation, 200 hours of community service, and a $3,000 restitution order to reimburse the locksmith bills, lock replacement, and legal costs. They were also instructed to make no contact with me until I started it. The judge stated in her remarks that parents who exploit their relationship with their children to cross boundaries and commit crimes establish a dangerous precedent. My mother sobbed during the punishment, saying, "My parents had shown poor judgment and a lack of respect for the law. My father didn't glance at me once. The family has seen considerable consequences. About 1/3 of my relatives have stopped speaking to me completely. They believe I ruined my parents' reputation over something petty. Another third has been supportive, saying my parents should face the consequences of their conduct. The remaining third appears to be attempting to remain neutral and avoid taking sides. I've accepted that certain relationships have ended. I am fine with that." Luke's divorce from Emily was finalized 3 weeks ago. They had no assets to share because they had been living with my parents and hadn't saved anything. Luke relocated to another city for a new career. Before he departed, he texted me, "Thank you for being honest with him about everything." I wished him well. Emily still lives with my parents. According to my Aunt Grace, she has not found work and spends much of her time in her room. My parents appear to be straining to pay restitution on top of their legal bills. My father lost 2 business clients because they did not want to be affiliated with someone who had been convicted of a crime. My mother has stopped visiting church because she does not want to confront others who know what occurred. I haven't spoken to any of them since their punishment. I do not intend to. The no-contact order makes this easy because they can't reach me even if they wanted to. I banned their phone numbers and social media profiles. I've urged family not to pass on texts from them. Most people have honored the request. Last weekend, I arranged a little dinner at my place for the family who have supported me during this process. My Aunt Grace, cousins Oliver and Sophia, and a few more joined us. It was good to spend time with people that treated me like family. We did not discuss the trial or my parents. We just had supper, played cards, and behaved normally. Someone asked if I regretted filing charges. I said no. I expressed sadness that it had to happen at all, but I didn't regret holding them accountable. They chose to break into my flat. They decided to try to move Emily in without asking me. They chose to lie to the locksmith and refused to leave when I instructed them to. These were their options. The repercussions were the effect of their decisions. I'm not sure what the future holds for my parents and Emily. I don't think about it much anymore. I have a job, an apartment, and friends and relatives that genuinely care about me. That's enough. I am not interested in reconciling or mending relationships with folks who have consistently demonstrated that they do not respect me. Some would argue it is harsh or cruel. I believe it is simply being realistic. This will be my final report on the matter. I'm closing this chapter and moving on. Thank you to everyone who has provided help and guidance. It helped more than you realize. My parents transferred the jewelry shop I'd worked at for 10 years to my sister. I simply said, "Handle it yourself." Now they're calling me in a panic. I found out the truth on a Tuesday afternoon while looking for insurance documentation in Richard's office file cabinet. The transfer papers nestled amid obsolete lease agreements and vendor contracts. Carter and his family locate jewelers. My grandfather's 1975 company, the shop where I'd spent practically every waking hour for the previous 10 years, was formally handed to my younger sister Sophie 6 months ago. My hands shook as I read the paperwork. She now owned every asset, every item of goods, and the whole facility. The papers showed a date of July 1st, 6 months ago. They kept this a secret for 6 months while I worked myself to exhaustion, believing I was creating my future. I gently put everything back in its place and headed back into the sales floor. Richard stood at the repair counter, looking at an antique Cartier watch under his loupe. Helen assisted a customer in selecting an engagement ring. Sophie sat at the desk beside the window, browsing through her phone as usual. Neither of them glanced up. The business has been my entire universe since I graduated from high school. While my buddies attended college, I remained behind to study the business from the ground up: gemology, metalwork, customer service, accountancy, and inventory management. I assimilated all Richard taught me. I acquired my GIA graduate certification by taking night sessions and studying after 10-hour stints at the shop. I developed contacts with our suppliers, attended trade exhibitions, and increased our custom design services. Sophie, on the other hand, attended college. She studied marketing at UCLA, spent her summers touring across Europe, and joined a sorority. She'd come into the business about twice a month, generally when she needed money. She didn't know the difference between a round brilliant and a princess-cut diamond. She once questioned a customer whether sapphires come from mines or trees. Nonetheless, she was now the sole proprietor of Carter Family Fine Jewelers. I completed the remainder of that Tuesday on autopilot. I assisted Mrs. Allen in selecting pearls for her granddaughter's graduation. I sized Mr. Bennett's wedding band. I processed 3 internet orders. We updated our social media profiles, confirmed appointments for the remainder of the week. I had done all of the jobs 1,000 times before, yet everything seemed different today. That evening, I sat in my apartment and reflected about my life for the first time in years. I stayed in a tight studio since I couldn't afford anything nicer. My automobile was 15 years old and had a damaged air conditioner. My savings account had exactly $4,500. I hadn't had a vacation since high school. I worked an average of 70 hours every week, which included weekends. I accomplished all of this without receiving a wage. The agreement had always been for me to earn equity in the family firm. Richard stated that I was investing in my future. He assured me that the shop would soon be mine, and that I would earn my inheritance through hard work and commitment. I had believed him. I'd given up everything in my 20s, including my social life, relationships, and prospects, in the belief that it would secure my future. Wednesday morning, I awoke with complete clarity. I was not furious. I was not injured. I was finished. I dressed, went to the business, and arrived at my normal 6:30 a.m. I brewed coffee in the back room while looking up templates on my laptop. By the time Helen and Richard arrived at 8 o'clock, I had written my resignation letter and created a comprehensive handover document. "Good morning, sweetie," Helen said, placing her coat in the back. "Did you remember to call about the showcase lighting? We need to talk. I told you. All of us, including Sophie." Richard frowned. "Sophie doesn't come in on Wednesday. You are aware of this. Call her. This is of direct significance to her." Something in my tone made them both pause. Richard took out his phone without resistance. Sophie entered 20 minutes later, unhappy that she had been summoned. "This better be important, Chloe," she remarked. "I have a Pilates class at 11. I set 2 copies of my resignation letter on the counter. One for Helen, and one for Richard. I am quitting from Carter Family Fine Jewelers. Effective immediately. The quiet lasted for several seconds. "What?" Helen's voice came out as a whisper. "I'm quitting. I won't be working here anymore." Richard eventually took up the letter and immediately scanned it. "Chloe, what is this about? Has something happened? I discovered the transfer documentation. I know you handed over the business to Sophie." Helen's face became pale. Sophie seemed perplexed. Apparently, she had no idea. I did not know. Honey, we were going to tell you. Helen began. When? After another year of working 70-hour weeks, I hit 30 and realized I had given you a decade for nothing. Richard raised his voice, saying, It's not nothing. You have learnt vital skills. You've had the opportunity to learn what I could have while earning money. I maintained my voice level. You lied to me. For years you assured me that I was striving toward ownership. You made me believe that my future was here. We never guaranteed anything in writing, Richard stated. And I watched him go to business mode. You choose to work here. Nobody coerced you. The coldness of his comment clinched the deal for me. You're totally correct. I elected to work here, and I am now choosing to go. You cannot simply forsake the family business. Helen's voice crackled. This is not my family's business. The legal records state that it is Sophie's business. I turned to face my sister. Congratulations on the inheritance. I hope you enjoyed it. Sophie had been silent during the conversation, but suddenly she spoke out. Chloe, I did not ask for this. Helen and Richard considered. I do not care what you ask for, or what people think. This is what occurred, and I am done. I removed a large folder from my luggage. This includes passwords for all of our accounts, contact information for our top suppliers, details on ongoing orders, customer preferences, forthcoming appointments, and maintenance schedules. Everything you need. Richard's countenance changed from fury to terror. Chloe, be reasonable. You cannot abandon us like way. We have a Morrison anniversary celebration order due next Thursday. The Kin's bespoke engagement ring requires final approval. Mrs. Miller's estate valuation. These are company concerns that the owner should address. I looked at Sophie. You are the owner. Handle them. Sophie remarked. I don't know how to do any of that. Then learn. I did. I gathered my personal belongings from the back office, including a few books, my favorite mug, and a photograph of Grandpa Lawrence from before his death. Everything else belongs to the shop. I strolled into the store one last time, past the display cases I'd set up, the repair bench where I'd spent many hours, and the design table where I'd drawn unique pieces for clients. Please, Chloe, Helen called after me, we can debate this. We can figure something out. I hesitated at the doorway. There is nothing to discuss. You made your decision, and I'm making mine. The first several days felt odd. I slept after 6 a.m., for the first time in years. I went to the grocery shop on a weekday morning and was amazed by how empty it was. I read a whole book in one afternoon. I forgot what day it was since it no longer mattered. My phone continually rang. Helen phoned every several hours, leaving voicemails that ranged from guilt trips to bargaining. At the very least, come in part-time. What about merely doing the repair work? Think of our customers. I didn't respond. Sophie texted me every day. The majority of her texts were anxious queries. How can I utilize the inventory system? What exactly does rhodium plating mean? I'm at a loss for words when a consumer asks about clarity grades. I did not react. Richard did not respond at all, which told me all I needed to know about his pride. On day 5, I began job hunting. I revised my resume to reflect my GIS qualification, metalworking abilities, and customer service expertise. Within 2 days, I had 3 interviews set with competitive jewelry businesses in the region. They were all astonished to find that I was accessible. We heard you were going to take over your family's firm, stated the manager of Prestige Gems during my interview. Plans have altered, I said simply. By the end of the week I had received 2 job offers. Both provided genuine salaries, paychecks with benefits, and paid time off. The premise seemed weird. One employment was with a high-end shop in Beverly Hills. The other was with a jewelry designer who specialized in bespoke engagement rings and wanted someone to help manage her expanding business. I was leaning toward the designer role until Richard phoned. It was Thursday evening, 6 days after I had walked out. His name appeared on my screen, and I nearly didn't respond, but curiosity got the best of me. Chloe. His voice seemed strained. We need to discuss. Do we? The Silverman account. They are threatening to leave. David and Laura Green have shopped at Carter's for 37 years. They had purchased engagement rings, anniversary presents, and family artifacts. Ruth visited us quarterly to have her jewelry cleaned and examined. David bought her a new item for each birthday and Christmas. They spent around $45,000 each year with us, making them one of our top 5 clients. Why are they leaving? I inquired, even though I already knew. Ruth came in yesterday during her quarterly cleaning appointment. Sophie was unaware of the required procedures. She tossed Ruth's classic Tiffany jewelry in the ultrasonic cleaner without examining it first. The artwork contains fine filigree work that was destroyed. Ruth was upset. I closed my eyes. The ultrasonic cleaner was extremely strong, potentially damaging some types of jewelry. That was something I learnt throughout my first month. It was fundamental information. Sophie attempted to explain. Richard persisted. But she made everything worse. She volunteered to fix it, but then revealed she has no experience working on old things. Ruth inquired where you were, and Sophie said, "You didn't work here anymore. Ruth wants to deal with you personally, or they'll take their business elsewhere." I see. Chloe, this is serious. If we lose the Greenmans, others may follow. You are aware of the modest size of the jewelry community here. Word spreads. It does. Silence spread between us. I could hear him breathe. I could envision him in his office, most likely seated at the desk where I discovered the transfer documents. What do you want me to do, Richard? Come back. Talk with Ruth. Repair the bracelet. Smooth things out. Number. Chloe, you handed over the business to Sophie. This is her problem to tackle. She can't handle it. You know she can't. Then maybe you should have considered that before giving her the business. We assumed he had faded off. What? Did you think? That I will always labor for free? That I would be grateful to serve my younger sister for the rest of my life? We believed you'd understand. Sophie requires security. She lacks your abilities and work ethic. The business will provide her with stability. Something about the phrase made me giggle. A harsh, unpleasant sound. So, because she is less capable, she is entitled to inherit everything. That is your logic. That's not what I intended. Richard, let me explain something to you. I spent 10 years understanding this business. I gave up my youth, my education, and my social life. I did it because you had promised me a future. You lied. And now that your deception is coming up with you, you expect me to bail you out. This isn't only about me. This is about the family's legacy. This firm was created by your grandpa. Don't you care about that? Nobody cared more about it than I did. But Grandpa is no longer alive, and his business appears to have been taken over by someone who cannot even securely clean a bracelet. That was not my doing. Chloe, please, I am requesting your assistance, yet I am declining. I took a breath, but I'll offer you some free advice. Tell Sophie to contact Lena Hughes at Heritage Jewelry Restoration. Lena specialized in old items. She will be able to fix the Tiffany bracelet. It will cost you, but she is worth it. What about Ruth? She wants to speak to you. Ruth has my number. If she contacts me directly, I'll speak with her, but I won't go inside that business to solve your concerns. This is petty, Chloe. This is not like you. You're correct. The old Chloe would have run as soon as you called. The old Chloe would have corrected everything, asked for nothing, and continued to labor for free. However, Chloe does not exist anymore. You murdered her when you went forward with the transfer paperwork. I heard him inhale hard. We did not fabricate anything. It was a family choice. A familial choice that I was not involved in. Interesting definition of family. Your mother and I had a long discussion about it. We did what we felt was best. Who is it best for? Definitely not for me. He was silent for a long time. What do you want, Chloe? Money. We can put you on a salary. $25 per hour. $25 per hour. I have a GIA certificate and 10 years of specialized expertise. I've been offered $50 per hour plus perks, and a percentage on sales. Another lapse in stillness. Who offered you that? Does it matter? Are you genuinely planning to work for our competitors? They're not your competitors. They are my employers. There is a distinction. Chloe, I'm asking you once again. Come back. We can figure it out. We can create a contract that provides you some ownership. A genuine wage. Partial ownership. Richard, I already own it. I built half of the shop's worth. The custom design service currently generates 30% of your earnings. I began it. The social media presence attracts younger clients. Me. Our association with Emerald City Gems allows us preferential access to premium stones. That took me 4 years to cultivate. Then don't toss it all away. I am not throwing anything away. You already did this when you signed the paperwork. So this is vengeance. You're going to stand by and watch the business fail. His words remained in the air. I wondered whether this was payback. It didn't feel like vengeance. Revenge suggested rage and a desire to harm. I didn't feel furious anymore. I felt liberated. I'm not going to stand by and watch anything. I am going forward in my life. If the business fails, it is because the person you hired cannot operate it. That's the result of your decision, not mine. We cannot lose the Greenmans. I responded calmly. let the air handle it, and ended the conversation. I sat in the solitude of my flat, phone in hand, and felt only comfort. Ruth Greenman called me that evening. We chatted for 20 minutes. I apologized for the incident, told her that I no longer worked at Carter's, and provided her Lena Hughes' contact information. I also explained that Gemstone Studios in Pasadena had a good reputation and would handle her pieces with care. Ruth expressed regret that you had departed. You were always a pleasure to deal with, informed and attentive with my things. Thanks, Mrs. Greenman. This means a lot to me. David and I will need to evaluate where we conduct business. Carter's is not the same without you. After we hung up, I felt a tinge of shame. When I recalled the transfer documentation, the guilt vanished. I'd given that company everything. They had offered me nothing in return. The weekend passed peacefully. I took a position with Isabel Hayes, a bespoke engagement ring designer who had been featured in Vogue and had a 6-month waiting list for her designs. My starting date was planned for the following Monday. The annual compensation was $90,000, plus a commission on any designs I contributed to. It provided health insurance, 2 weeks vacation, and a 401k match. I had been working for free for 10 years. Now I was earning $90,000. The week before I started my new work seemed strange. For the first time since high school, I had real free time with no guilt attached. I attended a yoga lesson on Tuesday morning. On Wednesday, I caught up with my old friend Lily for lunch, whom I hadn't seen in over a year since I was always too busy at the shop. She had scarcely recognized me at first. "Oh my God, Chloe, you look different, more comfortable or something." We caught up over sushi, and I told her everything. She listened with increasing indignation. Her California part was forgotten on her plate. "Are you kidding me? They just handed Sophie everything after you had effectively run the company. Apparently I was too competent to require an inheritance." Lily shakes her head. "That's the most bizarre logic I've ever heard. So they penalized you for doing well in your job? Something like that. Well, screw them. You're going to be fantastic in this new position. Isabel Hayes is legitimate. I have seen her art all over Instagram. This is your chance to gain credit for what you do." She was correct. On Thursday afternoon, I headed to Isabel's studio in Silver Lake to sign my job contract and be orientated before my formal start day. I felt something change inside me as soon as I went inside her workstation. The studio was light and spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows that let in beautiful natural light. Her design table was orderly yet lived in, with designs tacked on a large corkboard and jewels arranged in little glass dishes. "Chloe. Welcome." Isabel was in her early 50s, with silver-streaked black hair twisted up into an untidy bun and paint-stained fingers. She wore jeans and a basic black t-shirt, which was a stark contrast to the traditional business gear my mother insisted on at Carter's. "Come in and let me show you around." She took me through every detail of her procedure. Unlike my father, who hoarded information as if it gave him power, Isabel freely shared everything. She gave me her supplier contact information, pricing algorithms, and client management system. She showed portfolios of previous work and described her design concept. "I believe in partnership," she explained. "You're not simply here to carry out my vision, I want your thoughts and creativity." Some of my finest work has resulted from brainstorming with my staff. We spent 3 hours together that afternoon, and she asked about my experience, training, and the styles I was drawn to. When I mentioned my interest in incorporating vintage elements into modern designs, her eyes lit up. That's exactly the kind of fresh perspective I need. I've been wanting to expand in that direction, but haven't had the time. She took out a folder and said, "Look at these potential clients who've contacted me about redesigning inherited jewelry. I've been turning them down because I don't have time, but with you here, we could build an entire service line around this." My mind was already racing with possibilities. We could offer consultations where clients bring in their heirloom pieces and we discuss options for modernization while preserving sentimental elements. Some people just need a refresh, such as turning a vintage brooch into a pendant, while others may want something completely new with the original stones. And you have the technical skills to work with antique settings and delicate pieces. This could be huge for us. She grinned. "I'm so glad you applied here. When I saw your resume, I couldn't believe you were available. Your family shop has a solid reputation." "Head," I corrected gently. "It's now under new management." "Their loss," Isabel said simply. "Seriously, Chloe. I've been in this business for 28 years. I recognize talent when I see it, and I know that when someone has been undervalued, they will thrive here." I left her studio feeling lighter than I had in years, perhaps ever. This was what work was supposed to feel like. Energizing rather than draining, collaborative rather than isolating, and appreciated rather than taken for granted. Sophie arrived to my flat on a Sunday afternoon. I nearly didn't answer the doorbell, but she yelled through it. "Chloe, please. I just want to chat." I opened the door. She looked exhausted, hair pulled back messily, no makeup, dressed in sweatpants, so different from her usual polished appearance. "Can I come in?" I stood aside. She walked in and immediately started crying. "I can't do this," she sobbed. "I don't know what I'm doing. Every day is a disaster. Mr. Allen came in yesterday about his wife's ring repair and I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't find the paperwork, so he got angry and left. Mrs. Miller called about her estate appraisal appointment, and I didn't know what information I was supposed to gather." Sophie continued. "Why did they do this? I never wanted the shop. I don't know anything about jewelry. I can't tell good stones from mediocre ones. I don't understand half of the terminology. A customer asked me about conflict-free diamonds yesterday, and I had no idea what she meant. Did you ask Helen and Richard why they transferred it to you?" She nodded, wiping her eyes. "They said you were strong enough to make your own way. They said I needed the security more than you did. They said it didn't matter because you'd still be running everything anyway." There it was. The truth was revealed. They gave Sophie ownership because they assumed I'd keep doing all the work regardless. They counted on my loyalty, dedication to Grandpa Lawrence's legacy, and inability to walk away. "What do you want from me, Sophie?" "Help, please. I'll pay you. We can make you a partner or something, and I'll split the ownership with you." "No, Chloe. You came here because the firm is failing, not because you feel awful about what occurred. If everything was going well, would you be here asking to share ownership?" She didn't respond, which was sufficient. "Here's what's going to happen," I said. "You have 3 options. First, you can continue to manage the shop yourself. Learn on the job, make errors, and lose clients. You might be able to figure it out eventually. Second, you may engage a professional jeweler to handle everything. It will reduce your profits, but the firm may survive. Third, you can sell the firm while it is still valuable. I cannot sell it. It has been in our family for generations. Then select option 1 or 2. What about option 4, where you return? That does not exist." She gazed at me. "Do you truly hate us now?" "I do not detest you. I'm done being taken advantage of. I did not take advantage of you. Perhaps not purposefully, but you profited from it. You attended college while I worked. You traveled while I was locked in the store. You developed a social life, but I built someone else's business. And now you own the firm, while I possess nothing. That is not my fault. It isn't. But it's also not mine to repair." Sophie departed shortly after that, still in tears. I felt sorry for her. She'd been caught in the thick of our parents' bad planning, but my pity only went so far. She may have declined the transfer. She may have requested that I be included. She had also made her own decisions. Monday morning, I began my new work. R.Studio was nothing like Isabel Hayes's. Modern, inventive, and focused only on artistic rather than sales numbers. She taught me new skills, demonstrated her creative process, and entrusted me with key clients. That first week, I worked 40 hours and received my first paycheck. When I opened the mail on Friday afternoon and saw the actual check, $2,000 after taxes, I sat in my car crying. Not sad tears, but relief, affirmation, proof that I had made the correct decision. I cashed the check and headed straight to Target. For years I'd put off updating essential items since I was constantly broke. Now, I purchased new towels that were not threadbare. A quality set of kitchen knives, linens with an actual thread count, and other simple items that most people take for granted but that I considered luxury. That weekend, I began thinking seriously about my future in a manner I had never done before. With genuine income, I could plan, save, invest, and create something for myself. I started a Roth IRA and looked into continuing education classes. I created a Pinterest board for my ideal studio space. Something that appeared excessive and unachievable only a few weeks ago now appears to be doable someday. I met my first customer during my second week at Isabel's. Olivia Carter requested a handmade engagement ring for her girlfriend's proposal. Isabel attended the consultation, but I took the lead. "Tell me about her," I said. "What are her favorite things? What is her style?" Olivia's expression relaxed. She is a marine scientist who is completely infatuated with the water. She wears a lot of silver and turquoise, however I'd want something more beautiful for the engagement ring. Something that reflects her hobbies while being polished enough for everyday wear. My thoughts immediately began to work. How about an aquamarine center stone? It is the hue of tropical seas, a clear blue-green. We could set it in platinum with a wave-patterned ring. Subtle enough to be timeless, yet important to her particularly. Olivia's eyes widened. That is perfect. That was exactly what I couldn't say but knew I needed. We spent an hour together drawing concepts and exploring stone alternatives. By the end of the consultation, Olivia had approved a design and made a deposit. After she departed, Isabel approached me. That was masterful. You read her correctly and offered her something personal without sounding trite. That is an uncommon skill. Thank you. I enjoy the puzzle aspect of it. Figuring out what someone truly wants, even if they are unable to communicate it. You're outstanding at it. I'm adding your name on the website as a designer. Clients may request to work with you specifically. My name appears on a professional website as a designer, not as the owner's daughter or the girl who works at Carter's. Chloe Carter, a jewelry designer. The calls from my parents persisted but were less frequent. Richard attempted fury. You are ruining your family for pride. Helen attempted guilt. Your grandfather would be very disappointed. Neither approach worked. 3 weeks after my departure, I learned via a mutual acquaintance that Carter Family Fine Jewelers had lost 4 big customers. The Greenmans, Kens, Millers and Bronson family were all loyal clients who had expressly requested me and were informed that I no longer worked there. I also learned that Sophie had recruited a manager, a recently retired jeweler called Jack Turner. He was competent enough to keep the firm going, but his pay and perks were drastically reducing their profit margins. 4 weeks later, Helen called in a new tone. Chloe, we need to talk about the financial situation. How about it? The firm is floundering. We've lost too many critical clients, and Jack's compensation is significant. We are barely breaking even right now. That is unfortunate. We were wondering whether you would be prepared to invest in the firm. We might offer you a share in return for funds if you agree to consult on critical issues. I nearly laughed. You want me to pay money to own a portion of the business I built? That is the only way to express it, Helen. The answer is no. We are family, Chloe. Families do not lie to each other for years. Family does not steal a person's future. We did not steal anything. We made a business decision, and I'm making one as well. My option is to invest my time and energy in my own future. Not yours. She hung up without saying goodbye, and I jumped right into my new role. Isabel recognized my abilities and increased my responsibilities, and within 2 months, I was designing my own custom engagement rings for clients who had specifically requested them. My designs were featured on Isabel's Instagram, which had over 220,000 followers, and I began to build my own reputation. One Saturday afternoon, approximately 4 months after leaving Carter's, I ran into Ruth Greenman at a coffee shop. Chloe, she smiled brightly. How wonderful to see you. I've been following your work with Isabel Hayes, absolutely stunning designs. Thank you, Mrs. Greenman, that means a lot. David and I have been shopping at Gemstone Studios, as you suggested, and they're lovely, but we miss your personal touch. She paused. We're celebrating our 45th anniversary next month, and David wants to commission something special for me. Would you be available? Ruth Greenman, one of my parents' clients, was now my client. I'd be honored, I said. She squeezed my hand. Your parents made a mistake, dear, but that's their loss, and Isabel's game. The commission was for a custom necklace with sapphires from a ring David's grandmother had given Ruth years ago. I spent weeks on the design, carefully preserving the vintage stones while creating something entirely new. The final piece was stunning, elegant, and timeless, with delicate metalwork that perfectly showcased the sapphires. Ruth cried when I presented it to her. David wrote me a check for $20,000, which included a generous tip. They also wrote a glowing review, which Isabel posted on her website. Sophie called me 6 months after I left Carter's. Not a text, not a message through Helen, a direct call. Chloe, I need to tell you something. Okay, I'm selling the business. I felt a jolt of surprise. What? I can't do this anymore. Even with Jack managing everything, I'm miserable. I dread going in every day. It's not my passion, and I'm tired of pretending it is. She breathed. Helen and Richard are furious. Richard isn't speaking to me. Helen keeps crying about Grandpa Lawrence's legacy, and she laughs bitterly. It's funny how now they care about family loyalty, and I'm sorry you're dealing with that. I'm sorry for putting you in an impossible situation, for giving you something you didn't want and expecting you to want it anyway, and for what it's worth, I should have said something when they did the transfer to make sure you were included. I knew it was wrong, but I was too selfish to speak up. It was the first real apology any of them had offered. Thank you for saying that. The sale should finalize in about 2 months. After fees and debts, I'll net around $900,000. I'd like to give you half. I hadn't expected that. Sophie, please. It's not about the money. It's about doing something right. You built half of the value of that business. You deserve half of the sale. We talked for another 20 minutes, and she told me about her plans. She was going back to school for a master's degree in environmental policy, which she had always been interested in. She seemed lighter, relieved. When the check arrived 8 weeks later, I stared at it for a long time. $450,000. Helen and Richard sent me one final message, a joint email, the day after the business sale was completed. I used some of the money to pursue my GIA graduate gemologist diploma, the highest credential in the field, and to begin developing a business plan for eventually opening my own studio. We raised you better than this, Chloe, and we hope you're happy now that you've destroyed your grandfather's legacy. You've made it clear where your priorities lie, and I deleted it without responding. A year after I'd walked out of Carter Family Fine Jewelers, I was thriving, with my custom designs for Isabel's studio featured in 3 major publications. I'd started seeing a wonderful man I met at a gallery opening, someone who had his own work and hobbies and didn't want me to give up everything for someone else's goals, and I'd reunited with Sophie, whom we saw for coffee every few weeks. I had a waiting list of my own customers. I don't miss working 70 hours a week for nothing. I don't miss being undervalued. And I haven't spoken to Helen or Richard in a long time. She was excelling in her graduate program and appeared genuinely happy for the first time in years. Do you ever miss it? She asked me one afternoon. I mean, I miss Grandpa, but not the shop itself. Have you? Occasionally. They're still angry at both of us. You for leaving? Me for selling. Richard says we're ungrateful. Helen keeps trying to guilt me about the family legacy. Sophie stirred her latte. I believe they don't understand what they did wrong. They probably don't. In their minds they were being practical. Give the business to the daughter who needs help. Assume the competent daughter will stick around anyway out of loyalty. But is that really so wrong? From their perspective. I thought about it. Maybe not wrong exactly, just incredibly short-sighted. They gambled that I'd value family loyalty more than my own future, and they lost that bet. Sophie smiled sadly. We both disappointed them by wanting different things than what they planned for us. That's their problem, not ours. 2 years after things went apart, I started my own studio, Chloe Carter Fine Jewelry, which specializes in custom engagement rings and heirloom redesigns. Isabel was entirely supportive of the move and was thrilled to see me strike out on my own. My inaugural reception was filled. Ruth and David Greenman came, as did dozens of other clients I'd worked with over the years. Former suppliers I'd built relationships with sent congratulations. Isabel gave a tear-jerking speech about my talent and work ethic. Sophie also came, bringing her girlfriend Emily and a bottle of expensive champagne. Congratulations, C. Richard called me 3 years after I discovered those transfer documents. It was a beautiful space in a good neighborhood filled with my own designs and vision, with number, lies or broken promises. Just me building something truly mine. My parents did not attend the opening because I had not invited them. It was the first time we'd spoken since that conversation about the Greenman account. Chloe, Richard, I saw an article about your studio in Los Angeles magazine, and your work is very impressive. Thank you, and I wanted to apologize. Your mother and I handled things badly, making assumptions about what you wanted and what you'd accept, and we were wrong. I waited. We thought we were doing what was best for the family. We thought giving Sophie the security of the business made sense because you were always so capable. We didn't realize we were taking advantage of you. No, you didn't. Can we try to rebuild our relationship? Not the business relationship, the family one? He cleared his throat. I looked around my studio at the designs I'd created, the life I'd built, the future I claimed for myself, and everything I'd accomplished in the 3 years since leaving Carter Family Fine Jewelers. Maybe, I said, finally, but it's going to take time, and it starts with you understanding that what you did wasn't just bad business. It was betrayal. Do you? Because you're apologizing after I've become successful. Would you be calling if my studio had failed? If I'd ended up broke and struggling? He didn't answer right away. I'd like to think I would've, but honestly, I don't know. At least that was honest. We talked for a few more minutes and he told me about retirement and how strange it felt not to have the shop anymore. Helen was volunteering at a local museum. They downsized to a smaller house and life had moved on without me. Before we hung up he remarked, "Your grandfather would have been proud of you, Chloe. Those remarks meant more than they probably should have, because I'd spent so much time working for Grandpa Lawrence's legacy, trying to respect his memory by protecting what he'd established. It required a lot of guts to start your own firm from scratch. After we hung up, I sat in my studio as evening light filtered through the windows. My phone showed a dozen messages, clients confirming appointments, a supplier sending updated inventory lists, Isabel checking in on a collaborative piece we were working on, and I thought about Chloe. That version of me had believed her worth was tied to a business she could never truly own, to family approval she'd never actually receive, but this version of me knew better. I'd learned that walking away isn't giving up. It's sometimes the bravest thing you can do, and that family loyalty shouldn't necessitate self-destructive behavior. I'd learned that people who truly value you won't wait until you're successful to apologize for how they treated you when you weren't. Most importantly, I'd learned that building something of your own, even if it means starting from scratch, is worth more than inheriting something that was never really yours to begin with. The heir can handle it, I told my father that day. He called in a panic, and I'd meant it because I'd become my own heir. My parents filed a lawsuit over my house. When I asked, my dad said, "It belongs to your sister." But I showed them every deposit and won in court. Indeed, it is my own parents. And indeed it is my own residence as well. I went from holding onto the keys I had been hoarding for half a decade to staring at legal documents that stated my name as if I were a criminal in the blink of an eye. When I asked my father about the motivation for the actions he had taken, he spoke immediately and without any hesitance. He looked me directly in the eyes and said to me, "That house is actually owned by your sister." Initially I had thought that this section would bring about my ruin, but it did not. Rather, the moment everything collapsed and nothing in my family would ever be the same again, was the point in time that followed this. The majority of my life has been spent with the conviction that the most uncomplicated approach to preserving harmony within my family was to be quiet, put in a significant amount of effort, and never request anything more than what I had earned for myself. I would want to introduce myself. My name is Olivia. I gained an understanding of how to manage the intricacies of my parents' expectations as a result of growing up in a family in which my father, Robert, made every decision sound like a decree, and my mother, Charlotte, made those decrees feel shameful. Isabella, who is my younger sister, has never felt any of those emotions in her entire life. She was able to glide through life with their acceptance, attention, and steadfast belief as her safety net because they always had the sense that she needed more support than I did. I reached the conclusion when I was still very young that fairness was not a principle that was upheld in our household. Expectations had a role in this. I did, however, try my best to do so. My occupation was the main thing on my mind. I would spend the long evenings working on my laptop, with my hair pulled back and my eyes watering. I would constantly reminding myself that if I were more disciplined, I would be able to have more freedom, a freedom that I never had while I was growing up. I put away a certain amount of money for a duration of 5 years. There will be no unplanned shopping sprees or trips. Lunches that are prepared at home and then taken to school. All of the bonuses were instantly sent to the savings account. I was able to get myself one step closer to the realization of my goal, which was to achieve something that was rightly mine, with every single promotion I received. Either a home or an apartment. The location in which I reside. The night that I delivered the news to my family that I had finally managed to save up enough money to make a down payment. Charlotte reacted with such enthusiasm that she clapped her hands. It was as if she had been waiting her entire life for the opportunity to hear that particular piece of news. "Oh, sweetheart, we're so proud of you," she said as she decorated the dining table with lights, treating the event as though it were Thanksgiving. Robert responded with an affirmative nod of his head. In response to the statement, "Smart investment if you do it right," I experienced a fleeting, weak sense of pride. Must be nice having that engineering salary. Some of us are still paying off grad school, Isabella commented with a tone that was not joking as she sat back in her chair and stirred her iced tea. There was no particular moment in time when this occurred. I tried to force a smile onto my face. Following the remark, "You're doing well at your firm. You'll get there." She stayed mute. She did not have any obligation to respond. When my accomplishments attracted the attention she thought she deserved, the atmosphere surrounding her became oppressive, just as it often did when she sensed the air tightening itself around her feelings of resentment. In spite of all this, I carried on moving ahead. After I finished my work for the day, I would drive around tranquil neighborhoods and look at different houses on the weekends, picturing a life in which nobody possessed the power to rewrite my judgments. I was cognizant of the fact that the apartment, which I eventually came upon on a tranquil street located at the very edge of the city, was not fancy because it was a 3-bedroom home. Despite the fact that it was not without its flaws, it was entirely of my own making. There was a sense of the extraordinary as I put my signature on the papers. This house, which I had earned, would end up being the catalyst that would ignite and consume every single last misconception that I had about what my family was truly like. What I was not aware of was that this house, the one that I had earned, would also serve as the catalyst that would ignite and consume every single last misconception that I had about what my family was truly like. What I was not aware of was that this house, the one that I had earned, would also serve as the catalyst that would ignite and consume every single last misconception that I had about what my family was truly like. The rings on my mobile phone were continuous and had no breaks between them. I was sitting on the floor of the living room that I had just moved into, and I was surrounded by boxes that were barely half unpacked. I had concluded the sale of my property 2 days before to this. For the time being, I have chosen to ignore it. I was still gripping a screwdriver with one of my hands, even though I was experiencing feelings of exhaustion and my body was covered in sweat. Nonetheless, the very second that Sophie's name flashed on the screen alongside the words, "You need to see this right now," there was an abrupt tightening sensation in my abdomen. She sent her a screenshot by way of email. The author of the social media post was Isabella. Excessive, melodramatic, and suffused with feelings of self-compassion. This post has received over 200 likes from individuals on social media. When your sister uses the money grandma meant for your first home and buys one for herself instead. Comments that are filled to the brim with individuals I do not recognize, who are expressing to me that I am greedy, self-centered, and inauthentic. I could not manage to swallow. I read it again, taking my time this time, in the hopes that I had misread it previously. No, she was fabricating a false charge about me, alleging that I had taken money that, according to what she believed, did not exist. Funds that our family had never previously set aside for her use, and neither had Grandma. I was finally able to get through to Sophie after the phone rung one more time. "Dad, I held off on giving you a response till later." Robert called out, "Hello?" in a voice that was both dull and official in tone. I remained perfectly still as I said, "Even Olivia, we need to talk about the circumstances surrounding the house." "What situation?" the voice of Charlotte rang out, coming from somewhere in the background. "My love, you are aware of the subject matter of this, correct?" "In reply to your question, I must say that I do not know," I said. Robert exhaled a loud breath, as if my presence were an inconvenience to him, and retorted, "I do not. Your mother and I have spoken with an attorney. The funds designated for Isabella's future home were meant to go to her," he continued. My wrists were trembling with the force of my hammering heart, which was so fierce that it was practically palpable there. "You were aware of that, were you?" "What are you talking about? There was never any designated money. I bought this house with my own savings. I can show every deposit." The conversation proceeds in quiet. After then, Robert gave a line of dialogue that resulted in my vision of reality being split into 2 separate parts. As soon as I heard the words, "That house belongs to your sister," I sank upon the nearest step. "Dad, this is completely out of the question. There is not a single agreement, not a single fund," I remarked. "No, you're making things unnecessarily complicated," he retorted with frustration. "Your sister needs that house more than you do. She's been planning for it, and now you've taken it out from under her. She never told me she wanted this house." "It doesn't matter," he said with unwavering conviction. "We'll be filing in court tomorrow." Due to the fact that my hand was shaking with such intensity, I was on the edge of letting the phone fall to the ground. Charlotte's voice had a tone of incredulity and disappointment as she posed the question. "Are you seriously going to take this matter to court?" "We only want to do what is right by your sister. She is deserving of this. You can purchase another one in the future." "Another one?" It is as if 5 years of sacrifice could be repeated as easy as picking up a carton of milk. Prior to the completion of the telephone discussion, not a single parting word was spoken. I was overcome with a feeling of betrayal that I had not expected to experience, even in the most horrific of my nightmares, as I sat there in the dimly illuminated hallway of my new house. The fact that my parents were perplexed is not true. Their guess turned out to be accurate. They were in the process of determining which side they would support, and it was not going to be my side. That evening, Sophie made an appearance. bringing with her a supper that she had procured from a restaurant and a look on her face that unmistakably indicated that she was already fully informed of everything that had transpired. "You're not crazy," she said, her voice low and quiet. And Jack made his entrance into the room and then stood just behind her. "They're trying to take your house away," he continued. It was unknown to me that he had also arrived on the scene. He folded his arms on his own. That night, I was unable to fall asleep. I had to inform Olivia that she needed to prepare herself because her family was about to engage in a legal fight and that they were not bluffing. With a cup of cold tea in my hand, I was seated at the kitchen counter of Sophie's apartment, gazing off into the distance as the place buzzed with activity all around me. The effects of the shock had not yet worn off. It had undergone a transformation into something that was of greater significance, and as a result, my chest was experiencing an unpleasant sensation of constriction. Sophie took the seat that was right across from where I was sitting, and she leaned her elbows up on the counter. "You are not leaving this place," she said in a tone that left no room for dispute. I did not argue with the assertion that followed. "You shouldn't be alone in that house right now." I did not have the ability to do it. With a folder tucked underneath his arm, Jack was spotted returning the following morning. He said, "You're going to need to see a specialist, someone who handles property claims and inheritance disputes." He handed the information over to me while he was speaking. "The best person I know for that is Grace Langston," he said to reporters. I gave him a blink in order to respond. "There is no problem with inheritance," he said with a smile that did not include any humor at all. "Your parents are attempting to bring about an issue concerning inheritance." On the afternoon that followed, Grace arrived to her office to meet up with us. Her office was furnished with glass walls and soft lighting, and everything inside was organized and positioned with the same precision that she herself exhibited. While I provided her with an exhaustive description of all of the events that had transpired, such as Robert's threat and Isabella's post, she sat there in silence. Once I had completed what I had been doing, she took a seat and leaned back. She expressed her opinion. "Their claim sounds fabricated. But weak cases can still create damage if not handled properly. We'll need statements, payment records, anything showing your house was bought strictly from earned income." I made the statement. "The whole thing is in my possession." Grace tapped her pen as she listened to her companion say, "Every transfer, every savings log," and then nodded her head in agreement. "That's good," was her response. After hours of not being able to catch my breath, I eventually succeeded in returning to a consistent rhythm. "At this point we are in need of witness statements. Who was aware that the inheritance was equally divided?" "My Aunt Victoria and my Uncle Thomas," she said with a great deal of excitement. "You must get in touch with them." In response to the second time the phone had rang, Thomas replied, "It is imperative that we obtain their statements as quickly as possible." Following that, I addressed him and said, "Olivia, my darling, I heard that something was happening." He didn't even pause for a moment when I explained the situation to him. In reply he stated, "Your grandmother would be absolutely livid. I'll sign whatever you need." In contrast, the reaction that was exhibited by Aunt Victoria was comparatively restrained, but it was also considerably more significant. She continued by saying, "I was always worried that this might come to pass. Your father, he asked your grandparents to change the will, to give more to Isabella. They refused. He never accepted that." She paused slightly before continuing to speak. "I'll testify if you need me," I responded to you. Little by little, the truth started to take on a shape that I was finally able to discern. This was by no means an event that happened on its own. I was not the center of attention in this particular circumstance. It was the outcome of a series of years in which unstated expectations were nurtured. Years of Isabella being promised things that would never be hers. On the other hand, 2 nights after that event, the most terrible thing happened. While we were making our way to my residence so that Sophie and I could collect the remainder of my possessions, we observed that there was an object on the porch that appeared to be moving. An individual was shaking the door handle. The given name Isabella is a female name that translates to devoted to God. She was attempting to place a key in a lock, and this key was one that I had never given to her before. "What are you doing?" I shouted at you. She took a step back in astonishment and let out a gasp. I thought I could just look around by breaking in. "It's going to be my house anyway," she stated with a sense of frustration. The moment in question was responsible for the transformation of everything. Grace made reference to it as nothing more than an attempted unauthorized entry. Evidence or information in the form of documents or other materials that provide support. And out of nowhere, the fear that I had been wading through transformed into something that was more stable, something that had a bite to it. If they wanted to engage in a legal struggle, then they had the right to do so. A solitary one would be theirs to keep. The smell of a strong disinfectant perfume that reminded one of the smell of aged paper was everywhere in the courtroom. It does not emit any type of comforting sensation. As I was walking along Grace in the corridor, it felt as though the walls were vibrating with each individual pulse of my heart. I was able to clearly sense each one of these beats. I was trembling, and my breathing was uneven and inconsistent. I was no longer afraid by the prospect of losing the house. I was not willing to face the individuals who raised me and acknowledge the fact that they had changed and were no longer the same people I had known in my memory. Robert, Charlotte, and Isabella were already seated on seats at the plaintiff's table when we entered into the room. Robert made an adjustment to the way he was standing the moment his eyes locked with mine, doing so as if he were preparing to fight in a combat. Charlotte looked away. With a mixture of arrogance and an increasing amount of animosity, Isabella gazed at me from my head to my feet. It seems that she was of the opinion that I was responsible for betraying her trust. Grace softly touched my arm with her hand. The moment that Judge Rebecca Lawson entered the chamber, there was an immediate and complete cessation of all sound. She had made the following declaration. Retain your composure. Bear in mind that our purpose here is not to combat emotions. Rather, our goal is to present facts. She possesses a personality that will make you sit up straight in your seat without even thinking about it, displaying an attitude that is both confident and composed, and refusing to entertain any nonsense before it even has the opportunity to arise. She gave the directive, "Let's get started." Philip Carter, who was the lawyer for my parents, was the first person to come up and begin. Your Honor, this case concerns a verbal family agreement regarding inheritance distribution, an agreement that Miss Olivia violated when she purchased a property using funds intended for her sister Isabella. When I heard the phrase, verbal agreement, I felt an uncomfortable sensation in my stomach. He continued on by saying, "We maintain that Isabella was the intended recipient of the house that Miss Olivia purchased, and this is based on the long-standing discussions that have taken place within the family." Grace remained motionless and did not respond in any way to what had just been said. She waited patiently for him to stand up once he had settled into his seat. When he did stand up, she too rose with a sense of assurance, as though she were holding a royal flush. Your Honor, she began with her opening statement. The plaintiffs claim a verbal agreement that has no witnesses, no documentation, and no mention in the legally executed will of the deceased grandparents. Meanwhile, the defendant has provided detailed payment records confirming that every dollar used to purchase her home came from 5 years of earned income. Judge Lawson gave a sign of approval by nodding. It was Philip who made the request for Robert to take his place at the witness stand. He was the very first individual to accomplish such feat. My father rose to his feet, took a big breath, and turned to face the courtroom. He looked like a man who had finally been given the acknowledgement that he had been anticipating all along. My mother has always had the desire to provide assistance to Isabella in the process of obtaining her first home, as evidenced by the statements that he made. I clenched my jaw as I spoke the words. It was understood. Olivia was aware of this fact. Grace placed her hand on my arm, and this helped me to feel more centered. Philip's second witness to take the stand was someone by the name of Charlotte. She was able to get her voice to tremble just the right amount so that it seemed as though she had compassion for the circumstances in which she found herself. "We do not have any intention of causing Olivia any sort of distress," she said in a soft voice. She went on to say, "What we want is to get the commitment that was given to Isabella." His response was, "A promise." Just another word that does not have any sort of vertebral column. Isabella was the next person to be called upon to step up to the front. Following a shaky inhalation, she made an effort to smooth out the creases in her skirt. "Show what you are capable of. Exercise caution." "For a number of years I have been putting money aside," she replied. "Nevertheless, I do not earn as much as Olivia does." I had believed that she was aware that the house was intended for me," Philip said as he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder while she made her way down the stairs. "It is a fact that he did that." Grace was the next person to have her turn after that. She stood there with a straight spine and piercing gaze. "Your Honor, we would like to call our first witness, Thomas Langston." With a cool and dignified demeanor, Thomas, the uncle, entered the room in a way that was appropriate for a person who did not feel the need to prove anything to anyone. He stood up in the witness box and delivered his testimony in a clear and expressive manner. Philip tried to challenge him, but Thomas refused to adjust his stance on the matter. No special promises, no conditions were present. I was present in the room when it was read. The will was divided evenly. After that, Aunt Victoria showed up. Even though she was moving at a sluggish speed, she gave the impression that she was confident through her voice. She stated to me, "Robert requested that our parents change the will in order to provide Isabella with a greater amount." Not a single sound could be heard in the courtroom. It was stated that they refused. They believed in fairness. Charlotte looked down and averted her gaze. Robert's jaw muscles were forcibly contracting. Before I was brought into the stand, Grace spoke to Victoria in a manner that was considerate and appreciative. When I was sitting down, I found the microphone to be too loud and uncomfortably close to me. That being said, speaking honestly was like to breathing oxygen. "I have been putting money away for 5 years," I said. Grace handed over a folder that had been neatly organized to the judge and declared, "I am able to provide an explanation for every single cent. Not a single dollar from the inheritance was spent." Judge Lawson stated, "These documents are statements that provide documentation of the following: savings transfers, deposits, payroll, and income for a period of 5 years," as he carefully looked over the pages with his eyes. "I am well aware of that particular situation. Isabella attempted to get entrance to the defendant's property using a key that was not hers. She did this 2 nights before the mediation was scheduled to take place." Grace then proceeded to make the following declaration. "Your Honor, we have one more matter to address." At that very moment, Isabella abruptly lifted her head. Grace completely disregarded her and stated, "I wasn't breaking in. I just wanted to take a look." "A neighbor witnessed the attempt and reported it to the authorities," she added. "Here is the report," she remarked before presenting it to him. The defendant did not pursue charges, but it demonstrates a belief held by the plaintiffs that they were entitled to the house regardless of legal ownership. Philip suffered a blunder. "That has nothing whatsoever to do with the matter at hand," Grace said in a calm tone of voice. Judge Lawson raised his hand and remarked, "And the core of this case?" As a result of the intensity of her gaze, the mood in the courtroom grew quiet and subdued. She responded by saying, "I have gone over the material." The will was equal. There was no evidence of any financial arrangement assigning funds specifically to Isabella, and the defendant's purchase was made entirely from her own earnings. She took a pause for a brief period, letting the air become increasingly thick. Isabella's face became as pale as chalk as she heard the comment. "With regard to the attempted entry, that escalation is extremely troubling." After Judge Lawson made the declaration, "I hereby dismiss the case in its entirety," he gave the gavel a forceful bang. When he made this announcement, his voice did not shake or waver. "The plaintiffs are barred from refiling these claims." I had the sensation of a burden that had been sitting on my chest for months suddenly being removed from me. What I was experiencing was not a feeling of relaxation. Rather, it was a sensation of the air being forcefully expelled from my body. Charlotte could not find the words to speak, so she covered her mouth with her palm. There was a trace of something malevolent that could be seen in Robert's eyes. There are a number of different feelings that a person could feel, including anger, perplexity, and wounded pride. Isabella could feel tears beginning to form in her eyes. It was not long after we entered the corridor that Robert started to pursue us. He shot back, "This isn't over. We're still family," he said. I directly confronted him by turning my body to face him for the first time. "You don't go to court to sue your family members over lies. Family members don't try to steal what someone else worked hard for. You made this decision." Her fingers reached out for my hand, and Charlotte grabbed it. I retreated a step. "I do not desire to fight," she whispered. My response was, "You already did." Isabella then let out a little sob and said, "And you lost." "That was supposed to be mine as far as I can tell," I said. I answered in a quiet voice, "That was never the case. Nevertheless, you have never shown any interest in discovering what the truth actually is. All you wanted was to get everything that was promised to you." It was the first time that she seemed to be unsure of herself, almost as if she was defenseless. Grace walked up and took her position next to me. "We have nothing more to do in this place," she announced in a voice that was unperturbed. We were absolutely so, without a doubt. When we left the location, I did not feel a sense of triumph. I had a sense of serenity, fulfillment, and freedom wash over me. Despite the fact that they were not expecting my response, they were somehow able to perceive it. That evening, While I was walking back home, I was able to witness the sun sinking down beneath the rooftops, showering the street in a soft orange glow. This was the first time in months that I had seen the view of my own front door, and I did not immediately feel like my stomach was being wrenched. Once I had opened it, I walked in and let the quietness wrap around me like a comforting blanket. There is no source of worry, no source of anxiety, and there is no individual who is trying to make modifications to something that should be rightly mine. Sophie was the first one to make her entrance. It seemed as if I had just emerged triumphant in a competition, and she was carrying some takeaway with her. She was smiling broadly. "You were able to make that happen," she said after giving me a tight hug. Jack was the one who brought a bottle of sparkling cider. Not many people walk into a courtroom against their entire family and walk out standing taller. Grace continued to be composed, as she always is, even though she came in last place. Nevertheless, her grin was more authentic than any I have ever seen. The reason that Thomas placed a phone call was to convey the fact that both he and Victoria were overflowing with a sense of pride. Although justice does not resolve all issues, it does provide you with the space to catch your breath, she added in a hushed voice. Her words served to remind me that the concept that fairness was important was one that my grandparents had always maintained. I have finally experienced a feeling of connection to that conviction this evening. Not simply because of the fact that we are related by blood, but also because of the fact that we made the decision to be together. I walked leisurely across the living room, touched the smooth surface of the table that I had just polished, and opened the windows so that the fresh air of the night might enter the room. This house did not feel like it was simply a purchase anymore. It felt different now. It was not simply a matter of having an address within the city limits. It appeared as though it was mine once more, completely and without a doubt. I came to a plain and immutable revelation on that particular night when I stood in the threshold of my home. It is not possible to define the concept of family by solely referring to the ideas of blood relations or tradition, and it is also not possible to confine the concept of family to those persons who claim to have knowledge of what would be in your best interest. The fact that there are those who continue to be there for you even when everything collapses is what defines it. I was able to emerge triumphant in more than just a single case. I have taken back control of my life, my home, my limitations, and my ability to communicate. If you have ever found yourself in a position in which you were required to fight for what you are owed or to confront other people who attempted to alter your story, you are not alone. I bought my parents a $450,000 house, locked the door, and left a note. When I returned, my sister and her husband had moved in, claiming it was theirs. Ethan is my name. As the oldest child and the one who repairs everything, I am 36 years old. I work as a neurosurgeon. I live in a suitcase at home and a locker at the hospital. At 3 a.m., I keep track of my life, schedules and/or pages. I'm not a big drinker. When I can, I run. Since I was raised on overdraft fees, I save practically all of my earnings. We'll see you next month. I was the child who translated adult fear. When I was 10 years old, I would respond, "It'll be fine," as my mother sobbed over unpaid rent. I discovered the form of emergencies and the flavor of terror. I became useful. My parents celebrated their 48th wedding anniversary a week ago. I hoped they would actually win. A location where nothing reminded them of discounts or used furniture, the floors didn't squeak, and the air smelled like salt. Above the lake I discovered a little blue home, warm, although a little twisted, windows that sing when the wind blows in from the bay, a white deck and 2 palm trees outside, $450,000. I loaded the refrigerator, locked it in their names, set up the utilities, and concealed a note in the cutlery drawer for loud laughing and late mornings. I adore tea. I kept it a secret from everyone, including my sister. I brought a bottle of sparkling cider and a cake with me when I drove over that day. I was stupidly thrilled because the sky was that annoyingly lovely, and the ocean was clear. An SUV belonging to someone else was already parked in the driveway when I pulled in. That was incorrect. Its front door was ajar. The wind caused the screen to slam. I entered. In the kitchen my mother was brandishing a dish towel as if it were a white flag. She had crimson eyes. With his hands trembling, his shoulders slumped, and boxes all over the place, my father sat in a chair. The corridor was filled with loud noises. In the living room, I hadn't even put on the kids' television yet. I hardly made it out. Mom, my brother-in-law Brandon, showed up with a football shirt, alcohol and bare feet. The plastic cake top sank into my palm as he positioned himself in front of my father, poked a finger toward the door, and roared, "This is my house. Get out." My sister Megan giggled from the couch. Relax, Dad. We're just getting settled. Something got really, really silent inside of me. Before the room I loved became a battleground, I should give you the history. Megan is younger by 2 years. She was the artist in our home, followed by the free spirit and the "it's just a rough patch." My parents did what they knew, which was to downplay, protect, and sacrifice. I covered what I knew how to do. Before Brandon's startup launches, it was textbooks, then a semester, and finally a down payment for her first apartment. I had it in my wallet when the startup landed. Her oldest child's braces were paid for by me when their dental coverage had an odd deductible. When the bank refused, I took out a loan for a second-hand minivan. A lease was co-signed by me following the eviction. Some Venmo notes resembled journal entries. Every transfer seemed like control, as if I could smooth down the large, unsightly edges of our family. Megan's energy bill, Brandon's job interview suit, Mia's school trip, and rent once more, just this once. I was mistaken. In smaller, more obvious ways, my parents also assisted. Mom dubbed it cleaning out the pantry, as she loaded food into Megan's trunk. Dad gave Brandon access to his tools so he could practice fixes that ultimately cost more to perform. The chorus remained the same. I slept on call room mattresses and sent money over malfunctioning Wi-Fi at 2 a.m. throughout residency. You know your sister. Not everyone's like you, Ethan. You were born old. Because the locks will be changed in the morning, as the landlord has threatened. I became like a card that you swiped without considering the balance at some point. I planned it like a surgery when I discovered the beach location. With my parents as lifelong beneficiaries, I placed the deed in a trust. I used a separate account to pay my taxes for 20 years. I paid the HOA in full. I felt as though I was clutching a life raft as I gazed at the keys in my palm after changing the locks. So that they may weep in solitude and avoid drowning in attention, I notified Mom and Dad a week prior to the anniversary. Together we took a car down. Dad caressed the banister as if it were a violin he had owned. Mom let out a breath and opened each cabinet. We listened to birds while sitting on the terrace. Dad wanted to say something, but his voice cracked, so I replied, "It's yours. It smells like open windows and lemon, according to Mom." To test the plumbing, I spent the night on a blow-up mattress. Everything was successful. I went back to the city the following morning to do a decompression on a little child who had a plum-sized tumor. They retained the house. The system did what systems do in this situation. Megan gave Mom a call. The second day, Megan had triangulated the address from a fuzzy sunset shot in Dad's Facebook post by dinner time. "Are you at a beach?" "Whose house?" Mom, a horrible liar, said. "Oh, we're visiting a friend. Our porch view." She came with Brandon, a dog, 2 children, and an air of entitlement that filled the driveway. Later, in a little voice, Mom told me over the phone. She replied, "We'll talk when you come down." By Saturday morning, my father was messaging some misunderstanding over the property. They just wanted to see it. Then they're staying for the weekend. "Is that okay?" I replied, "It isn't a rental. Family home." "Can you come?" Megan asks repeatedly, but nothing happens. Then I was scrubbed in, so I didn't answer the phone. Next, the hashtag manifesting selfie that Megan took in my parents' kitchen with the tagline, "Home Sweet Home." Her buddies began to comment. One from Brandon. "Beach era. So deserved." My palm began to ache where the scalpel handle sits for hours, and I thought, finally, a place where the kids can be kids. On my way home after surgery, I texted Dad. I drove right after being released with the words, "Don't sign anything. Don't agree to anything. Love you." I practiced calming phrases. Instead, I entered the open door and said, "We will reset this. We will breathe. We will set rules." Up here was already Brandon's voice. "You two are old. Stairs are dangerous. You'll fall. This is a family house. We're family. We'll manage it." Mom was trying. "It's Ethan's gift," he interrupted her. Megan didn't stand up. "He gave it to you. You're giving it to us, same difference." She only grinned. "Don't be dramatic, Mom. We'll handle the bookings, reservations." Brandon gestured to the vista. "Prime waterfront peak season. I listed it this morning. Easy money. During your time off, you two are welcome to use the basement." I examined my dad's hands. Like when he's angry and tries not to be, they were trembling. This is the same guy who used to work 3 jobs and yet managed to wear a filthy uniform to my high school symphony concert. In a house he had recently discovered was his, he was now being urged to move aside. I was brought up to be helpful rather than noisy. However, Dad's most recent text message contained a request that I was unable to submit later. The cake was placed on the counter by me. On that table with the beauty products and fast food bags, it looked absurd. When I did speak, it was steady. As if I were slow, Brandon rolled his eyes and asked, "Who told you this is your house?" Mom's face crumpled as Megan continued, "Family money, family house? Don't be weird. Sing song. We're not asking Tommy, we're updating." Brandon, pointing at my father once again, said, "Ethan, can you just explain?" Megan chuckled and said, "He can explain from the porch." My father's jaw twitched as he said, "Baby, stop. Dad knows we love him." Not a sound. Like a bayonet, something inside of me snapped into place. "Everyone to the living room," I said. "It's surgically loud. Not loud." The children stopped performing. The canines ceased tearing up a throw cushion. People like Brandon always thought the room belonged to them, so they followed even if he sneered. Under the framed picture of my parents cutting a store-bought cake 40 years ago, I stood by the mantel. My thumbs were able to sense my pulse. I spread out 5 documents on the coffee table after taking a folder out of my luggage. "Deed," I murmured as I tapped the first page that had been recorded the previous week. Brandon blinked as if the English words were doing something to him. "The property is owned by the AS and our Life Trust lifetime beneficiaries John and Grace, my parents with exclusive right of occupancy." I answered, in English. And he chuckled. "You don't get a key, Brandon." I tapped the second page and said, "Bro, try and stop me. Trust instrument, successor trusting. It gives me the duty to maintain the property for my parents' comfort. It also gives me the obligation to remove anyone who interferes with that." Megan's voice was dulcet. "Ethan, you can't be serious. We're helping." The third I slipped. A screenshot in color. "The Airbnb listing you just posted using photos you took without permission." The description. "Entire home. The house rules. No owner on site. The availability calendar. Booked out every weekend through August. The payout. Bank account ends in digits that match yours, Brandon." I blurred them for the kids. Brandon moved. "So what? The money could be used by your parents." "Dude," I wrote down the fourth. Megan didn't realize Dad had sent me a printed group chat thread from last night. It's a gloomy message from her. "We'll get him on board. He always caves if Mom cries. I'll guilt him about med school loans." Megan grabbed it and said, "So excited to finally have a beach base." I put my palm over it. A laminated copy of the HOA regulations was the 6th item I put in place. I touched down on the clause. "No short-term rentals." "Here's what's going to happen," I said. "Today, you will pack your belongings, remove the ad, text each and every reservation to inform them that the house is not available, and provide refunds." Megan blinked as if she had misheard. "You're going to leave this house key on the table and apologize to Mom and Dad for frightening them in their own kitchen." Then she chuckled, high and trilling. "Or what, Tommy?" "Or," I said, "I will carry out my trustee duties." Brandon stepped up and shouted, "Duty this," puffing his chest as if we were 12. I kept it surgical because Mom said in a whisper, "Brandon, please. I don't like yelling. I like precision." I placed my phone on the table and said, "Screen up." There was a draft email with attachments to the HOA board. A request to report the package for unlawful use, a second email to local council, and a third to the county recorder including the Airbnb link. When Dad sent that initial text message, there was some misunderstanding. Since I had phoned a locksmith named Victor from the highway, and he was parked 2 houses down. When Victor saw, he shifted his weight. "You wouldn't." I said, "I would, and I had already done it." Megan grabbed Mom. Mom didn't look at her when she said, "Mom, tell him. Tell him this is family." "Ethan," she continued, her voice wavering as she glanced at me. Brandon's expression softened as he said, "Do what you need to do." Using the same foolish motion that had set off the fuse, he pointed at the door once more. I moved between my father and Brandon and said, "Old man out. I've handled brains that pulsed like birds, so my hands were steady." Silently, "Point at my father again," I whispered. "And the only door you're going through is the one Victor is about to lock from the outside." Stillness. Not even the animated series. Megan made one final attempt. Saying, "You're cruel," I breathed. "You're abandoning your family. I am done being your wallet." "That's not abandonment. That's a boundary," Brandon murmured. He reached for the folder and said, "We'll see about that. Perhaps to seize the deed. Perhaps tearing up paper in that way could destroy a trust." I just grabbed the papers, put them away, and looked at Dad. I responded, "Dad," and he gulped. "Would you like to stay in your living room?" No one moved when I said, "Yes." "Then everyone who doesn't live here, go pack." The doorbell rang. Just in time, Victor. Because pandemonium typically takes longer to unravel than to start, it took 3 hours. Brandon had a tiny fit in the driveway as Victor replaced the lock, calling someone to check a legal matter, kicking at the curb, and whispering at Megan. The dog let forth a harsh bark. The children shifted like ashamed shadows, cramming clothing into tote bags and half observing me as though I were about to blow up. I didn't. I brewed tea in the kettle I purchased as Mom and I sat at the kitchen table. She continued using a napkin to wipe at her eyes. Her words were, "I didn't want to tell you. I thought we could smooth it. They came in so fast. They said it would be easier for us this way. No stairs for your father, less to clean. They said they'd take over the hard parts." "The hard parts are the parts that mean ours," I said. She gave a nod. Every time she apologized for the weather, I recognized the little guilty nod she gave. Dad gazed at the lake outside. He remarked, "I thought I'd be stronger. I should have told them to leave." I responded, "You called me." That was the strong part. I opened my laptop in the living room, logged onto my hotspot and canceled all of the unauthorized reservations. I noted that each customer's listing was deleted by the owner. A refund has been given. For the person who threatened a review, I have attached the HOA regulation. I sent neighbors a little note. "You may have seen cars?" There was confusion. There will be no short-term rentals at 24C Spray. Megan made at least 3 attempts to rephrase it. First pass. "We were just excited for them." She sat with her face put in a gentle, painful position on a packed bag. "I wanted the kids to be around their grandparents more. You know how you work." The second time. "It makes sense if you think about it. You're never there. They're getting old. We're the ones with energy." Third pass. I didn't bite when I didn't protest. She sought blood. "You think money makes you the parent, Ethan? It doesn't. You buy things so you don't have to be a person." She winced and then froze as I replied, "I bought a house for our parents. I didn't buy a permission slip for you to steal." When she said, "Well, remember this." "I hope so," I said. Brandon wouldn't give up the key. He grinned and said, "Come and take it," which would have been adorable had Victor not put the keypad lock in 10 minutes earlier. As Brandon saw all of his advantage evaporate in the sea air, I reached around him, hit the 0 button, and then reprogrammed it to a code Dad had selected. He attempted a different approach. "You think you're clever with your papers." With evenness I said, "I know a guy." He looked at me as if he was trying to figure out whether I was lying when he said, "And your guy is about to tell you a trust beats a tantrum." No, I wasn't. Megan stopped on the porch when they eventually carried the boxes to the SUV. She said, "You could have just talked to me." "I have been talking to you for 10 years, I said. Her lips clenched. "You'll regret this when they need help, and you're not around." I watched Mom as she poured tea. I glanced at Dad's hand, which was at last still resting on the armrest, saying, "I'm around. For them." They took off in their car. The dog yaps at the glass as if it had a property law opinion. The temperature of the home altered after they departed. The air wasn't the same, yet it was the same. Through the screen, I could hear the sound of the ocean. My parents' respiration was audible to me. I gathered up juice cartons, a plastic tiara, 2 mismatched socks, and a garbage bag and walked from room to room. In the drawer of the guest room, I discovered a folded paper. Brandon's business strategy. 5 times the HOA fine was his expected monthly profit. Megan had scribbled in the margin, "Ethan won't say no if Mom cries." I dropped the paper as if it were a sharp object. Mom apologized again for the disaster. My constant refrain was, "It's just crumbs." Dad held me by the arm as the sun began to set. "Son," he said, "I don't know how to say this without sounding like I failed you both." I said, "You didn't fail us. You gave us everything you had. Just you gave too much to her for too long." We all did. Since the truth was a comfort, he agreed and refrained from arguing. I prepared a modest supper. On the terrace we dined. Because the mouse only left the flat on Sundays, Mom shared a tale about her first apartment and the mouse she called Bernard. Dad chuckled. I only hear him chuckle when he's not watching out for other people. My phone was buzzing like hornets. Megan texted. "You made Mom cry," Brandon said. An unidentified number that turned out to be Brandon's relative said, "Cease and desist, Dr. Boy. We're coming down next weekend, right? We already invited people." I ate my salad and put the phone face down. I set the alarm for that evening. To please even my parents, I put a camera with a goofy smiling chime on the porch. With large letters that my father could see without his glasses, I placed the codes in a folder titled Happy Things. A drawer named Boring Armor has copies of the trust, the deed, and the HOA bylaws. Mom was standing at the doorway, her sweater pulled tight as I was leaving. She apologized. "I'm sorry it came to this." "I'm not," I said. "It needed to." Everything swayed like a table with one leg too short the following week. Within the family discussion, Megan launched a boisterous campaign. The grandchildren's house was stolen by Ethan. I got a ton of screenshots from cousins I hardly talked to. Megan's tales on Instagram. White letters on a blank backdrop. I didn't respond when he said, "When money makes you cruel." He then showed a picture of my automobile in the driveway with the words, "Some people think they can buy love." I constructed a little wall. Our aunt still says what she meant when I call her. I gave a brief explanation, saying that my parents own the house and it will stay that way for as long as they live. I implored her not to gossip about our suffering. "Finally, Ethan," she continued. And that was that. I sent Brandon and Megan a brief, courteous, and uninteresting email. I added 3 bullets. I handle all correspondence pertaining to the house. You are not authorized to be on the premises. The HOA and our lawyer will take action for any infraction. I configured the email to automatically reply to any further correspondence they may have on the residence. I made a self-promise to avoid negotiating with a tale that consistently has the same ending. After 2 days, a notice was sent. A new reservation request. Cottage by the Sea Spray. With a picture of the back deck, Brandon had relisted under a different account. With the deed and trust attached, I sent it to the platform's Safety and Trust. The listing was taken down 10 minutes later. The user has been banned. I didn't experience victory. After a game, I felt like I was just performing the duties of a stadium janitor. One morning, Dad called to tell me that he had slept through the night for the first time in months and that the home smelled like toast and salt. When I was 5 years old, Mom texted me a picture of her feet on the deck rail, her ankles crossed, and her bright pink nail varnish. I thought she looked like a movie star. They appeared light. Megan continued to hack at the wall in the background of all that tenderness. She used an app to send me a payment request for emotional harm. "As your primary caregiver," she wrote in a letter she addressed to my parents, a statement that had never been accurate. Brandon shared a meme that looked like I took organs for cash, with a syringe and a $sign. The air in the small blue home remained unchanged by their loudness. Megan phoned from a block number one evening. "Because I'm either hopeful or soft," I responded. When she heard my voice, she became silent. Then she attempted a whisper, a fresh strategy. "Ethan, listen. We're behind. Brandon lost his contract. We're going to lose the apartment. The kids." I shut my eyes. Empathy turns into fuel at a certain point. "Megan," I responded, "I will not discuss the house." With her mask back on, she said, "So money matters more to you than family?" She hung up. "Boundaries," I started, "are how I can be family and not a bank." I allowed the stillness to linger like a recuperating patient, watched over, shielded, and in some ways, hurting yet recovering. I drove down early 2 weekends later. I have coffee in a thermos, and out of habit, I still wear a stethoscope around my neck. The water appeared to be at rest between breaths because of its flat silver appearance. A sticky door hinge was repaired by me. In order for Dad to draw the car in without hitting the wall, I placed tennis balls at the proper depth on the garage shelf. Dad likes labels, so I labeled the breakers. Mom laughed after making pancakes and burning the first batch. We talked about shopping, and Jan, the neighbor who keeps shells in a jar on the fence while we were seated at the table, regarding the pelican that refuses to be treated with respect. For an hour, no one mentioned Megan. The surface felt spotless. Mom stroked my hand after we finished breakfast. Her words were, "I'm going to talk to your sister." Not to argue, to say no. When I stated, "I'm not asking you to choose," I meant it. I'm not interested in that scorched earth thing where people declare winners. I want a peaceful porch for my folks. Mom gave a little smile. She remarked, "It's not choosing. It's stopping the pretending." Dad cleared his throat. "I should have taught that better," he said. "I taught you to work. I didn't teach you to stop." "You taught me to love and to stay," I said. He chuckled softly, appreciative. "I'm just learning the without being eaten part. I tightened the gate lock after walking around the perimeter. I looked at the angle of the camera. A little placard for the entry table was printed by myself. The phrase, "Welcome home, John and Grace," was both cliched and perfectly appropriate. Later, when I was alone myself on the balcony, I considered what my sister might write for the headline if she were the owner of my narrative. I gifted my parents a house and ruined my family. That was not the case. I stopped paying the troll beneath the bridge. That's what occurred. I created a gift and then took care of it to prevent it from turning into a weapon. Giving away money, I used to persuade myself, preserved the peace. It didn't. As hatred brewed in the walls, it kept the noise level down. At first, boundaries are more audible. After that, there's a silence that nobody can pretend. The communications became slower. Megan shifted her focus to different audiences. Brandon discovered a new hill to lash out against. In their own lives, my parents began to utter little no's that sounded like yes. They began accepting early meals, naps, and pointing out boats with amusing names. No, we can't watch the kids this weekend. No, we can't drive across town to fix your car. After a month, I received a direct message from my 16-year-old niece who is wearing band shirts and has large eyes, saying, "The house is pretty. Grandma looks happy there." She sent me a laughing emoji and said, "Okay." It was a small ceasefire with someone who didn't do anything wrong. I replied back, "Come visit with Grandma's permission. No bookings, just pancakes." I needed to see the home lighted from the inside, so I traveled there last night after a late case. I could see my father reading in his recliner through the glass. The way he sat in our last flat, when the only light we had was the brightness from the TV, glasses slid down his nose. Mom had a puzzle on the table and a blanket on her lap. Under everything like bass, the sound of the ocean crept in. I didn't enter. Standing on the sidewalk, I let the silence to tell me what all of this was about. What I now know is as follows. Love isn't using your body to cover up someone's terrible actions. Because the person generating the turmoil is related to you, it is not applauding chaos. Love is like a home with locks and nice light. When people don't, love is like paper records. Informing your parents to take a break and informing everyone else that I am not their bank, scapegoat, or emergency escape when the fire they start becomes hot is what love is all about. I am their son, a brother who has finally realized that accuracy is appropriate at home, and a guy whose career requires it. My sister is welcome to join our parents in standing on this terrace and taking in the view of the ocean. She doesn't need a business strategy. She may arrive with nothing but an apology and empty hands. She doesn't have to adjust the thermostat to be a family member. And the home remains until then. The locks make a clicking sound. The girls quarrel. When the wind blows in from the bay, the windows sing. My folks breathe easily within. If there is a lesson to be learned, that is it. You shouldn't have to pay for a present. Furthermore, a limit is not inhumane. That's how love maintains its porch light without destroying the neighborhood. After I got LASIK and new clothes, my brother said my new look would upstage the bride at his wedding, so I stayed home. Now they say I'm selfish. I am 30 years old and the oldest of 2 children. My younger brother Lucas, 27, has always been the family favorite. He played football in high school, attended college on a partial sports scholarship, and currently works as a physical therapist. Everyone usually mentions how attractive and pleasant he is. Meanwhile, I've always been the quiet one, concentrating on school, and eventually a profession in accounting. Growing up, I was considered a late bloomer. I wore heavy glasses, had braces for 4 years, and was very uncomfortable socially. I wasn't overweight, just average and nondescript. Kids at school usually ignored me, which was okay because I liked to read. Lucas, on the other hand, has been popular since elementary school. He frequently had people over, attended parties, and began dating in middle school. My parents, Susan, 54, and Richard, 56, never said anything blatantly unpleasant about my appearance, but there was a clear difference in how they treated us. They attended all of Lucas's games and purchased him costly sporting gear. For me, they'd go to parent-teacher conferences where instructors applauded my grades but scarcely mentioned it at home. When Lucas brought home C's, they would applaud his progress. It was not surprising that I brought home A's. The true difficulty began in high school. Lucas began making comments about my appearance, particularly when his buddies were around. He'd recommend contact lenses or inquire why I never wore makeup. At family events, people would always ask Lucas about ladies and sports, followed by questions about my grades and college ambitions. The message was plain. His value stemmed from his attractiveness and social skills. Mine stemmed from being intelligent and responsible. Something happened during my senior year that left me deeply upset. I'd been accepted to a prominent institution on a half scholarship. I was ecstatic and hoped my folks would be proud. When I informed him during dinner, my mother thought it was great and quickly went to Lucas to inquire about his forthcoming prom date. That's when I understood they valued his social life over mine. Achievements College was better for me. I made a few close friends, joined the debate team, and really got into my stride intellectually. I still looked pretty much the same, with spectacles, no cosmetics, and modest attire. I dated briefly, but nothing serious. Lucas attended a state school closer to home and continued to play football. My parents paid him regular visits, but barely saw me twice in 4 years. Following college, I relocated across the nation for a position with a reputable accounting firm. I assumed the distance would benefit our relationship, and for a time, it did. Phone talks were cordial, and when I came home twice a year, everything seemed regular. Then, this summer, Lucas proposed to his college sweetheart, Catherine, a 26-year-old dental hygienist who is blonde and effervescent. Everyone was overjoyed when the couple announced their engagement during a family cookout. My parents immediately started discussing wedding plans and grandkids. I felt truly thrilled for him. However, during that visit, Lucas stated something that concerned me. We were alone in the kitchen when he announced that Catherine's friends would be bridesmaids. Then he stated, I'd probably want to change my appearance before the wedding photographs because Catherine's side would be all suited up. He advised I acquire contact lenses and perhaps have Catherine assist me with cosmetics and clothing shopping. I did not say anything at the time, but it stayed with me. A few months later, my employer offered to pay for LASIK surgery as part of our health insurance. I had been thinking about it for practical reasons, but Lucas's response spurred me to actually do it. The operation went well, and I was able to see properly without glasses for the first time since I was 9 years old. Around the same time, I received a substantial promotion at work. With the increased money, I decided to upgrade my clothing. Instead of simply buying whatever was on sale, I began browsing at finer places and purchasing clothing that truly fit properly. I also began visiting a reputable salon rather than the inexpensive chain stores I had previously frequented. The largest shift occurred 6 months ago. I walked past a high-end salon and decided to stop in for a consultation. The hairdresser looked at my monotonous brown hair and told me I had wonderful bone structure that was disguised. 3 hours later, I walked out with shoulder-length layers and highlights that made my hair appear practically golden in certain lighting. The transformation was astounding. Without glasses, a good haircut, and clothing that fit, I looked radically different. People at work began treating me differently. Not drastically, but I did notice more smiles, small conversation, and invites to after-work parties. I started dating more seriously and have lately begun seeing someone I truly enjoy. The thing is, I haven't seen my family since before all of these events. We video chat periodically, but I generally position the camera so they can't see anything. I planned to surprise them at Lucas's wedding, hoping they'd be pleased to see how well I looked. But then 3 weeks ago, I received a call from my mother. She said Catherine's mother had seen my LinkedIn profile photo, which I had recently updated with a professional headshot. Apparently Catherine's mother showed it to Catherine, who then showed it to Lucas, who informed my parents. My mother was not pleased. She stated I looked radically different, and that it was inappropriate for the groom's sister to upstage the bride. She thought my blonde hair would clash with the wedding colors, and Catherine was concerned about the photographs. Then she mentioned something that really hit home for me. I was definitely going through a phase and attempting to be someone I wasn't. Lucas phoned me the next day. He stated he understood that I wanted to look well for his wedding, but I had gone too far. He stated that Catherine was concerned about me stealing attention away from her, especially because some of her family would be seeing me for the first time and would assume I was competing with the bride. He requested me to tint my hair brown again before the wedding, and to tone down my makeup and clothing. He stated Catherine valued family photographs and that my new look was too distracting. I was astonished. I was feeling the most confident I'd ever been, and my family was urging me to change back because I might appear too nice at the wedding. I informed Lucas that I would not modify my looks for anybody, and that if Catherine felt intimidated by how I appeared, it was her issue. The conversation became heated. Lucas accused me of being self-centered and that I had always envied his relationship with Catherine. He said that I had been silent and uneasy during their engagement celebration, which was not true. I had just become exhausted from traveling. He said I was finally getting attention from males, and it was getting to my head. That truly stung. I explained to him that I had made these changes for myself, not to compete with anyone. I stated that I was weary of being treated as the ugly sister who should be grateful for any attention. Lucas stated that this was not how people perceived me, but that families made concessions for significant events. My folks contacted me on speakerphone a few days later. They stated they understood my need to appear great, but that I should examine the broader picture. My mother stated that in wedding photographs the bride should be the main focus, and that my significant change in look would be disturbing. My father told me I could go back to blonde after the wedding if I truly wanted to. They also advised that I wear a more conservative dress than the one I had chosen. I purchased a navy blue dress that was not exposing at all, but rather nicely fitting. However, my mother stated that Catherine believed it could be too form-fitting for family portraits. I felt like I was back in high school, being told to reduce myself so Lucas could shine. The message was plain. I was meant to be the plain, quiet sister who fit into the background, and straying beyond that position seemed terrible. I told them I wasn't altering anything about my looks, and that if Catherine was so concerned about her own wedding that she couldn't take her prospective sister-in-law looking lovely, she should rethink marrying. That did not go over well. My mother thought I was being unkind, and Catherine was only trying to make her wedding day perfect. She said that every bride deserved to be the focus of attention on her wedding day, and that I was being intentionally difficult. My family has scarcely spoken to me in the 3 weeks since the wedding. Lucas texted me that if I showed there looking like I do now, I'd be generating unneeded trouble on a special occasion. My mother left a message warning me that if I don't honor the bride's desires, Catherine's family will think less of our family. The fact is, I'm not trying to overshadow anyone. I just want to look like myself. The greatest version of me. I worked hard to enhance my beauty and confidence, and now I'm told to suppress it because it makes others uncomfortable. I'm starting to wonder whether I should miss the wedding entirely. Part of me believes that if my own family isn't thrilled that I'm finally feeling good about myself, they may not deserve to have me around at all. So, am I being unreasonable in refusing to modify my looks for my brother's wedding, or are they asking me to make myself seem worse, merely to make the bride happy? Update 1. I didn't anticipate my post to receive so much attention, so thank you to everyone who responded. The remarks helped me view the problem more clearly. A lot has transpired since I last updated, and things are worse than I expected. First, I should state that I have resolved not to modify anything about my looks. The responses convinced me that my family's request was absurd and that I had every right to dress whatever I wanted during the wedding. But then, approximately a week after I posted, something happened that entirely shifted my perspective on the problem. Lucas's best buddy from college, Ryan, 27, contacted me via social media. We had met a few times over the years but never truly chatted one-on-one. He explained that he needed to tell me something important and asked if we could speak quietly. We ended up having a video conversation, and what he said shocked me. Catherine had apparently been making comments about me for months prior to seeing my new profile photo. Ryan stated that at Lucas and Catherine's engagement party last year, she made repeated remarks about how relieved Lucas's sister was not competing for attention. She clearly stated that I was plain and would not overshadow her during the wedding. But Ryan claimed that things became worse after that. Catherine supposedly spent a big chunk of the evening discussing wedding plans and said that she was happy the photographs will be gorgeous because the wedding party was all attractive individuals, unlike the groom's family. When asked what she meant, she said that Lucas's sister was uncomfortable and unfashionable, but she would blend in. Ryan stated that he had wanted to say anything at the time, but did not want to make any trouble. However, after my parents supposedly phoned Lucas in a panic over my new look, Catherine's response was so strong that Ryan felt compelled to reach out. Ryan characterized Catherine's reaction to my LinkedIn photo as a full meltdown. She called me various insults that I would not mention here, and she refused to let me look better than her bridesmaids. She insisted that Lucas instruct me to change everything back, and when he appeared uncertain, she threatened to postpone the wedding. Ryan claims Catherine spent the whole evening at their apartment combing through my social media sites and showing Lucas images, pointing out how different I appeared and arguing it was deliberate sabotage. She supposedly claimed I was envious of their connection and was attempting to spoil her special day. What truly struck me was what Ryan said next. He informed me that Catherine had persuaded Lucas that I had always been envious of him. Going back to childhood, she seems to have reframed every encounter we'd ever had as me being envious of his success and notoriety. She informed him that making these modifications shortly before the wedding showed that I couldn't abide seeing him happy. The toughest thing was discovering that my parents evidently agreed with Catherine's perspective. Ryan claimed that when Lucas phoned regarding my new appearance, they instantly agreed with Catherine and began discussing how I had always been difficult and jealous as a youngster. Ryan apologized for not speaking out sooner, but he'd finally realized he couldn't keep watching this happen. He said he had known our family for years via Lucas, and that the way they were talking about me was extremely unjust. This talk with Ryan helped me realize that the issue was more than just my appearance at the wedding. My family, led by Catherine, had allegedly been talking about me for months, as if I were some kind of envious, difficult person. They had transformed my good life improvements into proof of character defects. I was very startled. I'd always knew I wasn't the favored child, but I had no idea they deliberately saw me as a nasty person. The thought that they'd been discussing my alleged jealousy and issues behind my back for months was tough to accept. After speaking with Ryan, I decided to phone Lucas personally. I made no mention of Ryan, but I did ask him directly whether he believed I was attempting to spoil his wedding by enhancing my looks. The conversation did not go well. Lucas quickly became defensive, claiming that I was constantly making everything about me. He said that I'd been aloof and strange during family gatherings for years, and that my abrupt metamorphosis was clearly related to his wedding because the timing was unusual. When I tried to explain that my adjustments had nothing to do with him, he cut me off and declared that everything revolved around me as the victim. He said Catherine had helped him identify trends in my conduct that he had been ignoring for years. That's when I understood Catherine had done more than simply affect his impression of my beauty. She had evidently persuaded him to rewrite our whole brother relationship via her perspective. I asked him for specific instances of times when I was jealous or unpleasant, and he failed to come up with anything tangible. He commented that I had been silent throughout their engagement announcement, which I stated was due to my tiredness from flying. He said I never appeared enthused about their relationship, which was false. I had merely been preoccupied with my own life. The longer we chatted, it became evident that Lucas had entirely accepted Catherine's story about me. In his opinion, I was the envious sister who had always despised his happiness and was now attempting to take attention at his wedding. I closed the call by telling him that I was saddened by how he and Catherine were talking about me, and that I wasn't trying to make trouble. I said that I merely wanted to attend his wedding looking like myself, and that if that was too intimidating, I shouldn't come at all. Lucas said that it was probably better if I didn't regard the bride's sentiments. So, with the wedding next week, I plan to stay at home. I've already informed my parents that I won't be attending, and they were relieved rather than sad. The entire event has made me understand that my family's perception of me differs greatly from how I see myself. They seem to perceive me as envious, difficult, and attention-seeking. While I've always tried to be helpful and out of the way, I'm not sure what happens next with my family. But for now, I need some space from them all. Update 2. The wedding occurred 2 weeks ago, and the aftermath has been much more dramatic than I anticipated. I did not attend, as I said in my last report. Instead, I spent the weekend in a spa facility approximately 2 hours away from my city. I turned off my phone and focused on resting and absorbing what had transpired. When I finally checked my messages Sunday evening, I saw dozens of missed calls and texts from various family members and friends. At first, I assumed something dreadful had occurred, but as I went through the texts, I discovered the drama was all about me not being present. Apparently, numerous relatives wondered where I was throughout the reception. My parents had informed others that I was unwell, but my Aunt Tina, my father's sister, knew I lived close and offered to check on me. Tina became skeptical and began to ask additional questions when my parents indicated it wasn't necessary. The truth came out when one of Lucas's college acquaintances, who was aware of the situation, told another relative that I had opted not to attend due to concerns about my looks. Word went rapidly across the family, and by the conclusion of the reception, most people were aware that there had been some sort of family drama involving me and Catherine. My Aunt Tina contacted me on Monday morning. She was unhappy because no one had informed her what was actually going on, and she wanted to hear my side of things. I told her the basic facts. Catherine and my family had requested me to modify my look for the wedding, and I had opted not to go rather than cause complications. Tina was infuriated. She claimed she had observed my parents treating Lucas and me differently over the years, but she had no idea it had become that terrible. She thought the concept of expecting me to make myself appear bad for someone else's wedding was ludicrous. I didn't anticipate Tina to contact my parents and tell them what was on her mind. She allegedly told them that they should be ashamed of themselves for supporting Catherine over their own daughter, and that missing their child's wedding for something so trivial would be something they'd regret forever. This resulted in a heated family quarrel. My parents contacted me Wednesday night, and they were both angry. They said Tina had no right to be engaged in our family affairs, and that I was causing issues by discussing private topics with cousins. My mother claimed I had humiliated them by not coming up, and Catherine's family was curious as to why the groom's sister was not at the wedding. She stated that people were beginning to believe there was something really wrong with our family. My father told me that I had been selfish, and that missing Lucas's wedding was something I would never be able to undo. He stated that whatever difficulties I had with Catherine could have been resolved after the wedding, but that I had chosen to make a statement rather than be present for my brother. When I said that they had chosen Catherine's sentiments over mine months before the wedding, the conversation became quite heated. My mother replied it wasn't true and that they were only trying to preserve the peace. I asked her why it always appeared like preserving the peace meant giving up what I wanted. And she said that was ludicrous. But when I asked her to think of a single instance where they had asked Lucas to compromise for my sake, she couldn't come up with one. That's when my father said something incredibly hurtful. He said that I was always troublesome, and that they had spent years walking on eggshells around me. He stated, Lucas was simple to please and appreciative for what he had, but I was constantly seeking reasons to be dissatisfied. I was astonished. I asked him if I'd ever been difficult or ungrateful, and he answered it was simply my overall attitude over time. When I probed for details, he remarked that I'd been silent and introverted at family gatherings, and that I'd never seemed enthusiastic about family news or events. I discovered my parents had entirely changed our family history. In their eyes, I was suddenly the problem kid who had always been difficult to deal with, despite the fact that I had never created any significant difficulty, had performed well in school, and had developed a successful profession. The meeting concluded with them telling me that if I wanted to be a member of the family, I needed to apologize to Lucas and Catherine for skipping the wedding and causing trouble. I have not made that apology, and I do not intend to. But the scenario became increasingly odd last week. Lucas called, and I almost did not answer. When I did, he sounded different from our prior calls, less furious and more perplexed. He said that he and Catherine had returned from their honeymoon, and that there had been some concerns during the trip that prompted him to contact me. Apparently, Catherine kept bringing up the wedding on their honeymoon, emphasizing how grateful she was that I hadn't been present to cause difficulties. Lucas admitted that he first agreed with her, but she refused to let the issue go. According to Lucas, Catherine spent a good chunk of their honeymoon discussing about me and evaluating my reasons. She seemed to have theories about why I had changed my look, why I had skipped the wedding, and what I could do next to attract attention. Lucas stated that by the conclusion of the vacation, he was weary of talking about me and preferred to focus on their new marriage. But whenever he attempted to change the subject, Catherine would bring it back to the drama with me and how it had damaged her wedding day. He stated something snapped for him when Catherine mentioned how my absence was most likely planned to create maximum drama and have people talking about me rather than celebrating their marriage. Lucas recognized Catherine seemed to think more about me than I did about her, and that the preoccupation might not be coming from my end. Lucas questioned me directly whether I had skipped the wedding to hurt him or get attention. I told him honestly that I just wanted to avoid making things worse and that I believed my absence would be more convenient for everyone than my presence. He remained silent for a long time before expressing concern that things had gotten out of control. He said that he was beginning to think Catherine's reservations about my looks were overstated, and that he wished we had all handled the matter better. But then he said something that made me think he still wasn't sure what had happened. He expressed optimism that we could move on from this, and that I would make an effort to get along with Catherine in the future. I informed him that I'd never had a bad relationship with Catherine, and that she'd obviously been making disparaging remarks about me for months before I realized there was an issue. I explained that the problem wasn't that I didn't get along with her, but that she refused to accept that I may look different than before. Lucas appeared astonished by this, which made me believe Catherine's concerns to him were likely more subtle than Ryan had stated. Lucas finished the call by expressing he wanted to sort things out, but it would take time, and Catherine was still unhappy about what had transpired. I told him I wasn't going to apologize for how I looked or for skipping a wedding where I wasn't really welcome, but I hoped things would get better between us someday. Right now, I'm not sure what will happen next with my family. Lucas seemed to be realizing that the matter may be more complicated than he first assumed, but my parents are steadfast in their belief that I am the tough one who caused difficulties. I'm not expecting any significant changes in how people perceive me, but at least I now have a better understanding of where I stand with each of them. Update 3. I wasn't planned on posting another update, but so much has transpired that I thought people would be interested in knowing how things ended. The most significant development is that Lucas and Catherine are experiencing major marital troubles, which are linked to the overall situation with me and the wedding. Lucas contacted me around 3 weeks ago and asked if we might meet in person the next time I was home. I told him I wasn't planning any travels home soon, but we could video chat if he wanted to talk. What he told me during that call was rather eye-opening. Catherine's fascination with me seems to have continued after their honeymoon. She's been bringing me up on a daily basis, evaluating my social media postings and guessing on the reasons behind my different life decisions. Lucas stated that Catherine had been monitoring my LinkedIn profile regularly to see whether I had changed my photo or work information. She'd also been stalking my little social media presence, commenting on whatever I posted, even if it was as insignificant as a snapshot of a book I was reading or a restaurant I frequented. The breaking point came when I shared a photo from a business conference I had attended. It was just a professional snapshot of me with some coworkers, but Catherine noticed it and spent the entire evening telling Lucas how I was definitely attempting to flaunt my new look and attract the attention of males at work. Lucas claimed he eventually informed her that her continual emphasis on me was causing a problem in their marriage and that she should think about why she was so concerned about what I was doing with my life. That resulted in a heated argument in which Catherine accused Lucas of siding with me against her. She said that despite having skipped the ceremony, I was still attempting to interfere with their marriage, and that Lucas was being naive about my intentions. Lucas stated that this was the point at which he understood Catherine's troubles with me went much beyond her wedding fears. He began to pay attention to how she spoke about other women in general, and he realized that she frequently made disparaging remarks about female colleagues, his friends' girlfriends, and even strangers we encountered while out together. Around the same time, Ryan, Lucas's buddy who had first contacted me, appears to have had another conversation with Lucas. Ryan informed him of some more statements Catherine had made about me that he had not previously discussed, including her statement that I was probably envious of their relationship since I couldn't find a steady boyfriend myself. Ryan was unaware that I had been in a relationship for some months at that point. When Lucas conveyed this to Catherine and suggested that she had been mistaken about my goals, Catherine became enraged and claimed that I was probably making up the boyfriend for attention. Lucas saw a trend of Catherine thinking the worst about others, especially other women, and refusing to accept the possibility that she was mistaken about their goals. The matter escalated 2 weeks ago when Catherine learned that I had been promoted at work. My employer had made a notice on its website, and Catherine spotted it. She showed it to Lucas and said I was obviously attempting to make them appear terrible by being more successful than they were. Lucas stated he'd had enough. He informed Catherine that my professional success had nothing to do with their marriage, and that her obsessive concentration on me was harmful and destructive to their relationship. Catherine did not take it well. According to Lucas, she stated that if he couldn't see how I was attempting to mislead and harm their family, he might not be the guy she believed she married. She said I had been playing games for years and that Lucas was falling for my ruse. Lucas stated that the chat made him understand that Catherine had developed a complete dream about me as this manipulative person who was covertly scheming against them. He began to reflect on what she had said about me over the months, realizing that the majority of her proof for my alleged jealousy and manipulation was simply me going about my usual life. He stated he attempted to get Catherine to try couples therapy to help her overcome her fixation with me, but she refused. She stated that the issue was not her reaction to my conduct, but my behavior itself, and that therapy would be ineffective unless I admitted what I was doing wrong. So Lucas and Catherine are now separated. She went back home with her parents last week, and Lucas believes they will divorce. He phoned to apologize for not seeing things clearly previously. He said he got caught up in Catherine's account of events and hadn't considered if her interpretation of my actions made sense. Lucas said that Catherine had asked our family to control me rather than deal with her own insecurities, and that everyone had agreed since it looked simpler than questioning her. He also claimed to have spoken with our parents and attempted to persuade them that they had handled the problem incorrectly. According to Lucas, they are still somewhat protective about their behavior, but they are beginning to see that pressuring me to modify my look was definitely a mistake. My parents haven't contacted me personally yet, but Lucas suggested they may. He stated they looked ashamed by how things had turned out, especially now that it was evident Catherine's fears about me were exaggerations. In terms of my connection with Lucas, we've begun to communicate more frequently, and things are gradually improving. He expressed his desire to mend our connection and apologized for allowing Catherine's thoughts to affect how he perceived me. I accepted his apologies, but I also informed him that the incident had taught me how easily my family might turn against me. I expressed worry that none of them had questioned Catherine's assessment of my conduct or examined whether she was the one with a problem. Lucas agreed that this was reasonable and understood why I would not trust the family's judgment in the future. Right now, I'm keeping my distance from my parents until they're ready to have an open discussion about how they handled the situation. I'm not upset with them, but I also don't want to pretend everything is okay when it isn't. As for Catherine, I have no desire to be in a relationship with her, and I doubt she will be in my life for much longer. The entire experience has taught me that family members may choose to perceive you in whichever manner is most comfortable for them, regardless of fact. It's disheartening to discover that my parents and Lucas were so eager to accept a negative interpretation of my behavior, but it's also liberating to stop attempting to control their opinions. I'm focused on my profession, my relationship, and the family members who know me well enough to give me the benefit of the doubt. Life is too short to try to convince others that you are not the evil they have made you out to be. Think for yourself, my brother shouted while my parents giggled. We expect you to come back. After 7 months of abandonment, they start crawling back. My relatives, who were meant to protect me, left me for dead at a Wyoming service station. They laughed at the trick, which toughened me. But their laughter faded in my rearview mirror, and I never glanced back. Not for 18 long years. Mirror here, and that treachery shaped my future. The family that left me that day found me, but I was changed. Not simply my tale. It shows how being abandoned helped me find myself. Let's begin. The Reynolds family taught you strong skin early on. Clara and Georg, my parents, believed in toughening up their kids with jokes, which felt more like emotional warfare. My brothers Lucas and Max were ideal apprentices. In my family, someone had to be the target, and it was usually me. We have family photos of celebrations that were humiliating. On my 12th birthday they convinced me no one was coming, then surprised me after hours of crying. At my middle school graduation, they claimed to forget and arrived late. My date got the wrong address at high school prom. Every incident ended with the same angry chorus. Mom's cruelty was subtler and sharper. In my teens, she gave me backhanded comments about my beauty. That dress would look beautiful on you if you lost 15 pounds. Your face would be pretty if you smiled more and fixed your skin. However, Dad laughed loudest when Lucas or Max pranked me. Lucas, 34, the oldest, was groomed to lead Dad's insurance firm. Max, 33, marketed. Both bought our parents' misguided belief that emotional pain connected families. Our dinners often featured vivid descriptions of their latest amusing trick on a coworker or buddy. I graduated college with a graphic design degree 2 weeks before our fateful Colorado trip. Without saying so, I was expected to create the family business's marketing materials and websites. While living in Chicago, I had mentioned applying to creative agencies, but my parents declined. You can do your little art projects for the company, Mom suggested at my graduation supper. It'll be so much more stable than trying to make it on your own. College left me with student loans, and my parents kept me dependent by paying for my apartment, but reminding me that they could take it away if I wasn't grateful. The Colorado trip was supposed to be a graduation celebration, a week in a rented cabin near Rocky Mountain National Park. From the moment we piled into our family SUV, the air was thick with tension. Did you remember to pack a brain this time, Mira? Max laughed as I packed. Remember when she forgot her swimwear in Florida? I was 16 when they refused to stop so I could buy a new one and teased me for sitting on the beach completely dressed for 3 days. The first day of driving was the same. Lucas hid my phone, watching me stress, before discovering it in his pocket. Dad took a deliberate detour and blamed my map reading skills. Small cruelties I'd learned to expect, but still couldn't get used to. That night in a Nebraska hotel, I overheard them through the adjoining door. She's too sensitive, Mom said. If she doesn't toughen up, the world will kill her. I went to bed with a knot in my stomach, trying to be cheerful. Just 4 more days, I told myself. Then I can focus on job applications and start constructing my own life. We entered Wyoming around noon on the second day, which started with an unusually pleasant atmosphere. Looking back, I should have known it was the calm before the storm. The family being nice was always a prelude to a cruel prank. We need to fill up, Dad said as we approached Peeneridge, a small town with a small convenience store on the edge surrounded by open land. I'm going to use the restroom and grab some snacks, I told them as Dad pumped gas. Anyone want anything? Lucas whispered. Get me a Coke, while Max added, grab me some beef jerky. Mom just shook her head, reapplying her lipstick. I used the restroom and picked out food inside. The store was empty save for the cashier, a 40-year-old woman with friendly eyes and a Sophie name tag. Sophie questioned as she handed me my change. Yeah, heading to Colorado for vacation, I said with a smile. Well, enjoy your trip, she said. My final normal moment before everything changed. I pushed open the parking lot door, juggling the snacks, and stopped dead. Our SUV was missing. I blinked, thinking I'd gotten turned around, but a quick scan of the lot confirmed the impossible. My family was gone. I thought Dad had moved the car to the air pump or another part of the station. Nothing. They probably just went up the street to that sandwich place I saw on the way in, I reasoned aloud, feeling terrible. I dialed Dad, Mom, and Lucas. Max answered on the 4th ring. You guys where? Oh, we're about 25 meters down the road now, he remarked, laughing. What? Panicked, I said. Let's see if she can make it back on her own. Lucas yelled, then laughed. Max, this isn't funny. Tell Dad to turn around now. I was pacing, my heart beating. Check your messages, he added before hanging up. Lucas had sent me a snapshot of them in the car laughing widely with the comment, "Survival of the fittest, sis. Look for home." I called back immediately. Mom, voicemail. Father, voicemail. Voicemail, Lucas. I stood in the parking lot, the Wyoming heat pounding down on me, as the reality dawned on me. They had left me purposefully in a town I'd never heard of, in a state I knew no one, with just my handbag and clothing on my back. I checked my wallet, $50 in cash, my debit card with maybe a couple hundred, and my ID. My suitcase, all my clothes and toiletries, was in the trunk of their SUV. My phone battery was at 18%. As the afternoon went on, I sat on the curb outside the gas station, cycling through disbelief, panic, and then rage. Instead, I received a group chat photo of them at a restaurant with the caption, "Wonder if Mira found dinner." LOL. Sophie cautiously approached me after her shift. "Honey, you've been sitting here for 3 hours. Are you okay?" This simple question shattered the dam. I cried and told my position. "Your family left you here on purpose." We were both shocked. "They think it's humorous," I wiped my eyes. "A character-building exercise. They've done this before, but never this badly. Have anyone you can call? Friends from home? Last month my best friend moved to California. I don't know anyone who could drive all the way out here." Night fell, the temperature dropped with the sun, and my phone battery was at 8%. I had one more call. My family had isolated me, preventing close friendships and making me dependent on them. Dad replied unexpectedly. "Has your lesson been learned?" He inquired directly. "What's lesson?" In tears I said, "That I can't trust my own family. Be less theatrical. Think for yourself. Call us when you get back to Chicago," he stated coldly. "With no money and nowhere to stay, how can I accomplish that?" I demanded. "You're smart, girl. Get creative." He hung up. I stared at my phone in disbelief as my mother left one last message. "Mira, this is for your own good. You must become independent." My phone died. Sophie was fed up. "A friend leases a room in her house. Isabella, she is. Let me call her for you." As night fell over Pine Ridge, Wyoming, I had to decide whether to try to return to my abandoned friends or start a new life. Isabella was a silver-haired woman in her 60s who lived in a small yellow house 3 blocks from the main street. Her spare room was simple, a twin bed, dresser and little desk, but clean and safer than any other choice I imagined during my terrified afternoon. Isabella told me, "Sophie explained your situation. You can stay here tonight and we'll figure out next steps in the morning." She gave me a nightgown and some basic amenities. I cried till I couldn't. Part of me anticipated to wake up to remorseful texts or missed calls from my family, realizing they'd gone too far. Morning brought no relief. Isabella gave me her landline to phone my parents, which I still knew by heart. No answer. I tried the family business line, but the receptionist stated my dad and brothers were in a conference and took a message. They never called back. "I need to charge my phone and check my bank account," I informed Isabella over her basic meal. "I need to figure out how to get back to Chicago." When I got my phone operating again, the messages reinforced what I was already accepting. This farce wouldn't stop soon. Day 2 of Mira's epic voyage. Lucas texts with a photo of them trekking in Colorado. "Have you started hitchhiking?" From Max. The worst. From my father. "Called your apartment management. Your rent isn't paid while you figure this out. Consider motive." My mother said, "Honey, this is rough love. Later, you'll thank us." My bank account showed $25,000. Not enough for a bus ticket back to Chicago, let alone first and last month's rent on a new place. Isabella spotted me on the front steps staring at my phone blankly. "Bad news?" she asked gently. "They're not coming back," I murmured, hollowly. "They stopped paying for my flat. I have no home." Isabella's look indicated resolve, not sympathy. "You stay here until you decide what to do. The room costs $300 a month, but you can work in my bookstore to pay it until you get going. Main Street pages and poems. Some days a week I need support. It pays little, but it's something." She showed me her charming 30-year-old bookstore that afternoon, but it had antiquated signage and a barely functional website she'd paid a nephew to develop. I also need a job that pays actual money, I said, for food and saving up to figure out what's next. Next day I applied at every business in downtown Pine Ridge. By sunset, I had a waitressing job at the Pinewood Diner, working the breakfast and lunch shifts 6 days a week. My first week was exhausting and full of crying fits. I worked from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., took a break, and then helped Isabella at the bookstore until closing. I checked my phone every night, and my family's texts got more irregular and less remorseful, still waiting for that call saying, "You've made it home." My dad texted on day 5. By the 3rd week, they stopped messaging. One day my diner co-worker Anya, 27, a single mother working 2 jobs, saw me crying in the break room. She recognized the face of someone frustrated. "Family issues?" she asked, sitting alongside me, and I spilled my story. After I finished, Anya was quiet for a while, then she said something that transformed my perspective. "Sounds like they did you a favor by leaving you here." "What?" "Mira, those aren't pranks. That's abuse. This is your chance to live without it." I decided that night. I was going to stay in Pine Ridge, at least for now. The next day, I used the bookstore's computer to email my college professors, explaining my situation and asking for references. I made a new email address my family didn't know and researched how to replace my ID documents, which were in my Chicago apartment. "You design well, right?" Isabella approached me one evening as we closed the business. "It needs new flyers and social media help." Isabella was excited when I developed a modern flyer for an author event using my degree. "You should meet Theo," she remarked. "He performs web development for local businesses. Your expertise may be needed by him." Theo, a bearded 30-year-old who worked remotely for tech companies, liked my college portfolio and nodded. "I could use someone to handle the visual side of some client projects," he said. "I'm terrible at anything requiring artistic talent. Along the way, learn coding? May boost your marketability." I felt hope for the first time since being abandoned. Hope for survival and building something meaningful. My family had thrown me away, expecting me to come crawling back. Instead, I was finding my footing on my own. My mother sent me a final text as my first month in Pine Ridge ended. "This quiet is childish. Call us when you're older, Mira." The downtown of Pine Ridge had 4 blocks of businesses, with the Pinewood Diner at one end and Pages and Poems bookstore at the other. I blocked their numbers one by one and focused on the future. I became a neighborhood fixture after working at both businesses. People stopped asking whether I was just passing through and started greeting me by name. I ran down Main Street from the diner to the bookshop repeating this song. My first project was Isabella's bookstore website. Theo helped me rebuild it from scratch in the evenings, including an online ordering system and a clean modern design that promoted forthcoming events and local author spotlights. "This is incredible," Isabella said when I showed the final site. "Business is up 15% since you put those event posters in the window, and this will help even more." Theo was impressed too. His 3rd coding session. "You've got a natural talent for UI design," he said. "You're picking this up faster than most of my clients ever do." Anya introduced me to her friends at the cafe, other young people who had grown up in Pine Ridge or moved there for affordable housing and camaraderie. For the first time, I was building true connections with people who liked me for who I was, not what I could do for them or entertain them at my expense. The 2nd month in town, my Chicago landlord emailed me about my intentions for my stuff. I'd skipped 3 months of rent and they needed to vacate the apartment. "I can't afford to come get anything," I said. "Please donate whatever's useful and dispose of the rest." It was hard to send the email, but it was also liberating. My family had always given me things with strings attached that reminded me to be grateful. New beginnings promised liberation from gratitude debts. Theo introduced me to a neighboring small business owner who needed logo design and marketing materials. It was my first freelance customer, and while the pay was low, the sense of accomplishment was huge. "You should think about growing this into something genuine," Theo said over coffee one morning. "Tiny businesses need a good design studio within 100 miles. All of them are seeking to build online presences without necessary capabilities." Idea took root. By my 4th month in Pine Ridge, I had 3 regular freelance clients and worked at the diner and bookstore. I'd saved enough to move out of Isabella's spare room and into a tiny 350 square foot studio apartment above the hardware store on Main Street. It was my first space without my family's approval. I gave myself a small potted succulent on the ledge as a housewarming gift the morning I moved in. "This is the first day of your new life," I said. "No more looking back." I answered a strange Chicago number that afternoon, thinking it was regarding my former apartment. "Hi Mira, Lucas. Keep talking." My phone holding hand tensed. You want what? We're worried about you, he added, unusually serious. 4 months. The joke ends. Joke? I was energized by the word. You left me in another state with no money or route home. You disconnected my flat. Not a joke. What cruelty. Come on. We expected you to return within a week. We assumed you were stubborn when you didn't call. I'm not coming back, Lucas, I responded. I've started over. Stop being silly. How are you making money? Where do you live? He was familiarly condescending, which increased my determination. I have 2 jobs and freelance design clients. My own apartment. I'm okay without you. The silence was long. Mom and Dad want to talk to you. I won't talk to them or you. Don't call again. I hung up and blocked the number, then shook with wrath and pride on my new second-hand couch. Over the next few months they tried to reach me via email from new addresses, calls from different numbers, and even a letter to the diner after someone apparently told them where I worked. I ignored them all. After 7 months, I had enough clients to quit the diner and focus on design and helping Isabella with the bookstore. Theo handled web development, and I managed design for joint clients. You know what to do? As we finished a customer project one evening, Theo commented. Business name registration. Make it official. The next day, I filed the paperwork for New Horizon Design Studio. As my first year in Peerage approached, I realized how much my life had changed. The scared, stranded young woman crying outside a gas station was now a business owner with friends, colleagues, and a community that valued her. The family that had abandoned me had given me the push I needed to find my strength. Isabella hosted a small gathering at the bookstore to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of my redesigned website and my year in Peerage. I looked around at the faces of my unchosen family, Anya with her young son, Theo, the bookstore customers who had become friends, and Sophie from the gas station. I realized I had formed a circle of genuine connection based on mutual respect rather than power and shame, something my biological family never gave me. To new beginnings, Isabella toasted, raising her sparkling cider. And to finding home, I said, in the place you least expected. My design business grew enough to go to adjacent towns to meet with larger clients 2 years after being abandoned in Peerage. During a trip to Denver, I was seated in a coffee shop near the 16th Street Mall ready for a client appointment when a familiar voice pierced through the noise. Mira, are you? I looked up and saw my brother Lucas in a business suit, clearly in Denver for work, just 3 feet away, looking shocked and disbelieving. Mira, I said more steadily than I felt. Holy. It is you. Unprompted, he took the chair across from me. We've been looking for you for over a year. I wasn't lost, I said, closing my laptop. I chose to stay away. Lucas examined my professional dress, portfolio near my PC, and confidence. You look different. I am different. I sipped my coffee to hide my fingers quivering. Why are you in Denver? Conference on insurance. Dad and I present tomorrow. He leaned forward. Mira, return home. This has lasted enough. Lucas, this isn't a standoff. Now this is my life. My Wyoming business, clients and friends. He scoffed. Come on, Wyoming. His dismissive tone revived fury. The place you all left me for, Dad. Be less theatrical. You had your phone and money. I had $50 and a phone that died the day you abandoned me, I stated bluntly. You shut off my apartment. I was left with nothing. Lucas was polite to look uncomfortable. Things got out of hand. We expected you to return within a week. Dad thought you were staying with a buddy teaching us a lesson when you didn't call. 7 months passed before we knew you weren't coming back. You searched for me out of concern. Skepticism was evident in my voice. Mom was unwell and worried. She was restless. Strange. Since she texted me that abandoning me was tough love and I should grow up. Sighing, Lucas asked, Restart? The family misses you. Dad's retiring next year and he wants to make amends before he does. Make apologies. I laughed briefly. For a lifetime of humiliation disguised as humor and desertion, how will he do that? Just visit again. See all. Mira. They've changed. Years of hidden hurt, hatred and betrayal surfaced. Lucas. They're unchanged. And neither have you. You're sitting in another state attempting to convince me that intentionally leaving your sister stranded was appropriate, and that I should forgive and forget because it's convenient for everyone. My voice rose and neighboring people looked at us, but I didn't care. Do you know what it felt like to stand in that parking lot knowing my family had discarded me? Watching those texts joke about finding dinner while I worried about where to sleep? Lucas grew stern. Keep your voice down. You're making a scene. A scene. You're worried about that? Standing, I gathered my things. This conversation is over. Lucas grabbed my wrist. You can't leave. The family is unwell and worried. What do people think occurred to you? Some say you had a breakdown and live on the streets. Do you want people to think that? Pulling my arm free. I don't care what others think. I want a life without being belittled and controlled by those who love me. You always were too sensitive, Lucas shouted, losing his friendliness. We had to toughen you up. You break at mild criticism. Criticism? Now I was almost shouting. Call abandonment criticism? Toughening a fearful girl by teasing her? Lucas said, if you don't return home freely, I'll tell everyone what actually occurred. How you had a meltdown over a stupid joke and ran away from your family. How you've hid, avoiding your dying father's reconciliation attempts. Dad is dying. Concern overcame my fury as Lucas's hesitancy revealed everything. Not in good health, he added. You're lying again. I shook my head. Goodbye, Lucas. Lucas called me as I left the coffee shop. It's not over, Mira. Your family deserves to know where you are. The encounter had ripped open wounds I thought had healed, but it also crystallized something important. I wasn't the one who needed to apologize or make amends or do something unforgivable. Lucas now knew I was in Wyoming, and he could easily figure out which town I was in if he asked around. The next morning, I went to Isabella's house and told her about Lucas's threats and my fears that my family might try to intrude on my life. They can try, Isabella insisted. Mira, this is your home. We support you. Isabella, Theo, Anya, and a few others were my closest friends that afternoon when I told them the complete story of my family's violence and abandonment. If any of you get calls or questions from people looking for me, now you know the truth, I say. These people sound toxic as hell, Anya squeezed my hand. We won't let them near you if you don't want to see them. Their support bolstered my resolve. I returned to my flat and sent a long email to my parents and brothers, my first in 2 years. I'm safe and successful, I wrote. I established a life sans your abuse and manipulation. I oppose reconciliation. I refuse touch. Trying to get back into my life will result in legal action. Not negotiable. After sending, I banned their emails again. That night, lying awake in my apartment, I realized that the painful encounter with Lucas had given me certainty. There was no question of whether I had overreacted or whether my family had changed. They were who they always were, and so was I, except stronger, strong enough to leave unhealthy relationships, even with those who were supposed to love me most, and construct my own life. Next morning, I woke up with clarity I hadn't felt since being abandoned. I opened my laptop and started designing a new logo for New Horizon Design Studio that reflected a business and personal transformation. I was defined by what I made from the wreckage, not what happened to me. 5 years after my family left me in Wyoming, I watched my staff of 12 work on projects for clients in 3 states at New Horizon Design Agency's freshly expanded headquarters. Our offices occupied the entire second floor of a renovated historic building on Pineriage's Main Street, a far cry from my early days working from a corner of Isabella's bookstore. We specialized in branding and digital presence for small to mid-sized companies in the Mountain West region. The exposed brick walls had framed some of our best work, and the enormous windows overlooked my hometown. The Denver client just signed off on the final designs, said Megan, my first full-time creative director. They want to talk about Phase 2 next month. That's our 3rd major contract this quarter, I said, proud. Schedule a meeting, and let's brainstorm expanded services we can offer them. Sam, the community college professor I'd been dating for 2 years, texted me. We met when he walked into Pages and Poems seeking for local history books for his course. Isabella introduced us, and after months of pleasant discussions that grew into something more, we were inseparable. Dinner at 7, I'm making your favorite spaghetti, read his message. Can't wait, I said. Bringing dessert. By 33 my life seemed true and important, and my closest friends were family. Felix, Anya's son, nicknamed me Auntie Mira, and Isabella was my dream mother. Both Theo and I had professional partnerships that matched our skills, and our businesses often collaborated on larger projects. 3 months ago, Sam and I had bought a tiny house on the edge of town, a quaint craftsman with a studio where I could work from home, and a garden that was slowly growing under our unskilled but eager care. I received an odd call while closing up the office that evening. Unknown calls usually go to voicemail, but we had numerous new client prospects, so I responded. Is Mira Reynolds of New Horizon Design? Female voice inquired. Yes, it is. How can I assist? My name is Jennifer Atkins. I edit Business West, a feature on women entrepreneurs who've developed profitable businesses in unexpected areas. Your agency was recommended to us multiple times during our research. A 4-page piece in the magazine 3 months later included images of our workplace, my crew, and me proudly presenting the business I'd developed from nothing. The article described a young designer who went to a small Wyoming town and saw a demand for professional design services in remote areas. The magazine only covered the basics of my story, omitting the abandonment and family arrangement. It focused on how I arrived in Pinnerridge with almost nothing and built something substantial through determination and community support. Emails started 2 weeks after the magazine hit newsstands. First my mother, then my father, then my brothers. Subject lines ranged from, "We need to talk," to "Saw your article," to "Please respond." I removed them all without reading. My office manager answered agency calls following my years-old guidelines. Miss Reynolds does not accept personal calls from these numbers. I assumed that would be it, but my mother was determined. Clara Reynolds was sitting in our reception area on a Tuesday afternoon after lunch, appearing older, but still put together. "Mira?" I whispered, stopping at the doorway. "How did you locate me?" She stood, adjusting her costly pants. "The magazine article had your business address." Her eyes scanned my professional clothes and confident posture. "You look well?" "I am well," I said neutrally. "Why are you here? Where can we chat privately?" After 5 years of healing and progress, I was fascinated rather than terrified. What could she say that would matter now? "My office," I answered, taking her down the hallway past interested staff who didn't understand this visitor's significance. Clara took in my wall trophies, my window vista, and the success around her when the door closed. "This is impressive," mused. "The magazine didn't do it justice." I stood and replied, "Thank you. But I doubt you came all this way to compliment my office." Clara became agitated. "Mira, we've searched for you for years. After Lucas spotted you in Denver, your father hired a private detective, but you hid." "I wasn't hiding," I clarified. "I lived. Differences exist." "We made a terrible mistake," she sobbed. "A dumb joke went too far, and pride and stubbornness prevented everyone from acknowledging it. You left before we knew how bad it was." "It wasn't just the abandonment," I remarked. "It was a lifetime of cruelty disguised as humor. I learned that love meant shame. It created a family dynamic where someone was always the target." I saw my mother cry. "I know." She took out a tissue from her purse. "Your father would never acknowledge it, but seeing that magazine story of you developing a great business, looking confident and happy, forced us to face what we'd done. Lifelong, not just that Wyoming day." "What's your request, Mom? Forgiveness? A family reunion?" "I want a chance," she replied, "to know the woman you've become. A chance to improve." She showed genuine contrition instead of the manipulation that had typified our relationship for so long. "Too much has happened," I responded. "I can't accommodate you. I'm content here. My life is full of excellent individuals that value me. Knowing that should enough." Wiping her eyes, Clara nodded slowly. "Brothers want to visit you. Also your father, though he'd never ask." "I'm not ready for that," I said. "I may never be ready. And that has to be okay." Standing to leave, she hesitated. "Mira, you were always our strongest. We realized it after losing you." I sat at my desk for a long time processing the encounter. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no falling into each other's arms with forgiveness and tears, just the beginning of a recognition that the past couldn't be undone but could be acknowledged. When Sam and I watched the sunset on our porch, I informed him about my mother's visit. "How do you feel?" he asked, arm around my shoulders. "Surprisingly quiet," I said. "They defined me for so long. Today I realized that chapter is over. I'm no longer the neglected daughter. Just Mira, company owner, community member, partner." I smiled at him, liking who I've become. The next day I sent my mother a brief email with a single photo of me with my team outside our office building. No invitation to visit again, no promises of reconciliation, just a snapshot of my life and who I'd become. That was all I could give. This was my first time feeling satisfied. After being abandoned at that Wyoming gas station 16 years earlier, I opened a certified letter in my kitchen with anxiety. The return address was from a Chicago legal firm I didn't recognize. Dear Miss Reynolds, it started. We represent Georg and Clara Reynolds' estate. Reynolds Insurance Group has been sold, and your parents instructed that the money be split equally among their 3 children. My legs wobbled when I sat at the counter. The letter featured legal specifics and a request for contact to transfer a large sum of monies, according to preliminary statistics. Sam returned from work 10 minutes later and found me still sitting there. What's wrong? Putting down his briefcase, he inquired. My parents sold the family business. I handed him the letter. They're splitting the money between Lucas, Max, and me. Sam read quickly, raising his eyebrows at the amount. That's unexpected. There's more, I replied, holding up an envelope with the legal documents, a personal letter from my mother. I wasn't sure if I wanted to open it. In the years since Clara's visit to my office, we had exchanged few letters and a few Christmas cards. I had established strict boundaries, rejecting attempts at deeper reconciliation while acknowledging little changes. Should I leave you to read it? Sam asks. Shaking my head. Stay, please. My mother's stationery was used to write the letter inside. Dear Mira, read it. By the time you receive this, the business will be sold. Your father retired against his will because his health has declined. We're moving to Arizona for the weather. Before leaving Chicago, we're having a family meeting at home. Lucas and Max's families will attend. You've never met Lucas's 3 children. Max married last year. I understand why you've kept your distance, but things have changed. Mira, your father may not say it, but he decided to include you equally in the business sale revenues. In his own, he understands the seriousness of what happened years ago. We hope you can attend next month's event. No stress, no expectations. A chance to end chapters before starting new ones. Love, Mom. The letter listed the date, time, address, and her mobile phone number. I folded it carefully and returned it to the envelope. Are you going? Sam inquired kindly. I said, I don't know. Part of me wants to see what 18 years has done to them all. Another portion prefers to forget the past. I kept thinking about the invitation for days. New Horizon Design had offices in 3 states and was booming. Sam and I had been married for 9 years with twin daughters who had just turned 6. My life in Wyoming was rich and fulfilling, built on genuine connections and mutual respect. Did I want to risk reopening old wounds? Did I want my daughters to know the family that had carelessly discarded their mother? How would you explain to Lily and Emma why they've never met your parents? One night, Sam asked as we pondered the invitation again. It was a fair question. Our daughters knew about Sam's family, who visited twice a year from Montana. When they asked about my family, I always said they lived far away. I would tell them that sometimes families hurt each other in ways that can't be easily fixed, I added. But I would also tell them that people can change, and that forgiveness is possible even without forgetting. Do you agree? Your family has changed, Sam asked. I considered consideration for my limits, and the equal inheritance that could have excluded me. I think they've tried, I decided. Whether it's enough, I don't know. After much consideration, I decided to attend the gathering on my own terms. I would fly in the morning and out the next, leave Sam and the children in Wyoming, and stay in a hotel instead of the family home. After the Uber dropped me off, I took a deep breath, straightened my shoulders, and walked up the familiar path to the front door. The house was a huge colonial in one of Chicago's wealthiest suburbs. My mother answered my knock with controlled joy. Mira, you came? I did, I responded, taking her brief hug and staying calm. Just my parents, brothers, and their immediate families attended. Lucas's 3 children ran around the backyard while Max's wife, Allison, helped my mother deliver food to the patio table. There were tentative communications, throughout the years, the careful. My father stood when I entered the backyard, appearing older than I recalled. He was thinner and more careful than the competent, often ruthless man who had ruled my boyhood. He grumbled, Mira, never comfortable exhibiting emotion. Dad. I nodded. The afternoon's uneasiness dissipated when Lucas's children asked me about Wyoming, interested about their aunt who lived in the mountains. Max was quieter than I remembered and offered meaningful questions about my business. Although no one stated the abandonment, it was the implicit basis for our 18-year estrangement. After dinner, as the sky darkened, my father invited me to join him in his prohibited study, where he discussed business and family discipline. I'm not good at this, he said when we sat down. I owe Mira an apology. Our actions and my inaction were unacceptable. studied him. This man impacted my childhood through fear and criticism. Why did you? I asked my long-standing question. His silence was long. Final words. My father was abusive to me. He termed it toughening me up. So I thought. I thought fathers and families did that. I didn't realize how bad it was until you left. It wasn't a comprehensive answer or an excuse, but it was honest like my father had never been. I built a good life, I told him, despite everything. I know, he nodded. I researched your company. Congratulations on your success. Better than anticipated. That contributed to the issue, I said. Your expectations. It was always about my limitations, never my abilities. He examined his hands. I was wrong about many things. It wasn't a movie-like reconciliation with tears or embraces. A modest recognition between two adults that mistakes, harm and lessons were learned. I left Chicago the next day, not knowing if I would return or if the tentative ties made over that revisit would expand or fade. But I felt I had addressed my past without being weakened by it and shown my family that I had thrived without them. At home in Wyoming, Sam and the girls hugged and asked about my vacation, and I felt whole. The abandoned young woman at the gas station finished her journey by establishing a life so full and rich that she could face her abandoners as an equal, undiminished by their prior brutality. After the girls went to bed, Sam and I sat on our back terrace to watch the stars in Wyoming. Did you find it? He asked. I think so, I said. Closure, not forgiveness. Knowing that what happened impacted me but doesn't define me. I considered how much my life had changed in 18 years. Without my family's cruel joke, my business, family and community wouldn't have existed. Sometimes being left behind is the first step to finding your way forward. Dad texted, "Get out of the family." My sister liked it. I replied, "I'll stop paying tomorrow." By midnight, they were screaming in the group chat. I was on my lunch break at work, perusing emails when the warning appeared. Henrik's name came on the top of my screen, and for a little moment, I believed he was checking in. Perhaps asking how the presentation went last week, or if I'd heard back about the promotion, something normal, something that acknowledged my existence as more than just a simple signature on paperwork. The message loaded, and I read it twice before the words registered. We've decided to end all contact. Stay away from us forever. There was no preface or explanation, just a cold clinical statement that I had been excommunicated from the family I had worked so hard to support for 32 years. My phone buzzed again before I could register the initial blow. Elena appreciated the message. My younger sister, the golden child who never met a family crisis she couldn't exacerbate, had actually taken the time to respond with a thumbs-up emoji to our father's request that I leave. I sat in the break room, my half-eaten lunch left on the table, staring at that little blue thumb. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Someone's leftovers were whirling in the microwave, infusing the air with the aroma of warmed fish. Everything felt weird, as if I had drifted into another realm where my family could simply text me off and my sister would rejoice. My hands were shaking as I scribbled my response. I didn't let myself think too much about it. I did not draft and redraft like I typically do when dealing with them. I simply typed what came to me and clicked send. I will delete my name from all loans tomorrow. Then I turned off my phone, finished my meal, and returned to work. I had a client appointment at 3 p.m., and I wasn't about to let my family's latest turmoil wreck my professional life the way it had destroyed everything else. However, I had always been the one in charge. While Elena was partying through college on Isabel and Henrik's cash, accruing credit card debt, and changing majors every semester, I was working 2 jobs to pay for my own education. When Isabel wanted to refinance the house to go on a European vacation, I was the one who co-signed because my credit was perfect and theirs was in disarray. When Henrik decided to lease a truck he couldn't afford, who do you believe guaranteed the loan? Elena needed a car after totaling her 3rd one. Who signed as the primary borrower because her credit was so bad that no dealership would handle her? I was always the dependable daughter, the one who showed up, signed the documents, wired the money, and asked for nothing in return except perhaps a little acknowledgement and respect. I never received it. Instead, I received years of snide remarks about my weight, my work choices, and my desire to remain single, rather than settle for whichever loser they thought was acceptable. Elena told me that my dress choices would destroy the aesthetic of family portraits, therefore I was eliminated. I was chastised about being selfish because I couldn't drop everything to help them move furniture, dog sit, or drive 3 hours to a cousin's baby shower. But I kept showing up. I continued signing. I continued to be the safety net because that is what families do. Right? You help each other. You assist when things are difficult. Apparently, the philosophy only flowed one way. I turned my phone back on during my drive home from work, and it immediately began shaking as if it were having a seizure. Texts, missed calls, and voicemails. The family group chat, which I'd joined years ago but rarely used unless someone required something from me, had become extremely active. I waited until I was parked in my apartment complex to open it. Elena, are you serious now? Isabel and Sophie, how could you threaten us like this? This is why we made our decision, Henrik. You are vengeful and selfish. Elena, you are literally attempting to destroy us. Isabel, please rethink. Let's talk about it like grown-ups. Elena, I need my automobile. Sophie, I have a job. That one almost had me laughing. Elena had been working at the same boutique apparel business for 9 months, and she had already called in ill more times than she had worked full shifts. But fine, tell me how important your car is. The texts kept arriving, each one more frenzied than the previous. Uncle Klaus had obviously joined the conversation, and he was offering his customary advice on how family members should forgive and forget. Aunt Margaret was sending praying hand emojis. Cousin Victor, whom I hadn't spoken to in 6 years, suddenly had thoughts about my character. I scrolled over everything with an odd sense of detachment. These people had just told me to stay away forever. Henrik genuinely typed those words. And now, less than an hour later, they were furious because I had agreed to accept their requests. The only thing I was carrying with me was the financial anchor they had wrapped around my neck. I did not respond to any of it. Instead, I opened the banking app and began chronicling everything. The house refinance was in my name, with Henrik as the primary borrower because his debt-to-income ratio was too high for him to qualify on his own. The truck lease included my signature as a guarantee. Elena's auto loan was totally in my name, with an SSN, because she had defaulted on so many responsibilities that no lender would accept her directly. Isabel had approached me for a personal loan 2 years earlier when she wanted to refurbish the kitchen. Because of excellent credit, I am able to borrow €18,000 at a reasonable interest rate, with monthly installments of €350 debited automatically from my account. She was meant to repay me. She had made exactly 3 payments before the excuses began. I'd been carrying all of it every month as if it were my obligation, ensuring that nothing went to collectors and protecting the credit I'd worked so hard to create, even as my personal savings stalled and my ambition of owning a home grew further away. Tomorrow, I'd start making calls. I barely slept. But by the time my alarm went off at 7 a.m., I was already awake. I prepared coffee, dressed in my best business casual, and sat down at my kitchen table with my laptop, phone, and a legal pad full of notes. The house refinance came first. I contacted the loaner at precisely 10 a.m., when they opened. The representative that responded seemed bored until I described what I needed to do. Is the other borrower amenable to this? That is not my concern. I am ending my financial obligations to this loan. If the other partner wants to keep the house, he must refinance under his own name. If he does not qualify, the house will have to be sold. I'd like to start any paperwork required to make it happen. The representative directed me to a supervisor. The supervisor reassigned me to the legal department. By the time I hung up, I had a thorough comprehension of the procedure. I might seek to be removed from the debt, necessitating a refinance. If Henrik was unable to qualify for a loan, which he was, the house would be forced to be sold. I didn't feel anything. There is no guilt or satisfaction, only the grim determination of someone who has finally chosen to quit burning herself on fire to keep others warm. The truck leasing came next. That one was easier. I called the dealership, stated that I was a guarantor on a lease that I no longer wanted to guarantee, and inquired about their procedures about guarantor withdrawal. The finance manager was not pleased, but he stated that if the primary lay could not find a substitute guarantor, or refinancing the lease, the vehicle would be repossessed. You want to give written notice, he replied with a tight tone. Certified mail. Well, need to reassess the lessee's qualifications without a guarantor, and if he doesn't meet our requirements, we'll begin the recovery process. How long does that typically take? 30 to 60 days after we receive your notice. I wrote the letter before lunchtime. Elena's car was the one I had been dreading. The entire loan was in my name. Legally, that was my car. She was just driving it because I was trying to help her get back on her feet after her previous disaster. The insurance was covered by my coverage. The registration was under my name. I could just return it. The thought lingered with me as I ate a salad at my desk and scrolled through the increasingly erratic messages in the family group chat. Isabel claimed I was having a breakdown and needed therapy. Henrik threatened to sue me for financial abuse, which would have been humorous if it hadn't been so on brand. Elena had sent about 40 texts ranging from angry to pleading to angry again, along with a few voice recordings that I didn't bother listening to. Uncle Klaus had allegedly established himself as family mediator and was attempting to schedule an intervention conference call. Aunt Margaret continued to pray, but she also began to imply that I was being influenced by Satan. The issue was, I did not feel out of control. For the first time in years, I felt like I could think clearly. I called a college acquaintance who had attended law school and was now practicing family law in another state. We'd remained close, largely through text messages and annual birthday calls, but she'd always been someone I could rely on. Sophia, if someone co-signed on a series of loans for family members and now wanted to get out, what would be the simplest way to handle it? She was silent for a second. Sophie, is this about your family? Hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, if someone had their name on loans as a guarantor or co-borrower, they'd have legal options depending on the specific loan types. Mortgages are trickier and usually require refinancing or sale. Car loans and leases can often be resolved by demanding removal and forcing the primary borrower to requalify. Personal loans depend on the terms, but if you're the primary borrower and someone else, Sophia laughed, but it was not a pleasant sound. Then, hypothetically, that person owns the car and can repossess it whenever they want. It's their property. What did your family do to you? I responded, not everything, but enough. The years of being taken for granted, the financial burden I've been carrying, the constant criticism and exclusion, the text message from Henrik, and Elena's thumbs up. Sophia was silent for quite some time after I finished. Take the car, she eventually said. Take it today. Don't tell them you're coming, just go get your property back before they can hide it, disable it, or do anything idiotic. And Sophie, document everything, every loan, payment, and text message. If they try to take legal action against you, you'll need proof that you've been more than fair. I left work early, citing a family emergency. It was not even a falsehood. Elena continued to live with our parents in the house on which I had co-signed, driving the car I owned, working a part-time job when she felt like it, and spending her money on anything she wanted. I was familiar with her schedule. She'd be at work until 7 p.m., whereas Isabel and Henrik's occupations required them to stay out until at least 6 p.m. I had a spare key to both the house and the automobile. I stored them for emergencies, never expecting to use them in this way. When I arrived, the neighborhood looked the same as it always did: neat lawns, identical suburban homes, and American flags on a few porches. I grew up 3 blocks away in a smaller house that my parents had sold before moving to this one. The one they required me to co-sign on since their credit had been ruined by years of living beyond their means. Elena's automobile, my car, was parked in the driveway, glistening white in the afternoon sunlight. I had made every payment for 3 years. I had paid for the insurance, registration, and upkeep. I ate the cost when she got a speeding ticket and didn't bother paying it until it went to collectors, lowering her insurance premium. I parked on the street, approached the vehicle with my key and unlocked it. The interior was a catastrophe, as feared. Fast food wrappers on the floor, cosmetics strewn across the passenger seat, and a crumpled jacket in the back seat. It smelled like artificial cherry air freshener and stale French fries. I started the engine and drove off. It seemed weird, as if I were taking something, even though it was legally mine. I kept expecting someone to rush out of the home and yell at me to halt, or for the cops to pull me over. But the neighborhood remained quiet, and I returned to my apartment complex without incident. I parked my car in the designated area, secured it, and went inside. Then I sent one message to the family group chat. I've retrieved my automobile. Elena can arrange for alternate transportation. I didn't wait for their reply. I stopped the conversation and prepared for my evening gym class. The fallout was nuclear. When I arrived back from the gym, I was sweating, endorphin high, and feeling more like myself than I had in months. My phone has virtually melted due to the frequency of incoming messages and calls. The family conversation had more than 200 new messages. I'd been removed and re-added 3 times, presumably as punishment, before they realized they wanted me in there to yell at. Isabel had left voicemails complaining about how harsh I was behaving. Henrik had texted threatening to call the police and declare the car stolen, which would have been funny if he had really done so. Elena had tagged me in a Facebook post about narcissistic family members and betrayal, so I untagged myself and adjusted my privacy settings. The extended family had also increased its interest. Cousin Victor, whom I barely knew, was sending me private messages, calling me selfish and heartless. Uncle Klaus attempted a group video call, which I declined. Aunt Margaret had allegedly created a prayer chain at her church, expressly for my soul. The only person who hadn't contacted me was my grandmother, Isabel's mother, who lived in a retirement facility in Arizona and mostly avoided the turmoil. She had always been aloof and nice to me, sending birthday cards with €45 checks and asking banal inquiries about my life over the holidays. Around 9 p.m., my phone called with an unfamiliar number. I almost didn't respond, thinking it was another flying monkey from the family tree, but something made me pick up. "Sophie," said the voice, which sounded elderly but forceful. "Grandmother Edith." "Hi, Grandma. Your mother called me this afternoon extremely upset. She said you've stolen your sister's car and are trying to force them out of their home. I told her that didn't sound like something you'd do without a good reason. So I thought I'd hear your side before I form an opinion." I nearly cried. In a day where everyone assumed the worst about me, having someone actually ask for my opinion felt like a lifeline. I described everything. The debts, the years of providing a financial safety net, the persistent criticism, the exclusion from family occasions, Henrik's text, Elena's reaction, and the choice to finally free myself from duties I should never have accepted in the first place. Grandma Edith listened without interrupting. When I finished, she remained silent for a few seconds. "Your grandfather and I loaned your mother money once when she and your father were young and struggling. €4,500, which was a lot back then. We agreed they'd pay it back when they could. They never did, not €1. When we brought it up years later, your mother said she didn't remember it as a loan, that she thought it was a gift. She seemed genuinely confused that we expected repayment." She sighed, and I could hear her shifting in her chair, the phone rustling against fabric. "Some people go through life believing that the world owes them unconditional support. Your mother is one of those individuals, and she trained Elena to be the same way. I'm sorry they treated you like an ATM instead of a daughter, but you're doing the right thing by defending yourself, even if they don't realize it." We talked for another 20 minutes. She told me stories about my grandfather, who died when I was 12, and how he insisted on financial independence and integrity. She inquired about my employment, residence and life outside of the familial chaos. She listened as if my responses mattered. Before we hung up, she continued, "I'm rewriting my will next week. I had planned to split my fortune between your mother and her brother, but I think I'll make some changes. You deserve family support, even if it comes after I'm gone." I attempted to disagree, but she gently shut me down. "Sophie, let an old woman do what she wants with her own money. It'll give me peace." After that call, the family's panic felt more controllable, as if I had at least one person on my side who understood. The following 2 weeks were a masterclass in boundary enforcement. I blocked Elena's phone number after she sent me a series of angry messages that bordered on insane. Isabel's calls were filtered, so they went straight to voicemail. I did listen to them on occasion, morbidly fascinated about the rising manipulation tactics. Henrik attempted to have his lawyer send me a threatening letter, but because I hadn't done anything wrong, it was just bluster. The house refinancing procedure moved forward. Henrik applied to refinance the mortgage in his own name and was, understandably, denied. The loan servicer initiated proceedings for a forced sale. I called a real estate attorney to ensure that my interests were protected and that I would receive my share of the equity when the house sold. The truck lease was easier. The dealership issued Henrik a letter requiring that he supply a new guarantor or return the vehicle. He found someone at work who agreed to co-sign, most likely without fully comprehending what he was getting into. So, at least the issue was resolved without the truck being repossessed. Elena's transit problem became a full-fledged tale on social media. She tweeted about the injustice of her automobile being stolen by her awful sister on a regular basis, conveniently ignoring the fact that it was never her car in the first place. She set up a GoFundMe page to seek funds for a new vehicle, which raised approximately €270 before people allegedly became tired of her narrative. Isabel and Henrik eventually bought her an old Honda Civic from Craigslist, which she promptly complained about online because it wasn't new and lacked the things she desired. I viewed everything from a distance. My social media accounts were closed down, and all I felt was a weird sense of relief that I was no longer a part of the circus. Work became my sanctuary. I poured myself into initiatives, volunteered for extra tasks and worked late to assist colleagues who were overburdened. My manager noticed and brought it up at a one-on-one meeting. "You've really stepped up lately, Sophie. The client presentation last week was exceptional, and I've heard great things about how you're mentoring the new hires." "Thanks. I've just had some extra energy to redirect recently." She smiled knowingly. Sometimes removing dead weight from our personal life allows us to grow professionally. Keep it up. We're discussing promotions in the coming months, and your name is definitely on the list. I exited the conference feeling lighter than I had in years. 3 months later, I received the promotion. A promotion to senior account manager with a 15% rise. The extra money went straight into my savings account, where it grew until it became something I owned. The house sold after 3 months on the market. It was a decent property in a good school district, so it sold quickly despite the forced sale circumstances. After paying off the mortgage and deducting the realtor's commission, there was around €35,000 in equity. My attorney ensured that I received my share, which amounted to €18,000 once everything was divided properly. My lawyer had recorded everything to substantiate the 50-50 division of the remaining equity because I had been making the majority of the mortgage payments for years, and Henrik had paid very little. Henrik texted me, calling me a vulture for taking their money. I did not answer, instead forwarded the mail to my attorney in case we needed it later. What astonished me the most over those months was not my family's anger. I was expecting that. What surprised me was how many people came out of the woodwork to tell their own stories. My dental hygienist stated during a routine cleaning that she had overheard me on the phone in the waiting room weeks before and had been thinking about her own situation with her brother ever since. One day, a guy from my gym contacted me and told me that his girlfriend had been supporting her entire family for years, which was killing their relationship. People noticed what I was doing and saw their own trap situations reflected back at them. Clara, a member of my book group, expressly invited me to coffee to discuss it. She was in her late 40s, well-dressed, and successful by all external standards. We weren't particularly tight, just friendly friends who met once a month to discuss the same literature. My son is 32, she told me, adding sugar to her cappuccino. He's been living with me for 8 years, rent-free. He works intermittently, spends his money on gaming equipment and eating out, and every time I suggest he contribute to household expenses or start looking for his own place, he tells me I'm being unsupportive, that real mothers don't charge their children rent. She appeared exhausted just talking about it. Last week he asked me to co-sign on a car loan because his credit is non-existent. Something in me has just broken. I thought about you, about what you did, and I told him no. Just no. No explanation, no justification. He hasn't spoken to me since. He's living in my house, eating my food, using my utilities, and giving me the silent treatment like I'm the one being unreasonable. What are you going to do? I requested an answer. I'm giving him 60 days notice to move out. I looked up the tenant laws, and even though he does not pay rent, I must formally evict him. Can you imagine having to legally evict your own child because he refuses to become an adult? We sat there for a while. Two ladies who had been taken advantage of for years by family members who saw love as a one-way transaction. Does it get easier? She inquired. The guilt. I considered it. The guilt quiets down. It doesn't go away entirely since we were educated to believe that saying no to family makes us awful people, but it becomes background noise, rather than a shrieking alarm. You begin to realize that true love does not require you to kill yourself. She nodded slowly and raised her coffee cup to being bad daughters and worse moms, apparently. I clinked my cup to hers to demonstrate my commitment to setting boundaries. The personal loan from Isabel's kitchen makeover tormented me for weeks after I dealt with the other obligations. €18,000 borrowed in my name for her project, with her commitment to repay me. I had been making payments for 2 years, and she had paid approximately €11,000 in total. I'd invested almost €8,000 of my own money in her kitchen. My attorney offered that I sue for restitution, but the cost of litigation would deplete a major percentage of my recovery, and the emotional toll was not worth it. Instead, I took a determined decision. I stopped paying. My credit score dropped. It fell roughly 60 points over the course of 8 months as missed payments accumulated. The account became delinquent, was charged off, and then sold to a collection agency. It pained to watch something I had carefully crafted be maliciously ruined. But here's the thing. That loan was going to haunt me for years regardless. At least this way, I wasn't losing €350 each month to a black hole. The collections agency contacted me around 6 months after I stopped paying. By that moment, the remaining sum, including fees and interest, had grown to over €12,000. I negotiated a €4,500 settlement, paid it in one single amount using a portion of the proceeds from the house sale, and received written confirmation that the debt would be listed as settled and erased from my credit report within 90 days. The mathematics worked in my favor. Finally, I'd paid around €8,000 over 2 years, plus €4,500 in settlement, for a total of €12,500 on an €18,000 loan that was never mine to begin with. Isabel received a €5,500 discount on her kitchen makeover as a result of my willingness to temporarily ruin my credit score. Isabel never mentioned the missed payments, which told me all I needed to know. She hadn't been watching it, hadn't cared enough to see if I was still carrying her weight. The loan had stopped being real to her after she had acquired the refurbished kitchen she desired. I saved the settlement notice in my filing cabinet as a reminder that sometimes breaking something is necessary to fix it. Around the same period, Elena's social media activity grew increasingly erratic. She'd gone from expressly whining about me to posting generic rants about toxic people, false family members, and narcissists who forsake you when you need them the most. She discovered psychology terminology and used it as a weapon, labeling everyone who disagreed with her with a variety of personality disorders. She wrote a lengthy Facebook letter titled My Truth, which outlined her version of events. In her story, I was the jealous, dominating older sister who disliked her for being more attractive and popular. The loans I co-signed were reframed as presents that I had voluntarily given and was now vindictively withdrawing. The car I'd repossessed was characterized as something she'd been making payments on, which was such daring deception that it nearly amazed me. The comments section was filled with supportive pals who didn't know any better, and a few brave individuals who pointed out discrepancies in her story. One of her old co-workers wrote, "But didn't you tell me your sister paid for everything and you were just borrowing the car?" Elena quickly removed the comment and blocked the person. I saw it all from my lockdown profile, feeling an odd combination of pity and vindication. She was so determined to be the victim that she created a complex other reality in which nothing was her fault and everyone else was to blame. My therapist warned me about this. People who have never faced accountability will do anything to dodge it now. They will rewrite history, recruit allies, and cause havoc. Do not engage with it. Allow her to have her own interpretation of events while you remain grounded in reality. So I did. I let Elena to act her victimhood in front of an audience that would soon weary of the show. I concentrated on my current life, the one I was creating in the real world, with real consequences and real accomplishments. Isabel and Henrik moved to a smaller rental across town. Elena moved with them. Naturally, I heard through the grapevine that they blamed me for their current situation at every opportunity, telling anyone who would listen about their terrible daughter who wrecked the family. Some individuals believed them. A few high school acquaintances have unfriended me on social media. A handful of distant relatives messaged me on the value of forgiving and honoring your parents. However, I also received information from unexpected sources. My former college roommate contacted me after hearing some version of the story. When I told her the truth, she acknowledged she had always thought my family treated me unfairly but hadn't felt it was her place to speak up. An old coworker who had moved out of state messaged me, stating her family had treated her the same way and that cutting them off financially had been the finest decision she'd ever made. Sophia, my lawyer friend, called me every few weeks to check in and celebrate my emancipation. I began therapy not because I believed I had done anything wrong, but because bearing that family turmoil for over 3 decades had left its mark, and I needed to process it with someone trained to assist. My therapist was a no-nonsense woman in her 60s who affirmed my decisions in the first session and then spent the rest of the sessions helping me work through the complicated pain of abandoning a family that had never truly respected me. You're mourning the family you deserve to have. During one session, she told me, the parents who should have been proud of you and supported you. The sister who should have been your friend. It's okay to grieve that loss even while you recognize that the reality never matched the ideal. 6 months after Henrik's text message, I was sitting in my favorite coffee shop on a Saturday morning reading a book and enjoying a latte when someone approached my table. Sophie. I looked up. It took me a second to recognize him, but then I recognized Luca, Elena's former boyfriend from a few years ago. He seemed like a nice person, and I liked him briefly, but Elena had dumped him for someone with a nicer automobile. Luca, hello, how are you? Good, good. Do you mind if I sit for a second? I asked, gesturing to the empty chair opposite from me. He sat down, looking a little uneasy. I heard about what happened with your family. Well, I heard Elena's version first, but then I ran into your old roommate Clara at a party last month and she told me the real story. Yeah, it's been a whole thing. Listen, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for what you went through. I dated Elena for almost a year, so I saw firsthand how your family treated you. You were always the one they called when something needed to be fixed or paid for, and I never heard them say thank you, not once. He ran a hand through his hair, visibly upset. Elena used to complain about you constantly, but all her complaints were basically just mad that you weren't doing even more for her. Like, she'd be upset that you couldn't loan her money for concert tickets because you had rent due, and she'd talk about how selfish you were. It drove me crazy. That's actually part of why we broke up. I couldn't deal with how entitled she was about everything. I wasn't sure what to say. I'd grown accustomed to being the villain in my family's story, so having someone confirm my experience seemed alien. Thank you for telling me that. Honestly, it helps to know I'm not crazy. You're not insane, you're better off without them in my opinion. Elena's still living with your parents, working part-time and posting dramatic things online about how everyone has wronged her. You're out here living your own life. You won. After he went, I sat for a long, reflecting on what he'd said. I had not felt like a winner. I felt like I'd been through a calamity and was still gathering up the bits. But perhaps that was another way of looking at the same situation. Maybe getting yourself out of a poisonous situation and creating something better was not about winning or losing, it was just about selecting yourself for once. I called the real estate agent I'd been speaking with about buying my own home. I qualified for a mortgage based on the equity from the property sale, the settlement savings from the personal loan, and my improved financial status now that I wasn't bearing everyone else's debt. A small one, she'd replied, but enough for a starter condo in a neighborhood you like. Let's do it, I said. I'm ready to start looking. A year after Henrik's message, I purchased a one-bedroom condo with a balcony facing a park. It wasn't big, but it was mine. My name on the deed, my mortgage payment, and my freedom to decorate as I pleased. I invited Clara and Sophia over for a housewarming meal. We ate takeout on my new couch and sipped wine in mugs because I hadn't unpacked my wine glasses. They toasted my new beginning, and I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time at a family gathering. Genuine happiness. To Sophie, Sophia exclaimed, raising her mug. For having the courage to save herself. The family discussion remained someplace in my blocked messages box. I imagined they were still active in there, moaning about me and rewriting history to make themselves victims. I didn't care enough to check. I had begun seeing someone, a software engineer whom I had met through a friend of a friend. Nothing serious yet, but he was nice, made me laugh, and did not expect me to cure his problems for him. We'd gone trekking the previous weekend, and he casually stated that his folks were excited to meet me someday since they'd heard so much about me. I nearly cried in the middle of the trail. I refused to pay for my sister's €2,500 prom, and my parents told me, pay or you're no longer family. By morning, I closed their account forever. I'm Luca. I figured I'd finally share a story that has been sitting with me for a while. The kind that begins with family strife and concludes with an unexpected reality check. It's not one of those cheesy forgiveness stories either. Just a guy who realizes that sometimes helping leads to being used. Buckle up, this one got messy. I, Luca, am a 32-year-old male who runs his own modest business. I'm doing all good for myself. Nothing spectacular, but I created it from the ground up. There were no handouts or shortcuts, which explains why what happened that morning irritated me so greatly. I was in the middle of a customer conversation when my phone began buzzing as if it were attempting to self-destruct. I disregarded it once, twice, and yet again. By the fifth buzz, I suspected something had caught fire someplace. I looked down, saw my sister's name, Ava, and immediately rolled my eyes. She's 16, in her senior year, and she addresses every tiny inconvenience as if it were a national crisis. I let the call go to voicemail, assuming I'd deal with it later. Then a text appeared. Send me €2,500 for the prom. I actually laughed aloud. Throughout the conversation, my business partner looked at me as if I was losing it. I assumed she put an extra zero by mistake or it was a terrible joke. So I wrote back, you mean €250, right? Number. She smacked me with, no, €2,500. Dress, limo, nails, photos, spa for my skin, hair. I want it to be perfect. I gazed at my phone for the entire 30 seconds. €2,500 for a high school dance. I could afford a great weekend trip with that money and still have enough for steak. I typed back, you've totally lost your mind. Get a job and earn it. Simple, clear. End of conversation. Right? Wrong. Within a few minutes my phone lighted up again. This time it wasn't her, but my mother. Your sister's worked so hard this year. Don't be selfish, help her. Then my father. Pay for her prom, Luca. It's the right thing to do. That phrase has been their favorite line since forever. It basically translates to do what we say, No questions asked. I put the phone face down on the desk and stared at it as if it had just insulted me. I'd helped my family a lot. Probably more than I should have. If they mentioned they were short on money or needed a little help, I wired money right away. But €2,500 for a prom wasn't help. It was entitlement with glitter on top. The rest of the day was a fog. I kept checking my phone between tasks, hoping someone would text back an apology, or at least an ounce of common sense. Nothing, just silence. Around noon I got a voicemail from my sister. I didn't even need to hit play because I knew exactly how it would sound. Whiny, guilt-trippy, dramatic. I still listened anyway because I'm a glutton for punishment. Her voice blasted through the speaker. "You're so selfish, Luca. It's just prom. Why can't you help me for once?" For once. For once, I nearly dropped the phone. I've been paying their expenses for years, and I'm the one who assisted when Dad quit working. I deleted the voicemail halfway through, and by 3 p.m., I was too upset to focus, so I closed my laptop and sat there replaying the entire thing in my head. My sister's tone, my parents' texts, all of it screamed one thing. They expected me to say yes. Not hoped for, not asked for, but expected. That's what got under my skin the most. Somewhere along the line, helping turned into obligation, and they no longer saw me as a family member, but as an open wallet with Wi-Fi. I tried calling my mother to clear the air. On the second ring, she responded with an attitude. "Are you tired of ignoring your sister?" She snapped. I took a breath. "Mom, I'm not going to pay €2,500 for a high school dance. That is ludicrous." "You can afford it," she responded. "You own your own business, it isn't like you're struggling, and that doesn't imply I'm funding a circus." I said, "She's 16. She may find a part-time job. You don't talk to your family like that." She growled. "We're struggling, Luca, you have no clue what we've been through." "Struggling?" I said, half laughing. "Then why does she need a luxury outfit and a limo?" Silence. She hung up. Not a single, "We'll talk later." Just a click. Then Dad followed up with, "Pay for your sister's prom or don't bother calling yourself part of this family." I just stared at the screen, stunned. That wasn't a request. That was a threat. The kind of thing you'd expect from a manipulative ex, not your own parents. I sat there trying to process the audacity of it after everything I've done for them. All the bills, the so-called emergencies, the times I covered their mistakes, and they still had the guts to throw family in my face like it was some kind of weapon. Dad texted again 5 minutes later. "You're supposed to help. Don't make this any more difficult than it needs to be." That phrase lingered in my mind for hours. I sat there staring at those texts, the term, family, bouncing around in my head like a horrible echo. It didn't seem like love anymore. It felt like a transaction. Don't make this harder. As if I was the problem. As if saying no was a violation of the family code. For the first time, I wondered if all my help over the years had just turned into their expectation. Looking back, I probably should have seen it coming. My family has been running on favoritism since my sister learned to talk. She was the baby, the miracle child, born years after me, and the surprise they treated like royalty. I was just the warm-up act. When I landed my first full-time job, my folks said, "That's good, just don't forget to support us when we're older." When she acquired her first social media sponsorship for posting cosmetics videos, they thought, "She's going somewhere." When she turned 16, my parents surprised her with a used convertible, and when I was 16, I was sweeping lawns to save up for a second-hand laptop, which my mother referred to as character building. By the time I reached adulthood, I was apparently full of character. Then came Dad's stroke. I remember the phone call. Mom's voice was trembling. He collapsed at work. They said it was mild, but he won't be able to return full-time. My gut twisted. No matter how messed up our dynamic was, he was still my father. I drove straight to the hospital and stayed there for days, taking care of whatever needed to be done. Guilt is a funny thing. It can make you do stupid things in the name of family. When Dad was discharged, their finances were a mess. Mom couldn't keep up with bills, the mortgage, and medical costs. I stepped up and opened a joint family account with me as the primary holder after Dad's stroke. The bank allowed me to add them as joint users, but because the account was technically linked to my social security number, any large external transfers required my approval. I told them that this was only for necessities, like bills, groceries, and medication. For the first year, I kept track of everything, and every withdrawal was small and reasonable. I felt like I was doing the right thing when I paid €70 for food, €100 for power, and €180 for dad's checkups. I wasn't rich, but my business was finally doing well, and I wanted to take care of them. That's what a good son does, right? Then life got busy, and my business grew. My sister began posting pictures online of expensive outfits, fancy brunches, and weekend getaways with friends, which I dismissed at first because I assumed she had a job that I was unaware of. Maybe my parents were giving her small allowances, but then mom started calling more frequently, always with some vague story. "We had another unexpected expense, honey. Can you help us out this month?" "What expense?" I'd ask. "Oh, just bills, always bills, never any specifics." And dad, he barely talked anymore. Every time I tried to ask what was going on, he'd deflect. "Your mom's handling it," he'd say, voice flat. "Or it's under control." I told myself not to overthink it. They'd been through enough. Dad couldn't work. Mom was probably anxious. My sister was young. I kept sending money when they asked. When I'd inquire how the account was doing, mom would answer, "We're cautious." Don't worry. But I did worry. I just didn't act on it. Looking back, I think I didn't want to know the truth. I wanted to keep believing that I was doing something good, that I was the responsible one, holding things together while they tried their hardest. The idea that they might be taking advantage of me was too ugly to process, but things kept piling up, and the requests for money became more frequent. The reasons became more hazy, my sister's lifestyle became more flashy, despite the fact that she didn't have a job, and the math didn't match up, but I disregarded it. Growing up as a problem solver causes you to confuse being used with being needed. It's embarrassing to admit now, but I think part of me liked being the dependable one, the one who could fix things, the one they turned to. It made me feel like I finally mattered in a family that never really saw me unless they needed something. And maybe that's why I didn't notice sooner, because I didn't want to believe they were taking advantage of me. I ignored every red flag because I didn't want to face the reality that my family didn't need saving. They just needed someone willing to pay the price for their comfort, and for years, that someone was me. The next morning, I was back at work, trying to clear my mind. I told myself I'd ignore their messages, focus on customers, and move on. But then my phone rang with a tone I hadn't heard in a long time. My bank alert. I looked down and stopped. Pending external transfer of €4,500. Because I was the primary account holder, the bank froze the transfer and sent me a confirmation alert, which I hadn't seen in years. At first, I thought I misread it, but when I saw the time, 8:42 a.m., less than 24 hours after my sister demanded €2,500 for prom, my pulse quickened. I'd set that alert years ago to notify me of any withdrawal over €2,000. I opened my banking app and stared at the pending notification, €4,500 from the joint family account. It wasn't processed yet, just sitting there waiting for confirmation. My gut twisted because I hadn't touched that account in months, despite the fact that it was technically mine. Any large transfer like that required my manual approval. They could freely swipe their debit cards for everyday things like groceries and gas, but this was different. It meant that someone had attempted to send money out of the account completely. In any case, I wasn't about to simply hit approve. I called my sister first. She picked up after the second ring, sounding like she'd just woke up. "Morning," I said, my voice flat. "You try to move €4,500 out of the family account?" "What?" she mumbled. "No, what are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb, Ava. I got a notification. €4,500 pending transfer." "I didn't do anything," she said quickly, her tone flipping from sleepy to defensive. "Ask Mom." "So you have no idea about this?" "No," she snapped. "And stop accusing me of things. You're being paranoid." "Yeah," I said. "Funny how paranoid always ends up being right in." "This family," she huffed. "You're ridiculous." And hung up. Typical. Next up, Mom. I didn't want to call, but I had to. She answered on the first ring, already in her sweet but manipulative tone. "Luca, how are you?" "Cut it," I said. "Why is there a €4,500 transfer outstanding from the joint account?" After a moment she said, "Oh, that. Do not worry. It's just something we needed to discuss. You can approve it." "What exactly does it cover?" I inquired. Bills, repairs, things like that. Your dad has been stressed, and your sister has a prom coming up. We're just trying to make things easier, Mom." She sighed loudly, as if I was the one being unreasonable. I laughed, but there was no trace of humor in it. So easier means draining the account without asking. Don't be dramatic, she snapped. You act like we're stealing from you. You're not stealing, I said. Watch your mouth, she said coldly. We're family. You wouldn't even have that business if we hadn't supported you. Supported me? I repeated. You mean the moral support of constant guilt tripping? Luca, you need to calm down. Approve the transfer and stop making everything a fight. I won't approve anything until you tell me what it's for. Another pause. Then she whispered. Be quiet this time. What photos? You'll understand once you see them. Your sister's prom. And that was all. She hung up, and I sat there staring at my phone as if it had insulted my brain. Photos. She wanted me to approve a €4,500 transfer for prom pictures, which I instantly refused. I didn't even bother phoning my father. He'd just repeat her nonsense. Your mother's handling it, or don't stress her out. My mind was racing. If they were confident enough to request €4,500 all at once, how many smaller transactions had slipped past me without alerts? I hadn't checked the detailed history in months, if not years. I needed real answers, and that's when I thought of Sam. Sam's a longtime friend and my go-to whenever something smells fishy. He's a lawyer, sharp as hell, and not the type to sugarcoat things. I sent him a quick text. Hey man, need legal eyes on something? Might be family related. He responded in seconds. That sounds bad already. Come by the office tonight. 6 feet perfect, I wrote back. The rest of the day I couldn't focus on a single thing. Every time my phone buzzed, I thought it was another withdrawal. I kept checking the app just to make sure that pending status hadn't switched to approved. It didn't. Not yet, not. But the timing, the excuses, the casual way Mom talked about it, it all fit too neatly. They weren't panicking because to them this wasn't stealing. It was normal. It was expected. When 6 o'clock rolled around, I headed to Sam's office, where he was waiting, sleeves rolled up, sipping coffee as if he had foretold the mess. What's going on? He asked, and I lay it all out. The prom text, the guilt trip, the €4,500 alert. He leaned back. You didn't approve it, right? Of course not. Good, he said. Bring your laptop tomorrow and I'll help you dig through the account history. Let's see what they've been doing. I nodded. Thanks, man. I just have a bad feeling about this. You should, he said. If this isn't the first time, things will get ugly. I blocked a €4,500 transfer, but the harm had been done for a long time, and as I sat there staring at the computer, it dawned on me. They hadn't just begged for help. They'd constructed their lives around expecting it. By the next evening, I'd stopped guessing. I drove straight to Sam's office after work, still wearing the same half-ironed shirt from the morning. The entire day had been noise, calls, emails, and that same €4,500 alert sitting in my inbox like a ticking time bomb. I didn't approve it, of course, but I needed to know what was going on, no more maybes. When I stepped in, he was already behind his desk, sleeves pulled up, glasses low on his nose, peering at his laptop like he was preparing to cross-examine the bank itself. He motioned at the chair in front of him and asked, You bring the login details? I handed him a folder. Everything is in there. He began typing, his fingers flying across the keyboard. I sat across from him, tapping my foot against the carpet, the silence thick enough to choke on. A few minutes later, he leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the computer. Well, he said slowly. You weren't exaggerating. What do you see? I asked, leaning in. He turned the laptop toward me. Look at this. It's been going on for years. The first few pages appeared normal. Sam's tone was even but firm as he scrolled through the list of charges, which dated back 4 years. At first, the pattern was simple. Small transactions, grocery stores, utility payments, and then names that had no place on the list, such as jewelry stores, boutique clothing shops, travel agencies, and what appeared to be a prom event planner. My chest tightened as I stared at the screen, trying to process the number. €70,000? He nodded. Yep. Slow bleed. They probably thought if they kept it under the radar, you'd never check. I rubbed my temples. I feel like an idiot. You are, honestly. Sam chuckled. But you trusted your family, that's what makes this sting. I've seen many cases like this before. I looked at the breakdown again. Jewelry store charges popped up every few months. Boutique names I didn't recognize. Payments to what looked like a travel agency in Kansas City. Then those tiny sneaky charges. Sam kept reading. Credit card firms too, have been funneling your money to cover their obligations. I leaned forward, jaw tightening. €250 here, €350 there, all listed as home misc or personal cost. So all those times they said they were short on bills or had a medical emergency were lies, Sam said, finishing for me. It hit me hard, but not in the way I expected. I didn't feel sad or broken, I just felt cold, as if I'd finally passed the point of disappointment. Sam looked at me. You want to see the prom thing? I frowned. What do you mean? He highlighted one of the recent transactions. I almost laughed. They didn't even try to hide it. They didn't think they had to, Sam said, and they probably assumed you'd never check again. He wasn't wrong. They'd trained me to look the other way, to believe that family helps family meant shut up and pay. I slumped back in the chair, staring at the glowing screen. More than €70,000, I repeated quietly. Sam nodded and began printing the records. Each page slid out of the printer with a sharp click, proof of 4 years of manipulation. He handed me a thick stack. I'd keep these safe. You'll need them if things get messy. Messy? I inquired. People like that don't just admit they're wrong, he said. They double down. He wasn't incorrect either. I scanned through the papers, reviewing the transactions, the dates, the stores. Every line felt like a slap, a reminder of how blind I'd been. Moms, we had another tough month. Dads, we're fighting to keep up. Sisters, I deserve this. Every word replayed in my head. But now they sounded different. Less like, please, more like rehearsed lines. All those emergencies, lies, every single one of them. I should have been heartbroken, but I wasn't. It's as if once you see how far someone is willing to go to take advantage of you, the love part just turns off. Inside, I spread the printed papers across my kitchen table like puzzle pieces. Lines of transactions, dates and charges filled every inch of the surface. Jewelry, boutique, travel, event planner, and so on. It was like watching my own generosity get itemized into luxury goods. I pulled out my phone and scrolled back through old text messages from my mom. We're short this month. Can you help with groceries? The car needs repairs. Every single message now had a $sign attached to it in my head. Not one of them was real. I sat there for hours just looking at it all. My phone buzzed a few times. Mom, Dad, even my sister. I didn't answer. I was tired of explaining myself to people who only listened when I paid their bills. It wasn't about vengeance or getting even. It was about putting an end to it. By midnight, I had everything neatly stacked in a folder, every printout, every bank record and every lie documented. I stared at the folder for a long time before placing it by the front door. I was going to see them tomorrow. Not to argue or beg for an explanation, but to put an end to this once and for all. The next morning, I awoke early, didn't even need an alarm, and barely slept, staring at that folder on the table like it was some kind of loaded weapon. By 7 I had grabbed it, gotten in my truck and started driving to my parents' house, which was in a quiet suburban neighborhood. When I pulled into the driveway, I took a deep breath, grabbed the folder, and walked up to the door. Before I could knock, my mother opened it as if she'd been waiting for me. They've had the same home sweet home sign since the 1990s, and the walls have heard a lot of yelling. Luca, she said, all tight smile and fake warmth. Did you finally calm down? I stepped inside without answering. The air in there felt thick, not just from the stuffy heater, but from tension. My father was standing near the window, arms crossed, face unreadable, and my sister was on the couch scrolling her phone like she couldn't care less. Sit down, my mother instructed. We need to talk. Yeah, I responded, setting the folder on the coffee table. We do. She frowned as she noticed the stack of papers. What's that? Proof, I stated firmly. Her smile twitched. Proof of what? I sat down and gently laid out the papers. Let's start with this one. Payments to credit card companies. Over 4 years you used my money to pay off at least 3 separate cards. Then there's the jewelry store charges, the boutique receipts, and oh, I pulled one sheet out and slid it across the table. The prom planner. That one's new. My sister looked up from her phone for half a second, then looked back down. Not even a flinch. My mom's face went from pale to red in record time. How dare you dig through our finances, she snapped. That's private. I gave a dry laugh. You think we're stealing from you? She shot back. Do you want me to read the totals out loud? I replied, flipping another page. This one here, I tapped the line item. Want to explain that one? My father finally spoke, his voice low but forceful. You're expected to help us, Luca. We raised you, and you wouldn't be where you are today without us. I slowly turned to him. You mean the same way I helped when I covered your bills after the stroke? When I paid your mortgage twice, or when I set up this account to keep things afloat while you said you were drowning? He looked away, his jaw tight. You don't understand. Debt piles up. We did what we had to do. Yes, I said. My mother slammed her hand on the table. You're ungrateful. After everything we've done for you, I cut her off. Everything you've done for me? You mean the lectures, guilt, trips, and lies? Every time I sent money you said it was for groceries or medical bills, but it turned out it was to keep your luxury spending alive. She pointed a quivering finger at me and said, We did it for your sister, she deserves a better start than we gave you. I gazed at her for a moment, bewildered. A better start? You've already given her everything she's ever desired. Meanwhile, I had to battle for every inch I could get. You didn't even come to my business launch because she had a dancing performance. She's our baby, Mom remarked, as if that excused everything. She's 18, I added. She's not a baby. She's rotten spoilt. My sister eventually looked up, rolling her eyes. You're being dramatic, she said, her voice dripping with attitude. It's just money. I turned to her, calm but pointed. You can't say that when it's not your money. She sank back into the couch, muttering something under her breath. I didn't care what it was. Mom leaned forward, her voice low and trembling. You think you can just walk in here and judge us? You're not perfect either. You cut us off emotionally. You never visit. You act like you're better than us. I leaned back in the chair, folded my arms, and said, You are correct. I'm better than being used. I toiled for everything I have. You turned my assistance into a salary, and now you're upset because the ATM finally quit spitting cash. That silenced her for a moment, and Dad attempted to intervene again. You can't just abandon your family like this, son. I rose up and gathered the documents. You abandoned me first, I murmured quietly. The moment you decided lying was easier than asking. Mom shot up from the couch. Don't walk out on us, Luca, you're destroying everything we've built. I paused at the doorway and looked back. No, Mom. You did that the day you taught my sister that love has a cost. Her face froze. My father looked away. My sister kept scrolling as if nothing had happened, and I knew there was nothing else to say. I walked out the door as they yelled behind me, words like selfish, heartless, and ungrateful echoing through the hallway. None of it stuck, and it didn't even hurt. For the first time in years, I felt free, and that feeling stayed with me the entire drive home. The ranting, the guilt trips, all of it just went behind me like static. I didn't feel like a bad son or a cruel jerk. I felt like a guy who'd finally stopped drowning. When I came back to my home, I knew what I needed to do next. The joint account had to be closed. I logged into the bank and pulled up the same account I'd opened years ago to help them. Because I was the primary holder, closing it was simple. The bank simply revoked their access, froze their cards, and wired the remaining balance back to me. It took about 10 minutes to erase 4 years of being their personal ATM, and then I drafted one final text. There was no long explanation, no speeches, no emotional closure, just this: accounts closed. Don't contact me again. I hit send and set the phone down. It didn't even take a full minute for it to start buzzing, first from my mother, then from my father, and finally from my sister. The screen lit up like a Christmas tree, and Mom's messages came in waves. Luca, what have you done? You're being cruel, we have bills to pay. Dad's tone was colder. This isn't the way to handle things, you're tearing the family apart. Don't do something you'll regret. Then came my sister, of course. Wow, you're seriously pathetic. You ruined everything for me. I hope you're happy, loser. For the first time in my adult life, I could actually breathe without feeling like I owed someone an apology for being successful. I blocked them all, texts, calls, and emails, and the silence that followed felt almost unreal. I poured myself into my work. My business grew, clients kept coming in, and my days became quieter. Not peaceful right away, but quiet in that strange way when your brain is still waiting for chaos that never comes. Every now and then, I'd wonder what they were doing, not because I missed them, but because curiosity is a hard habit to break. I never reached out though. My cousin Andre, one of the few relatives who still had a working moral compass, called one afternoon when I was on lunch break. Hey man, he said gently. You hear what's going on with your folks? Despite the fact that I had made my point, I got my answer about 3 months later. I frowned. No, why? They, lost their house. I paused in mid-bite. What do you mean lost it? A foreclosure. Apparently they were unable to keep up with payments. I reclined back in my chair. You're kidding, he moaned. Wish I was. They had filed for bankruptcy last month. I didn't say anything for a moment, not because I was surprised, but because I wasn't. You can only fake stability for so long before reality catches up. Andre kept talking, but your sister is now working in a retail job at one of those clothing chains, which is her first job. I think that one actually made me smirk. Guess the prom fund finally ran dry. He let out a short laugh. Yeah man, life hit him hard. We talked for a few more minutes, mostly small talk, then hung up. I just sat there for a while after, staring out the window. The sky seemed clearer that day, and everything felt lighter. They'd spent all of their money, lost the house they'd been bragging about for years, and the same sister who had called me selfish was now folding clothes for minimum wage. I didn't feel happy about it, and no part of me was sitting there celebrating their demise. Instead, I felt a sense of clarity, as if the universe had finally adjusted its balance. For years I carried them, convinced that I was being a good son, that helping them was what family meant. But now, with the noise gone, I realized something simple and ugly. They never wanted me to stand beside them. They only wanted me to hold them up, and the moment I stopped, they collapsed. That's not family. That's dependency disguised as love. Weeks and months passed, and life continued on. I started sleeping better, eating better, and laughing more, and my business reached new heights because I wasn't constantly wasting money and energy trying to save people who didn't want to be saved. Somewhere in that silence, I realized something I wish I'd known years ago. Family doesn't mean lifelong debt. It's supposed to be founded on love, not duty, on respect, not manipulation. When money became the glue, it stopped being family. I lost them, but I gained something greater for myself. It's been months since I left that house. And honestly, I didn't realize how much tension I'd been carrying until it was gone. There were no late-night guilt calls, no we're short on bills texts, no fake emergencies, just silence. The kind that doesn't feel lonely, just peaceful. Every now and then, my cousin Andre would check in with updates. I didn't ask, but he'd tell me anyway, as if he was trying to keep me in the loop without dragging me back into it. One afternoon, about 8 months after I went no contact, I heard a knock at the door. I almost didn't open it, but curiosity won. When I looked through the peephole, my stomach dropped a little. There they were, my mom and my sister, standing side by side like they'd practiced the pose. My mom was holding a small bag, as if she'd brought something, probably an emotional prop. My sister had her arms crossed and sunglasses on, even though it was cloudy outside. I opened the door halfway. What do you want? Mom's smile was tight and rehearsed. Can we come in? We just want to talk. Talking isn't usually what you come here for, I said. She sighed softly. Please, Luca. We've made mistakes. We just want to fix things. I looked at both of them, trying to read their faces. My sister couldn't even make eye contact, and she was scanning my porch like she'd rather be anywhere else. Against my better judgment, I stepped aside and let them in. Mom immediately launched into it. We've been through a lot since you left, she said, sitting down. Your father has been unwell again. We lost our house. Things have been hard. I heard, I answered plainly, and she nodded hastily, as if expecting sympathy would break me open. We've realized how wrong we were. You were just trying to help, and we took advantage of it. We are genuinely sorry. My sister, eventually spoke up. Her tone was robotic. Yes, we should not have said those things to you, but it almost seemed plausible. My mom grabbed an envelope from her bag and handed it over the table. We're trying to get back on our feet, but the bills are stacking up again, and the banks are making things difficult. We only needed a little help this time, and there it was. I leaned back and glanced at them both, wondering how long it would be until you begged for money again. Mom's face turned pale. That is not fair. It's entirely fair, I responded. You've been playing the same game for years. You cry, apologize, and then extend your hand. Her voice quivered. You do not grasp what we are going through. Oh, I completely understand, I responded, standing up. You're still attempting to make your troubles my responsibility. My sister's mask crumbled and she sneered, saying, You're pathetic. You sit here acting all high and mighty because you have money, but you're just a selfish jerk who abandoned his children. I turned to her, cool as usual, and said, You're folding jeans at a store because you never learned the value of work. Don't tell me about responsibility. Her jaw fell, and she didn't have a response. Mom rose up, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You've changed, Luca. You used to care about us." I pretended I cared, but I knew it was simply another way for you to manipulate me. They both looked at me, expecting me to give in, but I didn't. Instead, I pointed to the door. "We're done here." My sister murmured something under her breath as she walked out, and Mom remained for a while, perhaps expecting I'd stop her, possibly understanding I wouldn't. The silence that followed was heavy, but it wasn't painful. It was relief, pure and simple. I stood there for a while, looking at the empty spot where that envelope sat on the table. I could have helped them, I had the money, but that wasn't what they required. What they needed was to finally live in the world they created without my safety net. That night, I sat outside on my porch, watching the sun set. The air was cold and calm, and my phone remained silent. I hoped it would stay that way. I was thinking about how everyone thinks family is everything, but no one ever mentions how family can also drain you dry. Boundaries don't make you cruel, they make you sane. People may still call me cold, selfish, and heartless, but I sleep well because at the end of the day, they called me selfish for safeguarding my money, not for stealing from my family. My family ignored my promotion celebration. A week later, I received a $2,000 request for Dad's party. I sent one penny and blocked them all. I, a 31-year-old guy, finally received the promotion I had been working so hard for. Senior Director of Operations. Massive income increase, true decision-making power, corner office with windows that do not face another building, the complete package. I felt like I had finally made it. The promotion announcement took place during an all-hands meeting with the CEO, who shook my hand in front of 200 employees. People I barely knew congratulated me afterward. I got free lunch, my picture in the business newsletter, and everything. I quickly texted my folks with a generic big news message. Nobody called back. Whatever. They're definitely busy, right? They weren't busy. Following the announcement, my supervisor, Johan, drew me aside. "Luca, you earned it. Never let someone make you feel guilty about your accomplishment." So I wanted to celebrate properly, not at a corporate happy hour where everyone pretends to be joyful while perusing Instagram. Something genuine with the individuals who purportedly cared. I made a reservation at Vincenzo's, a great Italian restaurant downtown. They had a private dining area in the back that was ideal for about 15 people. Put down a €350 deposit. We ordered appetizers and decent non-alcoholic beverages. I sent out invites 2 weeks in advance to Anna, Giovanni, my older sister Elena, and my younger brother Nico, as well as my mentor Sebastian, some co-workers, and 3 college pals with whom I remained in touch. The invitation was quite explicit about what this was and when it was happening. Everyone read the messages. I spotted the red receipts. Anna even responded with celebratory emojis. Elena sent a strangely serious message about being proud. Nico gave the thumbs up. Giovanni never reacted, which was customary for him. The man handled text messages as if they were written in ancient hieroglyphics. I was truly excited in the lead-up week. Even practiced a toast in my car like a total fool. That's how good I felt about life. On the day of the celebration, I arrived at 7 to ensure that everything was in order. The private room looked fantastic. The table was decorated. Sparkling cider was refreshing. The manager, Marco, kept congratulating me. A very decent guy who had no idea he was going to witness something pathetic. 8 p.m. Nobody. I texted the group chat an optimistic message about being there when they arrived. Red receipts are everywhere. There were no answers. By 9 p.m., I'm sipping sparkling water and Marco comes breadsticks. At 9:30 my coworkers text me to say they're leaving. College pals just vanished totally. Sebastian calls, and his wife is truly in the hospital, which is the only valid explanation I had all night. 10 p.m. When the time comes, I'm eating calamari alone while Marco speculates that the date may have been incorrectly recorded. We're both aware that's bullshit. This young waitress looked at me with genuine empathy, and I nearly burst into tears right there, like if I were a stray dog in the storm. 10:30, I tell him to cancel the main meals and pay for the items I ordered. I left him an €85 gratuity since his secondhand embarrassment for me was real. He tried to resist it. "No, senor, I can't take this. You sat with me for 20 minutes while you should have been operating your restaurant. That's worth $100. I drove home in utter stillness, with my phone merely laying on the passenger seat. There were no calls, texts, or apologies for being unable to attend. It's just me and my thoughts, which is a deadly mix even at the best of circumstances. That night, I lay in bed, considering every potential answer. Emergency, miscommunication, or perhaps I wasn't worth showing up for. That last notion clung like gum to a shoe. The next few days were radio quiet. Nothing. On Thursday, I received an SMS from Nico. "Hello, dude. I apologize for Saturday. Something came up. Congratulations on your promotion, though." Something came up. This was the complete explanation. As if I'd invited him to watch paint dry rather than enjoy the culmination of 6 years of hard work. Nobody else said anything. It was as if the celebration had never occurred. Little did I know, the universe was not finished kicking me while I was down. In fact, it was still warming up. Monday afternoon, 9 days after my non-celebration, I'm at a budget review meeting when my phone vibrates. Family group chat. I almost disregarded it, but curiosity took over. Then Anna's message arrived. She is announcing Giovanni's retirement party next month, and they have reserved the Grand Palm Resort for the entire weekend. Friday through Sunday, ocean view rooms, private beach access, catered supper, live band and more, followed by the bomb. The cost per participant is €2,000. Please Venmo by Wednesday. Cannot wait. I honestly thought it was a prank at first. Retirement parties cost €2,000 per person. Less than 2 weeks after each of them, no one showed up to my promotion dinner without even sending a text. The nerve of these folks. Elena reacted instantly, stating she had already sent the money and Giovanni deserved it. Then she tweeted a selfie from some breakfast spot boasting about pampering herself before the big celebration, implying that she had money for mimosas and a weekend getaway but couldn't afford to show up to a free dinner I paid for. Giovanni joined in with the standard faux humility performance. "You kids do not have to do this." Then instantly. "But it means everything to me. I cannot wait to celebrate with my family." Right. The family that evidently no longer included me, but did include my wallet. I had seen that play 1,000 times. The entire performance was so polished that it could have been on Broadway. Giovanni could have won a Tony for his guilt trip. I sat in the meeting room absolutely absorbed as my CFO discussed Q3 predictions. The person next to me had to nudge me twice. "Luca, are you okay?" I nodded, pretending to take notes. My phone started vibrating as additional family members joined in. An aunt said she had already booked her travel. An uncle inquired about the dress code, and cousins I hadn't heard from in years suddenly flooded the conversation with excitement. Then I spotted something. My brother Nico had not replied. It was just me and him, and there was utter quiet. I excused myself from the meeting, went into my office, closed the door, and sat there staring at the group chat. My assistant knocked and asked if I needed anything. I requested her to hold all of my calls and empty my afternoon calendar. That's when something changed in my mind. The kind of clarity that comes when you realize you've spent your entire life playing a rigged game. I opened Venmo and sent Anna exactly 1 cent. In the remarks section, I wrote, "Here's my contribution. Enjoy the party." If they wanted to play games, I was about to change the rules entirely. And trust me, I was playing for keeps. Then I did something I'd wanted to do for months, but never had the guts to do. I blocked all of my family members' phone numbers. Anna, Giovanni, Elena, and even extended family members had participated in the never-ending guilt trip. The only number I did not block was Nico's. Each block felt like releasing a weight I'd been carrying for years. 20 persons were prevented in 2 minutes. It was therapeutic. I should have charged my insurance for that. But I did not stop there. I spent 3 hours on the phone following that encounter. I called the bank and asked them to remove my parents from the joint account we formed years ago when they needed assistance. I moved all of my money to a different bank totally. Here's the thing with their mortgage. When they purchased the house 8 years ago, their credit was so bad that they couldn't qualify. I was 25 years old, with solid credit and a reasonable income. Giovanni persuaded me to join as a co-owner on the title. Said it was only temporary to get them approved. They would refinance me in a year or two, at most. That was 8 years ago. Guess what never occurred? Congratulations if you correctly predict the refinancing. You are smarter than I was at the age of 25. My name was still on the deed, so I legally owned a third of the house. I called the mortgage company and requested that any changes made without my physical signature be frozen. In addition, I was an authorized user on 3 of their credit cards. I removed myself from all of them. The customer service representative at the bank seemed concerned. "Sir, are you sure you want to close this account? It's been open for 8 years. I have never been more certain about anything in my life. I changed my apartment's locks. I updated every password I had, set up two-factor authentication on everything, and created a wall around my entire financial life. My security questions changed from my mother's maiden name and my first pet to randomly generated answers saved in a password manager. They could no longer use social engineering to gain access to anything. It felt fantastic. I returned home that night feeling lighter than I have in ages. I made myself dinner, watched a movie, and slept like a baby. For just one day, life was tranquil. When my family understood what I'd done, all hell broke out. I spent one day in blissful silence. There were no guilt trips, soba stories, or demands. Just me and my new corner office, where I could focus on actual work without worrying about the next financial disaster. Then Tuesday night occurred. I was preparing dinner when someone began knocking on my door. Not knocking, but banging like they were breaking it down, as if the cops were serving a warrant or something. I peeked through the peephole. Elena. Her face was hot and contorted in that way she had just before unleashing her rage on someone. I pondered ignoring her, but the pounding intensified. My neighbor across the hall opened his door, visibly anxious. I waved as if everything was all right, even though it obviously wasn't. I opened the door with the chain lock engaged. What? 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 She appeared to be going to have an aneurysm. Steam was literally pouring out of her ears. You send Anna 1 cent like some kind of jerk joke, then block everyone. What is your problem? I don't have a problem. I just stopped being your problem solver. You're being a child. This is Giovanni's retirement. He's worked his entire life and deserves to celebrate. And you're making it about yourself. That made me giggle. Making it about myself? Like inviting my family to celebrate the biggest achievement of my career and having literally none of you show up. She started to smirk. Oh my God, you're still hung up on that. It was just a dinner, Luca. Get over it. Just a dinner. Cool. Then Giovanni's retirement is just a party. He can get over not having me there. Oh, that's completely different. How? Because Giovanni actually matters. Because he's our father and he sacrificed everything for us, and the least you could do is show up and help pay for one party. She was shrieking now, very likely waking up my neighbors. Felix next door probably enjoyed this more than his evening television. But no, you have to be selfish and make everything about you and your stupid feelings. I began to close the door. We're done here. She slammed her foot against the threshold. The woman was also wearing heels, which must have been uncomfortable. You think you're so much better than us, don't you? With your fancy promotion and your fancy apartment. You're still the same scrawny kid who needed Giovanni to bail him out. Giovanni hasn't bailed me out of anything since I was 19. I've bailed him out 17 times in the last 5 years. I counted. That's what family does. I'm not your ATM anymore, Elena. Figure it out. I closed the door so forcefully that she had to move her foot or lose toes. She stood outside yelling for another 2 minutes before leaving. I heard her kick my door on her way out, which was quite mature. I ate my subpar pasta while listening to her automobile pull out of the parking lot, as if she were auditioning for Fast and Furious. My neighbor Felix knocked 20 minutes later. Retired cop, solid dude, everything okay? Heard shouting. Yeah, family drama, nothing dangerous. He gave a firm nod. Family's the worst sometimes. They know exactly which buttons to push. You need anything? I'm in 3B. Thanks, Felix. I saw it highlighted in your building. Hey, congratulations on your promotion. Newsletter. At least one person congratulated me in person. A guy I scarcely knew was more encouraging than my own biological family. Let that sink in. My phone began buzzing with fresh numbers. I knew they were using other people's phones. Let everything go to voicemail. 3 more calls. I ignored 3 more voicemails. Then text messages began arriving from numbers I didn't know. My mother sent messages questioning how I could do this to them. Messages claiming that I was pulling the family apart for money. My father was devastated and believes he failed as a dad. I blocked each number that came through. It was like playing whack-a-mole, except the moles were my relatives attempting to guilt-trip me into supporting their lifestyle. A high score. 20 blocked numbers in one evening. Then my phone called from Nico's number, which I hadn't blocked. I responded. Hey man. He murmured quietly. You okay? Yeah. You? They're losing their minds over here. Anna's crying. Giovanni's rage pacing. Elena keeps screaming about what an ungrateful jerk you are. And I told them they brought it on themselves. You've been bankrolling their lives for years and they couldn't even show up to your dinner. A moment's silence followed. How did that go over? Giovanni instructed me to leave if I was going to defend you. So right now, I'm messaging you from Denny's while eating horrible pancakes. I truly laughed. Sorry, man. Don't be. Needed to happen anyway. Listen, I don't know what your plan is, but whatever it is, I'm not going to try to talk you out of it. You've taken enough garbage from them. Thanks, brother. Yeah. Also, heads up. Anna attempted to use your information to access the joint account. What? Yes. The bank contacted and informed her that her access had been suspended. She's planning something. I don't know what, but she had that look. What look? It's the expression she gives when she's going to do something outrageous and manipulative. Do you remember when she showed up at your work? I did. 4 years ago, I declined to offer them money for a vacation. She'd arrived at my office building crying, telling everyone who would listen that I'd abandoned my family. I was so ashamed that I wrote her a check just so she would leave. Peak manipulation. Yeah, I remember. Just watch your back, man. Watch. They're desperate, and desperate people do stupid stuff. He wasn't being deceptive. 2 hours later, I received another tap on my door. This time, it was 2 cops because apparently, when your family is unable to guilt you into submission, they call the cops. The cops did apologize at least. The taller one said that they'd received a wellness check request. Family members stated I was absent, not responding to anyone, potentially in danger, or experiencing a mental health crisis. I almost laughed, but I managed to hold it together. Officers, I'm clearly fine. I just blocked my family because they've been financially exploiting me for years. They exchanged a look that indicated they'd heard this narrative before. The shorter cop inquired if I was making this decision of my own free will, not under duress, and without any psychological breaks. I have confirmed all of the above. They requested that I show my ID and answer some basic questions about my mental state, as is customary for a wellness check. The taller one walked through my flat with me, noting all of my work trophies on the wall and a recent promotion plaque mounted on my desk. Congrats on the promotion, he remarked. Thanks. That's actually what started this whole thing. How so? I gave them a short explanation. Invited family to celebrate. Nobody showed. Week later they demanded money for another party. I cut them off. They're retaliating. Their eyes met. They grasped it really quickly after that. They assured me that I was secure and asked if I wanted to submit a report on the bogus wellness check. I declined but stated if they continued to harass me, I would seek a restraining order. They nodded and departed. That night I installed security cameras, one on my front entrance and one in the parking lot. We also added a video doorbell. The cameras cost €350 and send notifications directly to my phone. If they were going to escalate, I needed documentation and footage. Maybe I'll make a documentary about it someday. The next morning, I awoke to 17 missed calls and 43 texts from unfamiliar numbers. I deleted them all without reading. Work became my sole refuge. Every day, the first person in, and the last to leave. My supervisor, Johan, inquired if I was all right. I informed him I was going through some family issues, but they were managed. He did not push. Then the real stuff began. Someone attempted to log into my bank account. Failed. Password reset attempt. Failed. Someone attempted to use my debit card information in a gas station 3 states away. Declined. Someone attempted to take out a personal loan with my social security information, which was reported as probable fraud. At this point, I wasn't surprised, just sad, and perhaps a little pleased by the chutzpah. I drove directly to my bank. Lucia, the manager, raised her eyes when she pulled up my account. Mr. Luca, someone's been very busy trying to access your finances today. We've blocked everything, but you need to freeze your credit immediately. Can you tell where the attempts came from? She browsed a few websites. The login attempts originated from an IP address in your hometown. The loan application includes a co-applicant. She paused. Elena Luca. Related to you? My sister. Lucia's demeanor changed from concern to rage. I'm going to recommend you file a police report for identity theft and attempted fraud. This goes beyond family drama. It's a federal crime. She copied out all of the attempted transactions, highlighted the suspicious ones, and provided me with paperwork. At this time, I had more proof than an episode of Law and Order. I filled out the report, gave them Elena's information, and explained the circumstances. The investigator who took my statement did not appear startled. Family fraud is more common than you'd think, he warned, and harder to prosecute because courts are hesitant to send family members to jail. But we'll open an investigation, keep documenting everything, every call, text and attempt. If this turns into stalking or harassment, we need a written trail. Armed with the police report, I went home and made a life-changing decision. I called my lawyer, Marco, who I had employed for contract reviews when I purchased my property. It was time to go nuclear, and I had the code. Marco listened to everything. Years of financial extortion, a no-show at my celebration, a €2,000 demand, blocked numbers, and attempted fraud. All of it. Luca, what exactly do you want to accomplish here? I want out of every financial entanglement with my family, and I want back every euro they owe me. That's going to be difficult to prove without documentation. I have documentation, bank statements, Venmo transactions, screenshots of text message requests, all of it going back 6 years. There was a momentary breath. How much are we talking about? I don't know exactly. That's why I need you. I need a full accounting of every euro I've given them. That'll take some time and cost you in billable hours. I don't care what it costs. Make it happen. Marco got to work. Meanwhile, I began my own documentation. I spent the whole weekend going over every bank statement, Venmo transaction, transfer and text message where they requested for money. I structured everything in a big spreadsheet that included dates, quantities, and what they claimed the money was for. This was when everything came into perspective. I was not their son or brother. I was a walking ATM that had been taught like a puppy. Once I lay everything out, the pattern became evident. Anna's tears dried up the moment I opened my wallet. Elena's guilt trips about family loyalty, as she shared vacation images from locations I'd never seen. Giovanni's disappointing silences lasted precisely until I wrote a check. It was all there in black and white, with gloomy red figures. Over the course of 6 years, hundreds of transactions occurred. Every single one is following the same playbook. Crisis, guilt, money, silence, wash and repeat, till your bank account resembles a crime scene. I counted everything up. Mortgage payments, Giovanni's truck loan, and Elena's wedding all became my financial responsibilities. Anna's emergency medical expenditures, which turned out to be for a cosmetic surgery because Botox is evidently considered a family emergency. Nico's state college tuition was the only thing I didn't regret. I paid off their credit card debt. Car repairs, bail money, court bills, vacation deposits, you name it. Total, €320,000. I sat there, staring at the number until my eyesight clouded. That was a house. That represented retirement savings. That was my entire life's savings gone. Because I was too terrified to say no, and too ignorant to recognize the pattern. I called Marco right after I finished. I received a number. How bad? €320,000. Silence on the other end. Jesus, Luca. Yeah, all right. Email me everything. I'll verify it and we'll figure out our next move. He double-checked the numbers. He called me one evening that week. Luca, I've gone through everything. Your total documented losses are €320,000. That's verifiable, provable, and frankly stunning. But here's the thing. Most of these were presented as gifts, not loans. You're going to have a hard time getting a court to order repayment. What if they were coerced? If I can show a pattern of manipulation and guilt trips, that's trickier, but possible, especially with the attempted fraud now on record, shows intent to continue exploiting you. The man stopped. There's another alternative. You're a co-owner of their mortgage, right? Your name appears on the title. Yeah, have been for 8 years. You could force a partition sale. They'd have to buy out your portion or sell the property entirely. The concept took root instantly. Beautiful. How fast can we make that happen? I can file the paperwork tomorrow. But Luca, this is nuclear. Once you pull this trigger, there's no going back. Your relationship with your parents is over. Our relationship ended long ago. All right then. I'll draft the partition action. But I didn't stop there. If you're going to burn a bridge, you might as well make it spectacular. I remembered the retirement party demand, the €2,000 they demanded from me for a celebration to honor a man who couldn't even attend my supper. I had Marco create a separate email for legal correspondence and sent it to the entire family. Subject: Invoice for outstanding debts. Payment is required. Body is attached. Please find a detailed accounting of all financial support provided to the Luca family from 2018 to 2024, totaling €320,000. Payment in full is expected within 90 days. Failure to pay will result in legal action including but not limited to forced sale of property, wage garnishment, and liens on all vehicles and assets. This is not a negotiation. I attached the 47-page spreadsheet, which highlighted and categorized every transaction and was color-coded by family members. It also included a chart demonstrating the escalation of requests over time. Sent it at 7 a.m. on a Monday morning. Marco said it would hit them like a bomb. It turns out he was underselling it. My Giovanni made the initial call. I didn't respond, but he left a voicemail with only heavy breathing. "You have lost your dang mind." Click. Elena texted from a new number. "You're trying to destroy us over what? Your hurt feelings. You're such a pathetic a-hole." Anna's voicemail was different. Full performance, including crying and screaming. "Luca, baby, please. We can talk about this. You can't really mean this. We're your family. Please call me back." I had heard this performance several times before. It generally ends with me opening my wallet. Not this time. I did not respond to any of them. Let them panic. Let them know I'm serious. They're going to use every manipulative trick they know. I won't participate. The papers for the forced sale went through. My parents had 60 days to either buy me out for fair market value or put the house on the market. Marco believed that my half was worth approximately 150,000 euros. They'd have to come up with it in cash or sell. They didn't have that much cash. It's shocking, I know. They attempted to refinance and buy me out. The bank turned them down since their credit had been wrecked, and their debt-to-income ratio was ludicrous. It turns out that living over one's means for decades has effects. They applied for a personal loan, but were denied. They tried to remortgage with a predatory lender. I also banned it since, as a co-owner, I was required to approve any changes. Their only alternative was to sell, and they were very furious about it. The house went on the market 3 weeks later. They priced it too high out of anger, hoping to avoid selling. It waited for 2 weeks with no offers since no one wants to pay too much for a 3-bedroom home in the suburbs. Marco had his realtor notify them that they needed to lower the price or risk a court-ordered auction, which would result in even lower profits. They lowered the price and received an offer within days that was lower than their asking amount, but acceptable. The closing date was established for 45 days out. I received updates from Marco, as well as Nico, who had been keeping me updated while I was sleeping at a friend's house. He was attempting to avoid the turmoil. Every Thursday we'd meet in a sports bar, and he'd tell me what was going on. It was like watching a reality show, just sadder and with poorer decision-making. "Anna's losing it," he remarked. Like genuinely losing it. She called me crying saying, "You're destroying the family legacy." I reminded her that the family legacy is a mansion they couldn't afford and a lifestyle supported by guilt-tripping their children. She hung up on me. "How's Giovanni?" "Silent. He just sits in his recliner staring at the wall. It's actually kind of scary." Victoria tried to get him to do something, file a countersuit or something, but he won't even respond to her. And Victoria, oh, she's on a rampage. Tried to start a GoFundMe claiming you'd stolen from the family and left them homeless. I reported it, and it got taken down. Now she's calling every relative we have, spinning some story about how you've always been jealous of them, and this is your revenge for being the less successful child. I was laughing when I heard that. I am literally the only one with a career. Yes, nobody is buying her version. Aunt Sophie advised her to obtain a job. Uncle Victor claimed he warned Giovanni years ago about bleeding you dry. The extended family is mostly on your side, or at least neutral. Nico went silent for a second. "Anna tried to get me to speak with you. I said I was the only one you might listen to. I wanted to convince you to abandon the lawsuit." "What did you tell her?" I asked. "I told her she had 6 years to treat you like a family member, not a bank account. The ship has sailed. That's why I adore Nico." Meanwhile, the cars began to disappear. Giovanni's truck appeared on Facebook Marketplace. Anna took her SUV to a used car store. Elena's expensive automobile, which I helped her lease, was repossessed when she stopped making payments. She shared a soba story on Facebook, alleging financial trouble. 3 individuals tagged me in the comments and asked if I knew about it. I did not respond. Let them ponder. Elena attempted one more angle. She showed up in my workplace building. Security contacted me from the lobby. "Mr. Luca, there's an Elena Luca here demanding to see you. Says she's your sister. Tell her I'm not available and she's not authorized to be on company property. She's causing a scene, sir. Then call the police and have her escorted off the premises." That is what they did. I observed from my office window as 2 cops led her to her car. She screamed the entire way. Johan also witnessed it. "Friend of yours?" he inquired dryly. "Sister?" "Ah. Family? Not anymore. The entire staff received an email regarding tighter security. After that, I became a legend in the building, and not for the better. Then I heard out from Nico that the house had sold. After paying off their mortgage, real estate costs, and other expenses, my parents received approximately 75,000 euros from the sale. They also sold the majority of their furniture, jewels, and anything of value. Anna's wedding ring ended up at a pawn shop. Giovanni sold his fishing equipment at a yard sale. Everything they had accumulated over the previous 30 years was liquidated. They moved into an inexpensive 2-bedroom apartment in a tough neighborhood. Nico emailed me photos, bare walls, mismatched Goodwill furniture, and a small kitchen. He didn't say it outright, but the implication was evident. This is what their life is like without you. Elena moved in with her boyfriend, who was clearly unhappy about it based on the screams Nico heard through the walls when he went to pick up his belongings. It turns out that nobody likes a broke, entitled house guest with a victim complex. They were able to get 75,000 euros in total by selling their house and liquidating their belongings. They sent it via wire transfer and included a note from Giovanni. "This is all we have. I hope you're proud of yourself." I was, but I also knew it wasn't anywhere close to the 320,000 euros they owed me. Marco wrote another letter. They had several options, including a payment plan, wage garnishment, and more assets to liquidate. But I had made my point. Marco cautioned me that pursuing the whole sum would require years of litigation and may not be worth the stress. Sometimes, he observed, the real win is getting your life back, not having every euro. He was correct. I'd removed my name off their mortgage, reclaimed some money, and created a wall around my future. That was sufficient. Or so I thought. Because life had one more surprise in store for me. 4 months after everything had gone down, I was settling into my new normal. Work was excellent. I was exceeding my goals, receiving praise from senior management, and truly enjoying my profession without the constant stress of family. Johan nominated me for a Workplace Leadership Award. Life was good. I had resumed dating, which I had avoided for years due to exhaustion. I met a woman named Isabella in the gym. She was unaware of my family's drama, which I preferred. A new beginning with a clean slate. I even joined a recreational soccer league, which seemed silly but was a lot of fun. A team of men in their 30s thinking they were not too old to slide tackle. We'd grab beers after games and speak about work and life. Life was good. Quiet but excellent. Then, one Tuesday evening, I was at my usual coffee shop, catching up on emails, when someone slid into the seat across from mine. Nico. He looked different, perhaps cleaner, or simply less worried. I got a new haircut, shed some weight, and sat down with a cup of coffee without saying anything. "Thanks," I said, kept typing. "What's up?" "I wanted to talk to you away from everyone else." I closed my laptop and gave him my undivided attention. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, actually, I got into grad school, full scholarship, engineering program at University of Washington. I'm moving to Seattle in 2 weeks." "Nico, that's incredible. Congratulations, man." "Thanks. I couldn't have done it without your help. The tuition money you gave me for undergrad. That was the only reason I could even apply. I didn't have to work 3 jobs like everyone else. I could focus on grades, research, and actually being a good student." He waved me away. "You earned it. You actually went to class and graduated. That was all you. Nonetheless, I wanted you to know that I appreciated it. And I wanted to apologize for what? For not standing up for you sooner. For letting them treat you like that for years. I witnessed it happen but didn't say anything because it benefited me as well. That was cowardly. I had not expected that. I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded. I also wanted to tell you what has been going on. Anna and Giovanni are not doing well. Giovanni works in a warehouse, doing night shifts. Anna works half-time in a supermarket shop. They barely make enough money to pay their rent. Elena is still living with her lover, but things are going apart. She started calling and asking for money. What did you tell her? I told her I'm a broke grad student and she should get a job. She called me ungrateful. I blocked her phone number. He smiled slightly. Learned that from you. Good for you. I grinned back. Here's the thing though. I'm not saying this to make you feel bad. I'm telling you because I want you to know that they are facing real consequences for the first time in their lives, and maybe, just maybe, that may change things. Probably not. But maybe. I doubt it. Yeah, probably not. But I also wanted to tell you that Giovanni asked about you last week. What did he say? He asked if you were doing okay. I said you seemed happy, and then he just nodded and went quiet. Nico paused. Then he said, I failed that kid. He walked away. I wasn't sure what to do with that information. Anyway, Nico stood up and said, I'm leaving to Seattle in 2 weeks, as I previously stated, but I was hoping we might stay in touch and catch dinner when I return to town. I know I'm part of the family who screwed you over, and I understand if you don't want anything to do with any of us, including myself, but I'm asking nonetheless. Yeah, I replied. I'd like that, Nico. Text me when you get settled out there. Maybe I'll come visit too. Check out Seattle. I'd like that. He paused, then extended his hand. I shook it, and he drew me into a brief hug. That was awkward, but sincere. For what it's worth, he remarked as he left. I'm proud of you. What you did required courage. I'm trying to learn from that. After he departed, I sat down for a while, nursing my coffee and reflecting on all that had transpired. 6 months ago, I was locked in a loop of shame and responsibility, losing money to people who regarded me as a resource rather than a person. I was so desperate for their acceptance that I almost went bankrupt attempting to buy it. Now, I had my life back. I had a career I was proud of, money in my savings account, and future ambitions that did not include bailing out anyone. I'd lost my parents and sister, but I'd lost them years before. I'd simply been too terrified to admit it. But I too had gained something. A brother who recognized me as a person who was learning to set his own boundaries and create his own life. That was worth something. Maybe it's worth more than the money I'll never get back. I thought my grandfather's money could save my mom's life, until I learned he shut down her clinic. Turns out, it was his biggest mistake. My mother was diagnosed, so I called every family with money for treatment support. My uncle with his Mercedes collection advised better planning. My aunt with the beach mansion denied responsibility. My grandfather, who owned half downtown commercial real estate, hung up when I cried. After years of boasting about their wealth, they didn't show up. After posting on our neighborhood Facebook site about requiring hospital trips, our elderly neighbor arrived with a casserole and a driving schedule within an hour. She barely knew us beyond greeting. 3 strangers deep cleaned our house the next morning to prevent Mom from getting illnesses. Our landlord lowered our rent without asking. My little brother's school lunch lady started preparing extra food for him to take home. Despite their poverty, they came every day while my wealthier relatives uploaded Italy vacation images. I held my mother when she cried when her hairdresser shaved her head for free at our house. The mechanic fixed our automobile for free so we could obtain therapy. The corner store owner sometimes forgot to charge us for groceries. These people kept us alive while my family ignored us. I learned about our city in the waiting room during Mom's second round of treatment. A mom told me her son died because the nearest hospital was 38 minutes away. The man I met lost his house to medical debt despite working 3 jobs. Everybody told how the system failed them while rich people like my family built another mall nobody needed. A young organizer urged me to help protest the shuttered health clinic as I was there every day. I attended city council meetings between Mom's treatments and heard that my grandfather's company lobbied to close the clinic because the site was valuable. The granddad who wouldn't give us a penny robbed hundreds of people's healthcare to build luxury apartments. I began journaling every injustice and story. I had 180 pages of reasons to fight back by Mom's last treatment. After 8 months of misery, Mom went into remission, and our neighborhood staged a park picnic with food everyone had saved. My uncle drove by in his Tesla without slowing. That night, the organizer asked if I'd considered running for mayor since I saw everyone's hardships. I had 450 campaign volunteers in a month, and all of them had been abandoned by the system. 7 years had passed since my grandfather's golf pal hosted town hall. Bake sales and car washes funded our campaign, while developers wanted to build luxury condos where the food bank was. We registered 7,500 system-abandoned voters by knocking on every door in the district. We were ahead by single digits but growing weekly in polls. I had volunteers work 18-hour days because they felt we could alter things. Mom was our unofficial mascot, and survivors cried at rallies when they saw her. My granddad arrived at campaign headquarters with his lawyer while we led the polls by 14 points. He appeared worried after 2 years without talking to me. He threatened to evict every volunteer in his buildings if I didn't drop out. He owned half the apartment buildings in our district through unknown shell corporations. I have 46 of your volunteers on my tenant lists, he added, presenting me the papers with familiar names. Everyone gets 28 days notice tomorrow if they don't concede today. I informed him that was illegal, but his lawyer chuckled and said, "Good luck proving retaliation when they all missed rent during medical emergencies." My volunteers didn't know their slumlord was my grandfather, and finding out would ruin the campaign. He gave me till midnight to decide. I had 4 hours to win or keep 46 families home. On election night, our victory party's fire alarm went off from 18 points ahead. We evacuated quietly until we spotted smoke coming from the community center where we held voter registration efforts and campaign records. The building where Mom got free chemo meals burned. Her support group's meeting venue burned. The room where kids completed homework while parents worked 3 jobs burned. After fire trucks arrived, everything inside was gone. My grandfather texted, "Electrical fires are so common in old buildings." Another text followed immediately. "Your mother's oncologist works out of one of my medical buildings." A third made my hands shake. "So does the dialysis center where your neighbor gets treatment." A fourth, "And the pharmacy where your volunteers get their insulin." While Mom celebrated our win, I saw the flames burn the place that saved us. People cried, hugged, and took fire photos on their phones. As the news reported our landslide victory, my grandfather texted, "Concede tomorrow, or I start having more electrical problems at the children's clinic." I stood motionless, my phone screen lighting with grandfather's children's clinic threat, while smoke filled the night sky behind me. Mom was celebrating 20 feet away, and I had maybe 10 seconds to decide how to handle this without ruining her success. I shook my hands as I put the phone in my pocket and smiled as Mom ran over with tears of pleasure. While fire trucks wailed and sirens blared, she hugged me, and I thought about whose volunteers lived in grandfather's buildings. I quietly waved the young organizer over from across the evacuation zone while Mom talked to other supporters about our landslide triumph. We stopped near the yellow tape where firefighters were setting up their equipment, and I showed her my phone's texts, seeing her face blanch as she read each threat concerning the medical facilities and children's clinic. She grabbed my arm, and we quickly agreed to suspend any public concession while we protected volunteers from illegal eviction. I distracted Mom by pointing out supporters in the crowd and praising them while the organizer called for emergency legal help. In an hour, while the fire brigade poured water on the blazing ruins, the organizer introduced us to Marco Esposito, a tenants' rights attorney who had fought unjust evictions. He promised to meet us at 7:30 in the morning and ordered us to photograph everything before it disappeared. I screenshotted every grandfather communication and sent it to numerous email accounts, including one I made for this reason. I snapped images of the burning building from different angles, shaking with fury and dread, to document the destruction of the place that saved us throughout Mom's cancer treatment. Since our voter registration records were destroyed with the building, our campaign IT lead checked his laptop for backups. He identified partial voter lists in the cloud he uploaded last week but confirmed that most of our organizing paperwork, including volunteer contact sheets, were only in the ash-covered filing cabinets. As midnight arrived, the gathering thinned, and I got Mom home and into her bed, not telling her about the threats because stress could disrupt her remission. Keeping this from her weighed against my duty to safeguard her health, but I knew she'd fight if she realized what grandfather was doing. After she fell asleep, I texted our volunteer coordinators to secretly check whether team members rented from Westside Properties or Riverside Holdings without explaining why. I got 46 names in 1 hour, including Nina Calder, who led our biggest canvassing effort and knocked on 1,800 homes. As I stared at grandfather's list of families he could kill at my kitchen table, I purposefully missed midnight without surrendering. The organizer texted that she was making plans with volunteers for eviction letters and has lawyers ready to file emergency injunctions in the morning. After midnight, my phone went silent, which was worse than another threat because I didn't know what grandfather would do. After the fire, I spent the night searching through our campaign information on computers and phones to reconstruct what we lost. I received what the tech lead could recover, which was only 20% of what we'd developed over months of organizing. I dozed on the couch for a few hours at 2:45 a.m., before seeing Marco Esposito, knowing the fight would start when I woke up. Grandfather controlled their homes and clinics, even though the community elected me by 18 points. I'd won the election, but he'd showed me he could destroy everything I cared about if I didn't follow his rules. I answered my phone at 2:45 a.m., and the organizer started chatting before I could say hi. While I lay on the couch staring at the ceiling, she planned everything. She called 11 volunteers to set up emergency tenant meetings the next day. She contacted 3 housing-related media contacts. She spoke for 9 minutes on turning grandfather's threats into our biggest weapon while I took notes on an envelope. I had 4 pages of action items and shaking hands from non-fear by the time she hung up. I prepared coffee and texted the volunteer coordinators she mentioned to covertly promote the meetings without posting anything online. Marco Esposito arrived at my door at 7 with a briefcase and donuts. I signed forms where he pointed as he explained temporary restraining orders on my kitchen table. He claimed we had an excellent case but then outlined grandfather's lawyer's tactics. He sought confirmation that my grandfather owned Westside Properties and Riverside Holdings, not merely shell corporations. He took out more discovery and subpoena forms. While stressing that judges don't appreciate emergency orders without concrete evidence of immediate damage. He took images of my phone with grandfather's texts and made me write down all I knew about his campaign headquarters visit. Since landlords may always identify technical lease infractions to justify evictions, establishing retribution would be difficult. He had 38 pages of legal documentation to file by 9 but doubted our chances. Called Camille Durand from my car on my way to meet Marco at the courts after finding her number in my old campaign notes. She heard the first call and knew about the fire from the news. I informed her of probable development interests without naming grandfather. I heard her typing as she asked pointed questions regarding timing and paperwork. She requested copies of threats, ownership documents for volunteer housing, and a fire timeline. She said she had people who could assist her connect housing corruption dots after 3 years of investigation. She wouldn't promise anything without proof, but she'd meet once I had more. I met Clara Weiss from the fire department at lunchtime and saw yellow tape around the burning community center. She explained where they found burn patterns and inquired when I noticed the smoke and who was at the victory celebration. She took notes in a little notepad while I explained the election results before the fire. She said the probe was suspicious based on preliminary results but couldn't reveal more. She requested my mobile number and stated she could have follow-up questions that couldn't be answered officially. She glanced over the building for a while before warning me to be careful and consider staying somewhere for a few nights. While I was outside the burning building, Tomas Richter called to meet immediately. He uncovered patterns I needed in clinic closure records after staying up all night. He presented maps and timings of grandfather's enterprise's systematic targeting of properties near transit lines and hospitals at a diner. The clinic wasn't just important land, it was part of a neighborhood-wide expulsion scheme. He gave me correspondence from public records requests showing the closure was planned 3 years in advance. He promised to share everything with my legal team and called other advocates fighting similar cases. We spent 4 hours reviewing documents while he described how they fit into systematic displacement. A statement regarding the fire was drafted at 5 by the campaign team to avoid grandfather's lawyer's ammo. We meticulously removed any hint of arson or threat link in 11 drafts. The final version expressed grief about losing a community landmark and complimented the fire brigade for their rapid reaction. We shared it on social media and with local news outlets, seeing response numbers rise. People started talking about the community center and volunteering to rebuild without knowing someone had set it on fire. The organizer took media calls while maintaining the agreed message of focusing on the future rather than the cause. A courier delivered an urgent mail from grandfather's legal company to my flat at 6:30 that evening. The cease and desist letter said I would defame his firm. It threatened legal action if I publicly linked him to the fire or suggested criminality. Marco Esposito chuckled when I emailed him images, saying they'd shown their fright. He added it to our expanding file and began composing a legal response telling them to pound sand. My phone called at 6:15 the next morning, and Nina broke down as she informed me about the eviction notice on her door. 27 days to leave for lease issues they claimed occurred months ago but were only handled today. From knocking on 1,800 doors for our campaign, she would become homeless. I jotted down every detail of the notice and pledged to fight it while she apologized like it was her fault. In an hour, 13 more volunteers contacted with the identical narrative and 27-day deadline. Camille evaluated my findings at a downtown coffee shop. The ownership documentation Marco found and grandfather's threatening texts were photographed by her. She said her editor required 2 independent sources before publishing anything linking him to the fire. She has researchers investigating shell firms, but told me they take time. She asked about other volunteers who could go on the record and developed a database of eviction victims. She pledged to safeguard sources but suggested sharing some experiences would strengthen the article. Clara texted me that afternoon stating they'd detected accelerant at many locations in the building but required more testing before declaring it official. She advised me to spread out my everyday excursions and avoid lonely locations. She couldn't tell more via text but suggested we meet soon to discuss their findings. 4 days later, Tomas called me as I was sifting through our campaign files and said he knew a state attorney general's office employee who could help with housing. Thomas had given Isabel Moreau, who worked in their housing discrimination unit, the standard eviction warnings. She had boxes of case files everywhere in her fourth-floor office when I drove to the state building that afternoon, heard everything about the 46 volunteers facing eviction, and took notes on a yellow legal pad while asking precise questions about dates and names. She said state participation in local housing disputes required proof of a pattern across numerous counties, and advised I check for similar issues in other locations where grandfather had property. She gave me her direct contact and advised to call if we found additional proof, but warned me these cases took months or years to construct. Our IT lead panicked on the way back to campaign headquarters after discovering that half our donor records were destroyed in the fire, making it impossible to trace our campaign funds. He tried to recreate on his computer using bank records and emails, but tons of little cash gifts from bake sales and car washes had no paper trace. Since we couldn't verify our funding was lawful, the incumbents' people would use this against us if they challenged the election results. I urged him to keep working and document anything he could retrieve while I decided what to do. While helping him sort bank records that night, we discovered 11 failed login attempts from unfamiliar IP addresses in our campaign email account. Someone had been trying to access our accounts for 4 days with different passwords. We updated all our passwords and enabled two-factor authentication, wondering what else grandfather was trying to access. The tech lead updated our security software and checked all accounts for unusual activities. Mom had a cancer center follow-up 3 days later and couldn't move it without compromising her health. I felt sick walking through grandfather's medical building's cancer center doors, since he controlled everything within. I sat in the waiting room with her, staring at the other patients who didn't realize their landlord owned the facility. The nurse called Mom back for blood work and scans while I watched people pass through the automatic doors in the lobby. All doctors here paid rent to grandfather's company and risked losing office space if they crossed him. I couldn't cheer when Mom walked out an hour later with good blood counts because we were in his building. I kept looking over my shoulder for his security guards or lawyers as we strolled to the parking garage in silence. 13 volunteers facing eviction attended Nina's library meeting that afternoon, ready to fight. They formed an emergency tenants council to share information and assist each other throughout eviction. Nina promptly formed legal research, media outreach, and mutual help committees. Watching these individuals battle for their houses gave me more strength that week than anything else. Daily check-ins and a phone tree ensured no one faced this alone. The next morning, a blocked number called my personal phone, and grandfather's voice faked concern about the community center fire. He heard about the incident and asked if our family could discuss it since we'd gone through so much. He kept talking about how unsafe old buildings are and how decent people might get hurt, so I recorded him on my phone. He recommended we meet for coffee to address the subject like family instead of foes and hinted at greater problems if we didn't agree immediately. I held my cool and said I was too busy with transition plans to meet but would consider his offer. He promised to call again and advised me to keep together in tough times before hanging up. 9 minutes later, the incumbent mayor's chief of staff called our main campaign line to say they were considering challenging the election results owing to the damaged records. He said the lack of paperwork raised issues about proper processes and their responsibilities to safeguard election integrity. The organizer quickly called volunteers to acquire sworn affidavits from every voter we'd registered while memories were fresh. We have 4 days to gather 7,200 statements for certification. Everyone stopped to help find voters and acquire their signatures on legal documents. Lucas Navarro, who worked at grandfather's company, emailed me about the health clinic closure that evening. He recommended a coffee shop across town where no one from the company would notice us because he was afraid to meet near the workplace. I invited Marco to a meeting the next morning for safety, and to hear Lucas's remarks. Lucas arrived 15 minutes early and sat in the back corner booth, nervously gazing about. He found a folder of printed emails from 3 years ago indicating grandfather's company contemplating clinic property development before it closed. These emails discussed ways to bankrupt the clinic so they could buy the land cheaply. Lucas's hands shook as he claimed he kept these records because he knew it was wrong but was too terrified to act until now. He agreed to be a source if his name was kept private. Only 9 of our volunteers were safeguarded from eviction after the court judgment on interim restraining orders 3 days later. The judge stated the others needed more proof of retaliation. Though Nina was safe, 34 families suffered homelessness in 4 weeks. Marco began appeals while the tenants' council protested outside the courts. That afternoon, the fire department reported an unclear cause pending further inquiry. The report said they were continuing testing and questioning witnesses but couldn't decide. Clara texted me 9 minutes after the news was public, stating they were constructing a strong case. But these things required time, and I had to be patient while they gathered court-worthy evidence. The State Attorney General's Isabel Moreau contacted the next morning to organize a 4-day intake interview. She immediately stated that the AG required proof of patterns affecting numerous counties, not just our city. I called activists in surrounding towns the rest of the day and found 6 more clinics that inexplicably closed before luxury constructions. Isabel took notes throughout our 2.5-hour conversation but stressed that documentation was key. She provided me a list of data to obtain and advised I check for comparable issues in other states. Meanwhile, the community began fundraising to reconstruct the destroyed center. In 52 hours, car washes, bake sales, and GoFundMe sites raised $28,000. Since the fire department had identified it as a crime scene, we couldn't touch a brick. Kids have nowhere to conduct homework after school, while the money sat in a bank account. Seniors who got free lunches there went hungry. Support groups in that facility crowded into a church basement. 4 nights after the fire, an unmarked car parked across from my apartment building. Someone watched it for 3.5 hours. 2 officers arrived 25 minutes after I contacted the police. My report was checked, but the driver had a right to park on a public street. The police claimed they couldn't help until the person threatened me or breached the law. I noticed the automobile parked a block away the next morning after the police left. Our tech lead spent days recovering voter data from backups and personal laptops. He assembled 62% of our registration lists from volunteer emails and spreadsheets. Unfortunately, much of our donation records and organizing maps were lost forever. We'd have to reconstruct our infrastructure while running the city. Volunteers debated revealing grandfather owned their apartment buildings. Half wanted complete transparency to show voters our opponents. The other half feared I would use public office for a family conflict. Nina suggested focusing on eviction threats without name grandfather. Another suggestion was to wait for fire investigation evidence. People yelled about tactics while their houses were at risk. Marco told us to stay strategic and deny grandfather's lawyers ammunition. We issued a careful statement about development dangers after 2 days of debate. We didn't identify anyone but said influential people were trying to thwart our reforms. The statement had hundreds of social media shares immediately. Many commented on being evicted by developers. Local news covered it, and city development corruption became a hot topic. Camille wrote her first piece linking the clinic closure to a developer network after days of research. She didn't name grandfather, but enough details were given to make connections. The report illustrated how the same corporations appeared when public services closed. She had maps, timetables, and former city employee quotes confirming the pattern. It went viral locally with thousands of shares in the first few hours. Silent city officials had to answer reporters' questions about the ties. That afternoon, Lucas sent me grandfather's company's internal communications from 3 years before the clinic closed. When available, the clinic land would be ideal for luxury condos, according to emails. They were told to start planning because the clinic would close in 16 months. Lucas handed up the printed documents at our meeting site, shivering. He kept looking about for followers. He agreed to be a protected source but asked me not to reveal the document leaker. Camille, Isabel and Marco received copies shortly after I swore to protect him. The clinic shutdown wasn't due to budget issues, and these emails proved it. 3 days later, a process server brought a large envelope to campaign headquarters. Slap complaint filed by grandfather's lawyers claimed my public words damaged his company reputation. They demanded $3 million and an immediate apology for anything I stated. Marco reviewed the filing and scoffed at several assertions. He said these lawsuits were meant to sap our finances with legal bills, even if we'd win. Instead of winning in court, they wanted to drain us financially and emotionally. Despite working at lower rates, he projected we'd spend $60,000 protecting against it. I caught Mom crying in the kitchen with her phone that night. She knew grandfather was using her cancer treatment against me. She apologized repeatedly for something she didn't do. She cried while I held her about why I couldn't fight back. She suggested changing oncologists so grandfather couldn't endanger her care. I told her no, because her health always came first. I promised to get through everything as we sat on the kitchen floor for an hour as she wailed. Thomas contacted me before coffee the next morning, with documents on his desk. After all night searching city records, he found something that made him shake. The community center had 16 code infractions in 3 years, but all were addressed without repairs. The fire department reported poor wiring twice, and the building inspector noted water damage rendering the structure dangerous. The previous government signed off on bogus repairs that never transpired, therefore nothing got fixed. Tomas showed me the signatures on every approval form, and they all belonged to the same city official who received developer campaign payments. The pattern was so obvious even without legal expertise. 2 hours later, I sat across from the incumbent's chief of staff in his old leather and costly cologne-smelling office. He sat back and smiled as I told him about the threats and flames. He said it was political growing pains, and I'd understand after more experience. He told me this was how life worked and advised me to move forward rather than linger on the past. His dismissive tone made my hands tighten under the desk, but I kept my cool while he stated they knew about the corruption. For their eviction press conference that afternoon, the Renters Council set up microphones outside City Hall. Nina stood at the podium shivering with eviction papers as 31 residents lined up behind her. She said she worked 3 jobs to pay rent but got a notice for helping my campaign. Her voice trembled when she said her kids asked whether they had to switch schools again. Other renters told their stories as reporters took notes and cameras rolled. An elderly guy submitted medical records showing he never skipped rent until the eviction notification. Single mother showed images of mold in her flat that the landlord never fixed despite hundreds of requests. People strolling past stopped to listen, and some started crying when they heard familiar struggles. The next day, District Attorney Adrian Keller met me in a small conference room with a recorder and thick notebook. He read each grandfather's SMS word for word and asked me when it arrived. He compared my screenshots to phone records his office had collected. He probed who saw the texts and whether I told anyone about the threats before the fire. Even though he cautioned me that cases proceeded slowly, his systematic approach gave me optimism that someone was finally taking this seriously. He noted down every name I mentioned and requested witness contact information to check the timing. 4 days later, grandfather's lawyer brought an expensive paper settlement offer to campaign headquarters. After sliding it across the table, Marco began reading with his eyebrows rising with each page. If I approved 7 development projects after taking office, all evictions would halt immediately. The food bank was converted into retail, while the original library was demolished for condos. Marco laughed out loud when grandfather's company secured exclusive city construction contracts. With a straight face, the lawyer pretended this was a business pitch, not corruption. Marco shoved the papers away and told him we needed time to think about such a fantastic offer while trying not to smile. The incumbent called an emergency city council session that week to pass a new old building condemnation ordinance. The rule would allow the city to declare any structure over 38 years old hazardous without inspection. With 28 days' notice, developers might buy condemned houses at below market prices. We recognized he was trying to cement grandfather's agenda before leaving government in 3 weeks. The incumbent's allies won despite our council members' attempts to delay the vote. They passed it 9-5 while citizens shouted from the gallery about their homes being robbed. I felt ill seeing them legalize half our district's theft from the back row. Mom entered my room 2 mornings later with her phone in tears. Her full medical history was leaked to a gossip blog, which included her cancer treatment. The blog included her treatment regimen and medical file images of her weight reduction. They leaked our bank statements from when we couldn't afford her prescriptions and screenshots of my urgent texts to family. Mom sat on my bed smiling and said it didn't matter what others thought, but her hands shook. Even though she did nothing wrong, she kept apologizing for burdening the campaign. The blog post received thousands of shares in hours and called us liars and swindlers. Most volunteers were protected at the restraining order hearing the next week. 6 families, including a sick elderly couple, faced eviction in 8 days. We hurried to locate them lodgings as Marco filed emergency appeals that will likely be denied. Churches and allies with additional rooms provided temporary shelter, but splitting up these families felt like letting grandfather win. Camille's second article that afternoon examined the eviction shell firms. She showed how Westside Properties and Riverside Holdings were related to dozens of entities through layers of paperwork. Over 11 years, her inquiry documented forced clinic, community center, and small company closures around the city. She didn't name grandfather, but enough details were given to make connections. The story included papers indicating how property values unexpectedly rose after closures. She interviewed evicted tenants whose experiences mirrored ours. Lucas panicked when his supervisor asked why he was missing so many meetings. The supervisor noticed Lucas's car in unexpected places and pondered about home. This was a warning that they suspected something, but Lucas couldn't quit without losing his health insurance. Marco immediately began whistleblower protection paperwork as we documented Lucas's work interactions. We urged him to behave normally and keep copies of questionable emails on a burner phone. After signing whistleblower documents, he vomited in our office restroom from fright. Eric Holm from the arson task force called me at 6:15 the next morning to say the lab results were in, and we needed to meet immediately. He showed me the report showing accelerant residues on the community center's first level when I drove to the police station. He said arson cases often take months or years to pursue, but given the election schedule, this was a priority. While I sent grandfather's menacing SMS again, his team pulled surveillance footage from every shop within 3 blocks. The election board held an emergency meeting that afternoon to schedule next week's certification hearing. The incumbent's lawyers challenged 5 precincts where our voter registration activities had the most impact. They said we couldn't show those votes were authentic without the destroyed documents. Marco started collecting affidavits from every voter registration volunteer, while our tech lead collected bank records showing hundreds of tiny donations from certain communities. We prepared evidence binders till 2:45 a.m. to defend our victory. The next day, my elderly neighbor brought her famous dish and ate with me at the kitchen table. Our town survived before that building and will endure whatever. Grandfather destroyed, she said. Her straightforward remarks reminded me why we were fighting. Mom saw me going over certification hearing records that night and asked if she might speak on what this election meant to her. I worried about her safety with grandfather increasing, but her voice might be what the election board needs. We prepared her statement all night as she practiced keeping calm and focused. All seats were filled at the county courthouse certification hearing with supporters and reporters. Mom spoke for 4 minutes about medicine versus rent before our neighbors intervened. My hairdresser shaved her head for free, and our mechanic fixed our car for free. The room went hushed as she explained how strangers become family while our relatives left us. She concluded, "This election was about neighbors helping neighbors and giving everyone the chance our community gave her." The election board members wiped their eyes as she sat down. Our success was confirmed by the board, 5-1 after 6.5 hours of testimony and analyzing our evidence binders. Voter affidavits and donor records provided overwhelming proof. The incumbent stood up and vowed to monitor for anomalies but couldn't stop certification. Despite the lost documents and grandfather's attempts to steal it, we triumphed. Grandfather's lawyers added $3 million in defamation damages to their slap action 3 days later. They claimed my public pronouncements regarding dangers and development ambitions damaged his business reputation and finances. Marco invited Victoria Leone, a strategic lawsuit attorney who silenced detractors, to join our team pro gratis. She promptly prepared our anti-slap motion after winning scores of these instances. District Attorney Adrian Keller subpoenaed grandfather's phone records to confirm the threatening texts came from his devices. He said the legal wheels turned slowly, but this was official recognition of criminal behavior. His detectives interviewed witnesses and created a fire and threat chronology. Nina's tenants' council now included inhabitants from 14 of grandfather's buildings. Their initial building-wide agreement covered residents who engaged in our campaign against retaliation. We plan to use the agreement in all grandfather's city buildings. Tenants complained about years of neglected upkeep and rent increases that drove families out. When mobilizing for collective bargaining, they documented everything. Camille's investigation culminated in a detailed exposé that named grandfather as the mastermind behind decades of healthcare and housing exploitation. Her report featured Lucas's neighborhood clinics and community services. She identified shell corporations, political links, and forcing closures to steal land. The story demonstrated how he stole health treatment from people while developing luxurious residences on the ruins. She blamed one man's avarice for 35 years of agony and provided evidence from families who lost loved ones when the nearest hospital became too far away. Social internet went wild with thousands of accounts of grandfather's exploitation. Former tenants reported improper evictions and unsafe living conditions. Healthcare staff said his lobbying wrecked their clinics. National media calling for interviews increased pressure. Grandfather's lawyers sent cease and desist letters to everyone, but the truth was spreading faster than they could contain. Next morning, I had 29 missed calls and a constant stream of volunteers texting me about grandfather on the news. He was seated across from the anchor in his nice suit, looking unhappy and anxious, when I switched on the TV. Family values and how his grandchild was leveraging personal issues for political gain were discussed. He said the fire was an accident I exploited, and that he had offered to help our family many times but we declined. When he revealed Mom's cancer and wanting to help us, his voice cracked properly. The anchor nodded sympathetically as grandfather blamed ungrateful family. After throwing my sneaker at the TV, it bounced harmlessly as he lied about reconnecting. Marco called me immediately after the segment ended to ask me not to comment. He added people were publishing Camille's writings alongside grandfather's assertions online, contradicting the account. 1,000 comments on the news station's Facebook page called out the lies inside an hour. People told anecdotes of grandfather's buildings and closed clinics. Too many people understood the truth. Thus damage control failed. 4 days later, Eric Holm and 2 other arson task force investigators arrived at my residence. They interviewed all Victory Party attendees in the City Hall conference room. Eric said they couldn't name suspects but were making progress on the case. He requested copies of all threatening texts and detailed chronology questions. His staff reviewed all our evidence. Further investigation of the fire scene revealed accelerant evidence that ruled out unintentional explanations. The investigation intensified, with subpoenas for surrounding building surveillance footage. Eric claimed they were taking this seriously, but said it would take months to create a good case. Leaked records proving grandfather's enterprises targeted underprivileged. Victoria Leone and I spent hours writing an ethics policy to keep things clean. She said I'd have to stay out of city decisions regarding grandfather's homes or companies. She felt bad leaving when his constructions damaged people, but she maintained it was the only way to stay legitimate. We devised steps for the deputy mayor to manage those challenges. I could not be accused of using my office for revenge because the policy encompassed zoning and code enforcement. Victoria needed 3 versions to ensure we covered all potential conflicts of interest. The policy went public the day Adrian Keller received our court-approved protective order. 45 households might stay in their houses since the injunction prohibited mass evictions during the criminal probe. Adrian brilliantly linked the threatening evictions to the election and witness tampering. The judge decided that tenants shouldn't lose their homes during landlord investigations. Grandfather's lawyers fought hard, but the evidence was overwhelming. Depending on the findings, the protective order could last 8 months or more. After 3 weeks, the court dismissed most of grandfather's slander allegations against us. Political speech was protected, and grandfather hadn't shown malice in our words, the judge wrote. Victoria called it a major triumph, despite months-long procedural hurdles. She indicated that grandfather will pay our legal bills since he lost the major claims. His lawyers would utilize the remaining difficulties as paperwork to salvage face. Even though the conflict was ongoing, we won the legal battle. Lucas was suspended from grandfather's company that week for performance difficulties. He worked there for 9 years with flawless reviews before becoming our investigation source. His attitude and commitment to the company were vaguely noted in the suspension letter. Just hours after the news spread, our community rallied behind him. People started delivering groceries to his flat, and a rent fund was formed. 3 local firms soon offered him positions, including a better position with a housing justice charity. After joining the organization, Lucas became more determined to expose grandfather's corruption. His suspension was a complete failure and allowed him to talk about what he saw. Grandfather met me in the City Hall parking lot after a transition meeting a month before my swearing in. He looked older than ever in his fancy coat alongside my car. He ordered me to stop the circus and consider the family name. He spoke calmly but shook his hands about our family's reputation being ruined. He was standing in his $1,000 shoes, and I remembered Mom crying during chemo. I told him the family ended when he hung up on me when I cried for help. I passed him on my way to my car without glancing back while he stood alone in the empty parking lot. We held the swearing in at Jefferson Elementary instead of City Hall to make it accessible. Hundreds of supporters, including all Mom's cancer caregivers, crowded the gymnasium. Because she persisted on bringing food, our elderly neighbor sat in the front row with her casserole dish. The free car fixing mechanics and Mom's hairdresser stood together. The lunch lady took my younger brother's class to the event. Even the corner business owner closed for an hour to join us. Simple service replaced celebration and extravagant remarks in the wedding. The Emergency Housing Stabilization Task Force executive order was my first move as mayor after taking the oath. Nina Calder and other residents threatened with eviction led it during the campaign. The task force could investigate retaliation and suggest immediate renter protections. We gave them a budget and staff to make improvements, not just write reports. They began promptly analyzing all evictions from the past year for retaliation. Mom had her latest cancer center scans 2 days later, trying not to think about grandfather owning the facility. The results showed she was in perfect remission with no cancer symptoms. She shed delighted tears in the workplace as I held her hand and praised every authority. That afternoon, she decided to deliberately push for community healthcare access. She joined Thomas's group but pledged to be healthy and not overdo it. She first met survivors by listening to their treatment battle experiences. 4 days after that discussion, a Regional Health Foundation employee called my office to ask about the burning community center. She said they had a new grant program for towns with healthcare access concerns and would match our local fundraising. However, the community, not the city or corporate developers, had to oversee rebuilding. I convened Nina and other center volunteers for an emergency meeting. We spent 5 hours on butcher paper planning every program we wanted to bring back and developing new ones based on demand. The foundation representative attended our next meeting and saw 55 people present new center concepts. A single mom noted how the former center's daycare let her keep her employment while she took notes. Diabetic teen showed her insulin storage issues at school the center helped with. The foundation provided $2.5 million in matching money immediately if we established a decision-making community board. Sitting in my new workplace, I stare at my desk full of documents. Through shell corporations, grandfather owns half downtown buildings. The arson investigation continues, but Eric believes these cases take years to pursue. The 45 families are protected, but court orders won't last forever. Interviewing architects who understand community-driven design begins tomorrow. However, those families sleep without eviction notices tonight. That's something. When my family laughed as I ate bread alone, I stayed quiet. Months later, they showed up screaming in my lobby. I told them, I'm done. I'm Lucas Moretti, a 33-year-old male who has served as my family's personal checking account for the past 15 years. Yes, you heard that right. 15 freaking years. Grab some popcorn. This is going to be long and hectic. I work in pharmaceutical sales as a territory manager for the Midwest. The salary is absurdly high. Base salary is around $85,000, with commission and bonuses adding another $35,000 to $45,000 in a good year. I drive a paid-off Honda, live in a modest 2-bedroom apartment, and purchase my furnishings at estate sales. My co-workers think I am cheap. My family believes I am broke. I never corrected either of these assumptions. My 28-year-old brother Adrian is the golden kid. My parents brag about their success story at every family event. He owns what he calls a digital marketing agency. From what I can see, he and 2 freelancers are making Instagram advertising for local businesses and charging them exorbitant fees for basic services. But he has an office in a trendy portion of downtown Minneapolis, drives a leased Audi, and wears nice timepieces that he forgets to remove when photographed. Adrian and Isabel married 3 years ago. She's a true piece of work, a former sorority president turned lifestyle influencer with 9,500 Instagram followers. Does not function. Just shares photographs of herself having expensive coffee and about manifestation and abundance. My mother treats her like she's visiting royalty. They live in a refurbished brownstone in Linen Hills with heated flooring and a chef's kitchen. Their mortgage is more than $2,900 per month. I know since I covered it twice when Adrian's company experienced cash flow problems. I was 10 when I figured out how things worked. Adrian was 5 years old when my parents threw him a large birthday party at a trampoline park. They rented the entire facility, hired a person to dress up as Spider-Man, and had a bespoke cake. I asked my mom whether I might bring my best friend, Matt. She got this angry look on her face, as if I had asked for something absurd. She exclaimed, "Lucas, today isn't about you. Don't be selfish." I stayed home. My father handed me $10 and told me to purchase pizza. I recall sitting on the floor of our living room, eating alone, and hearing my mother's voicemail fill up with messages from relatives telling her what a wonderful party it was. Nobody noted that I wasn't there. Nobody questioned why. That became the blueprint. My college fund was depleted the year Adrian wanted to attend a private high school with a lacrosse team. My graduation celebration was canceled due to Adrian's playoff game. My father became enraged when I saved enough money to buy my first car, a used Civic that I paid for by working late shifts at a distribution warehouse. Said I made him seem horrible. People would assume he couldn't provide for his family. 3 months later, he bought Adrian a used Jeep and informed everyone that he had been saving for years to surprise him. My function became clear to me early on. I was not the son you celebrated. When my parents required $5,800 for emergency roof repairs, I mailed them a check. Adrian's wedding location wanted a $10,500 deposit, which he did not have. When Isabel's car was totaled and their insurance didn't cover the cost, I wired $2,400. When my father's medical bills for a minor procedure piled up, I paid $3,700. Nobody thanked me. Nobody asked how I did it. My father would take credit, shaking hands at church and taking congratulations for being such a provider. Adrian would share photographs of his life on social media, discussing hard work and blessings. Isabel would tag my mother in images of lavish brunches, expressing gratitude for her generosity. I became a ghost. My friend Felix would tell me I was becoming accustomed. Every few weeks we'd have lunch, and I'd gently say that I was assisting my family with something. He'd shake his head, call me a doormat, and say they'd never stop taking as long as I gave. I'd shift the subject because part of me believed that if I just gave it my all, they'd notice me. I'd eventually matter. 15 years is how long I believed that falsehood. 4 months ago, my mother called. On a Wednesday afternoon, I was finishing up a meeting with a hospital administrator when my phone chimed. She was speaking in a cheery voice. She said my father wanted to take the entire family to supper on Friday night. He said it was important. Adrian and Isabel announced they had great news to share. I already knew what it meant. I considered saying no, but I knew what would happen. My mother would write paragraph-long texts on how vital family is. My father would leave voicemails calling me ungrateful. Adrian would post on how difficult it is when others do not support your success. It was easier to just leave. I said yes. Mom gave me the details. Friday at 7 p.m. Some place called Monarch Prime. I had never heard of it. After we hung up, I looked it up. It was one of those steakhouses where business people go clients to finalize transactions. Reservations only. Dress code is severely enforced. The menu wasn't even online, but reviews said entrees started at $58, and steaks were more than $175. I knew exactly how this would turn out. My father would sit at the head of the table, ordering the most expensive items, offering toasts, and playing the benevolent patriarch. When the bill arrived, he'd catch my eye with that look that indicated, "You've got this, right?" And I'd pay as usual. While he appreciated the compliment, I called Felix that night and informed him about the supper. He laughed the way you do when someone tells you they're about to make the same mistake for the 100th time. He asked me, "How much do you think this one's going to cost you?" I responded, "Couple grand probably." He asked me, "You know they're never going to stop, right? Not as long as you keep paying." I responded, "Yeah, I know. But I didn't know. Not really. Not yet." Friday came around. I went to the gym in the morning and then ate lunch at my favorite Vietnamese restaurant, where you can get a huge bowl of pho for $8. I spent the afternoon catching up on business emails and watching college football. Around 6:45, I put on dress slacks and a button-down. I drove to Monarch Prime. The restaurant was in the North Loop, a converted warehouse with exposed brick and floor-to-ceiling windows. I pulled up, handed my keys to a kid in a vest, and went inside. The hostess wore all black and had the stance taught at finishing school. I gave her my father's name. She grinned as she led me through the dining room. Everything was dark wood and leather, gloomy lighting, and quiet conversations, the kind of place where silence itself cost money. They had reserved a corner table near the windows that overlooked the city. I was the first person there. I sat facing the entrance, ordered water, and avoided the bread they brought out. My family came 12 minutes late and together. My mother wore a dress I had never seen before. My father had on a full suit. Adrian and Isabel appeared to have stepped out of a Neiman Marcus catalog. Adrian's suit is definitely more expensive than my rent. They moved by me to the table. My mother was waving to someone across the room. My father was scanning the eatery. Adrian was on the phone. Isabel was changing her hairstyle. Nobody said hi. Nobody acknowledged that I existed. They took their seats, shrugging off jackets and setting down bags. My mother leaned in closer to Isabel and said something that made them both chuckle. Adrian ordered a drink before reviewing the menu. My father flagged down the waiter and began asking about the drink list. I sat down, hands folded, hoping for someone to notice me. The waiter arrived with drinks and poured them into 4 glasses, my parents', Adrian's and Isabel's, skipping mine entirely. My father didn't notice. The menus arrived, hefty leather bound with gold lettering. I opened mine and went directly to the prices. Appetizers cost $25 to $50. The cheapest entree was $52 for chicken. There was pasta for $42. I decided it was my best move, filled enough and inexpensive enough not to grab attention. My father reclined back without opening his menu. That's when I realized he was going huge. He replied, "Order whatever you like. Tonight's special." I went back to my menu and spotted the spaghetti again. That would work. The waiter returned, pen ready. My father went first and ordered the ribeye, the largest they had, with truffle butter and roasted bone marrow. My mother requested scallops with caviar and lobster tail. Adrian and Isabel rattled off their orders, the big porterhouse, the fillet, the whole lobster appetizer, and more sides. Then everyone glanced at me. The waiter looked at me. I opened my mouth to request pasta. My father cut me off. He explained, "Lucas doesn't require much. He's trying to save money." He reached across the table for the breadbasket. It was filled with warm sourdough rolls and butter. He slid it towards me. The sound of the basket scratching across the tablecloth was audible in the sudden silence. He replied, "We didn't order enough for you anyway. This should be enough." The table fell silent, the kind that happens when someone is humiliated in public. I stared at the breadbasket. My mother looked down at her napkin. Adrian smirked and glanced at Isabel. She had a contented little smile, as if she were watching something fascinating. Her response was, "Honestly, you should be grateful your dad even invited you." The waiter stood frozen. His pen had not moved. He stared at me, then at my father, trying to figure out whether this was a joke. I shook my head slightly. He stepped back. I drew the basket closer to me, tore off a slice of bread and chewed it slowly. It tasted like nothing. My father resumed his conversation, this time regarding investing in rental properties. My mother inquired about possible baby names with Isabel. Apparently, that was the major news they were looking for. Adrian examined his phone, one hand scrolling and the other holding a drink. I ate another slice of bread, then another. The basket empty. Nobody offered me anything else. The lobster came out. Adrian and Isabel tore into it, shattering shells and remarking on how delicious it tasted. My mother took photographs. My father poured more drinks. When the entrees arrived, the server arranged huge dishes in front of everyone but me. My father's steak was the size of a small roast. Adrian's porterhouse hung on the plate. Isabel bit into her fillet and raved about how it was the nicest thing she'd ever had. My mother ate the scallops with her eyes closed. I sat there with empty hands, watching them eat and thought about numbers, the roof repair I'd paid for, Adrian's wedding, my father's surgical bills, my mother's credit card debt that I'd paid off twice, Adrian's house payments twice. While they nibbled $350 steaks, I sat there with a bread basket, adding up the numbers in my mind. Adrian glanced at me and said, "You know, Lucas, if you actually applied yourself, maybe you could afford to eat like an adult." Isabel laughed. Actually laughed. My mother smirked. My father didn't even look up. I nodded and said nothing. I just folded my hands and waited. Let them enjoy it while it lasts. Then came dessert, which was a softball-sized chocolate confection served with 4 spoons. They gobbled it in minutes. I was watching. When they finished, my father patted his stomach. That was perfect. We should do this more often. The waiter appeared with a little black leather folder. He strolled past them all and stopped next to me, putting it in front of me. I opened it. $2,875. I glanced at the figure. $2,875 for a lunch I did not consume. Then I stood up. The chair scratched so loudly that folks at nearby tables peered over. I closed the folder, passed it across the table toward my father, looked at the waiter, and said, "Give it to the people who actually ate." Everyone became silent. Then my mother said, "Excuse me?" "Yeah, excuse me," I said. Then I walked away. I walked through the restaurant, past the bar and host stand, and out the front doors into the October cold. My hands remained steady. I felt relaxed. Weirdly, absurdly calm, as if I'd been holding my breath for 15 years and suddenly released. I got to my car and sat behind the wheel. Did not start the engine. I just sat there in the parking garage for a minute. Inside, I understood what was going on. The waiter standing at the table, holding that bill, my father staring at the total, his face flushed, and my mother glancing around anxiously, concerned about what others were thinking. Adrian was presumably reaching for his wallet, recognizing that his credit card wouldn't pay half of this. My phone started vibrating with texts from Mom. "Get back here right now." From Dad. "You don't dare embarrass us like this. Fix this right away." From Adrian. "Are you kidding me? You're embarrassing us." Isabel. "You are pathetic. Grow up and pay the bills." I read each one and let them sit on my screen. Then I opened my contacts and blocked everyone. Every one of them. Click, click, click. I started the car and drove home leisurely, taking the long road through downtown, past the river and the ancient neighborhoods. No rush. Nobody is waiting. Nobody is phoning me. I parked at my building and walked up 3 flights of steps. I came inside and sat on my couch in the dark lighting. For 15 years, I assumed that being silent was equivalent to maintaining peace. That paying for their meals, bills and emergencies was what their family expected, that if I just donated enough, they would finally notice me, that I would believe I am good enough. But sitting there with that bread basket in front of me, watching those jerks eat $350 steaks, I finally understood. Years of pent-up guilt and patience were finally released. I was not their son or brother. So I opened my banking app and started reading through the automatic payments I had set up over the years. Dad's yacht club membership costs $340 per month. Adrian's business loan payment is $750 per month. Mom's spa membership costs $150 per month. Parents' timeshare in Scottsdale costs $540 per month. I canceled every single one. Each confirmation felt like another weight being lifted. Moved to my credit cards and discovered approved users. Adrian was on 2 cards. Dad on one, and Mom on the other. I erased them all, locked the accounts, and changed each password. Then I opened my email and searched for invoice, receipt, and payment. Years of history surfaced. I'd paid for trips I wasn't invited on, birthday parties I never went to, and house improvements where I wasn't wanted. I established a folder called Evidence and began moving everything in. Then I dug deeper. I looked up pending charges on my credit cards. I discovered 6 I hadn't authorized. Isabel at Saks Fifth Avenue 2 days before the dinner, Adrian at a golf club pro shop, Mom at Nordstrom, Dad at a luxury automobile detail shop, and 2 more from Adrian's business account, a total of $2,000 in marketing expenses. I challenged each one and filed fraud reports. The bank sent confirmations in minutes. The charges would be reversed. They would all receive notices. Perfect. I examined my email for recurring payments. Found the Scottsdale timeshare. My folks used it for 3 weeks each year. I had been paying the monthly charge for 5 years. The next payment was due in 5 days. I called the firm and canceled it. They reimbursed the deposit. I discovered another invoice, Adrian's business financing. He had taken out $32,000 to expand 2 years prior. I'd been covering the monthly payment ever then, because he promised to pay me back once things settled. They never did. I called the bank and stated I was no longer financially responsible. They updated the records. All subsequent correspondence would be directed to Adrian. By Sunday night, I had canceled 15 recurring payments. Total monthly savings: $3,400. The amount I had been sending to people who treated me as if I were a stranger. Monday morning, I drafted an email to my extended family, aunts, uncles, and cousins, who would most likely start receiving calls from my parents soon. I'm dealing with a personal situation and need some space. Please do not contact me on behalf of my parents or Adrian. I'll reach out when I'm ready. I sent it to 20 people and set up email filters. Anything with my parents' names, Adrian's name, or Isabel's name went straight to a folder I'd never open. I called Felix and told him everything. He was quiet for a second before chuckling. "Holy hell, Lucas, you actually did it." I said, "Yeah, I did." He said, "Finally, guy. It took you long enough. How are you feeling?" I thought about it. Free. On Tuesday afternoon, they arrived at my building. I was about to go for lunch when I noticed them in the lobby, all 4 of them standing near the front desk, talking to Eric, my building manager. Dad's voice sounded loud. "It is a family emergency, we need to visit him right away." Mom's expression was filled with worry. Adrian stood there, arms folded, jaw hard. Isabel seemed annoyed. I paused just inside the hallway, took a breath, and pondered going around, but this was my building, my home. They were the intruders. I walked forwards. Eric noticed me first. "Mr. Moretti, these people swear they're your family. They're requesting entry to your unit." I looked at them. "I don't want them in my building." Mom stepped forward. "Lucas, please. We just want to talk." I shake my head. "No." Dad's cheeks turned red. "This is ridiculous. You have embarrassed us. You left us with a $2,900 bill that we could not pay. You have been neglecting us. You owe us an explanation." I looked him dead in the eyes. "I do not owe you anything. Figure out your stuff." Adrian moved closer. "Don't talk to your father like this. You have to grow up and correct this." I said, "You are no longer my issue, people. I'm done with you." Mom's eyes flooded with tears. "Lucas, how do you do this? What has happened to you?" And something within me cracked. "What's happened to me?" I said. "Apparently, I am not going to let you walk over me anymore. I've been dealing with your BS for years. I helped everyone because I was naive enough to believe you saw me as a son. You do not. You regard me as a wallet. The wallet is now closed. Get the hell out of here." They froze and even pretended to be hurt. "That's not true," Dad said. I cut him off. "So why did you give me a breadbasket while everyone else was eating $350 steaks? Why did Isabel tell me I should be grateful that you invited me? Why have I been paying for your life for years, and you never say thank you?" The lobby became absolutely silent. Eric shifted uncomfortably. A few residents strolled by, trying not to stare. I canceled the payment, all of them. I removed you from my credit cards, I disputed the charges you made without asking. I am done now. Again, straighten your things out and leave me alone. You cannot do that, Dad shouted. You can't cut us off like this. I smiled. I just did. Sue me. Adrian's voice became sharp. You're going to regret this, Lucas. I looked at him. I'm really not. I turned to face Eric. Please make sure they leave. He nodded and moved, approaching my family. You folks need to go. I strolled past them and out the front door. I heard my father call out my name. Didn't stop. Got into my car and drove away. I did not look back once. That night I completed the calculations. I pulled out every receipt, bank statement, and invoice from the previous 15 years and created a spreadsheet. When I concluded, I was astounded by the amount I had given them over 15 years, $248,000. That was a house. That was retirement money. I broke it down. I printed the spreadsheet, which was 12 pages long. Over the next week, I tracked the fallout via email. Everything got into that filtered folder, but I checked it once just to be sure. Dad's boat club sent a suspension notice. Membership was revoked due to non-payment. He had 30 days to pay the remainder or lose access forever. The Scottsdale timeshare firm deducted the $1,600 cancellation fee from Dad's credit card. He'd have to pay or risk collection. Adrian received a note from the bank regarding his company loan, which had missed its first payment. If he did not catch up within 14 days, they would initiate default procedures. One by one, the luxuries I'd been funding vanished. My uncle wrote an email. Dad was reportedly struggling financially. She said her mother was distraught. He suggested I reconsider since family forgives. I did not respond. A cousin contacted me on Facebook, said I was pulling the family apart, said I was nasty over a single supper. I blocked her, but they were not finished. These people had no idea about boundaries. And, honestly, it was entirely my fault from the start. They went much too far. 2 weeks after the dinner, I returned home from work to find my car keyed, with deep scratches on both sides from headlight to taillight. The word JERK is carved into the driver's side door. I stood in the parking garage, took photos from all angles, and filed a police report. The cop that arrived remarked that unless I had video footage or witnesses, they probably couldn't do much. I knew who had done it. I couldn't prove it, but I knew. 3 days later, someone slashed both of my tires. That night, I added a front and rear-facing dash cam that was motion-actuated. It cost me $350, but it was worthwhile. The following occurrence occurred in my apartment. I arrived home to discover paint splashed on my door, red paint dripping down to the carpet, and the word traitor in sloppy letters. Eric, the building manager, was irate. He reviewed the hallway cameras. The camera showed a guy wearing a sweatshirt and mask, but no face was seen. It occurred at 1:30 a.m., when nobody was present. I filed another police report. The same cop from earlier became more curious. He claimed it was plainly targeted harassment. Asked if I had any idea who could be doing this. I told him about my family, the supper, and the decision to cut them off. He took notes. Said I should consider documenting everything and even obtaining a restraining order if it persisted. And it did. Someone called my office and pretended to be a client, made an official complaint about me, which was a complete fabrication. Said I mishandled their account and cost them money. My manager summoned me in, alarmed. I described the problem, showed him the police papers, and the pattern of harassment. He believed me, but I sensed he was concerned. Then they targeted my reputation. Someone made a phony Facebook profile using my name and photo. I began writing odd rants about how I had abandoned my sick mother, stolen from my brother's business, and refused to support my family in their time of need. Friends started texting me to see whether I was okay. I reported the profile. Facebook removed it after 3 days, but the harm had been done. I called Felix and informed him everything that was happening. He said, "Dude, you need to get a lawyer. These folks are insane." He handed me the phone number of his attorney, Clara Weiss, who specialized in family law and restraining orders. I called her the following day. We met at her office in downtown. I brought everything, including the spreadsheet with $248,000 in payments and the police records. She examined everything attentively. Then she added, "Lucas, this is pretty obvious harassment. We can seek a restraining order, but please understand that this will exacerbate the situation rather than improve it. Are you prepared for that?" "I'm ready." She nodded. "Good. Let's make them face the consequences." We filed restraining orders against all 4 of them. The petitions were detailed, with all of the proof, police records, images, the spreadsheet demonstrating financial abuse, and screenshots of threatening texts from extended family members that referenced talks with my parents. The court date was established for 2 weeks away. In the meantime, things became worse. Someone spray-painted my apartment building's exterior wall with large letters. Lucas Moretti is a thief. Eric was infuriated. Building surveillance camera captured a dark SUV pulling up at 3 a.m., someone getting out, causing damage, and then leaving. The plates were hidden by muck. But I recognized that SUV. Adrian drove a dark blue Audi Q7. I forwarded the clip to Clara and the police. Then Isabel made an error. She shared a photo of the vandalism on my building on her Instagram story with the message, "When karma comes for people who abandon family." I screenshotted it before it disappeared and emailed it to Clara. She grinned upon seeing it. They're making this too easy. Harassment continued. Someone filed a fraudulent report with my HOA, stating that I was operating an unlawful company from my apartment. The HOA board investigated but discovered nothing, so I had to attend a hearing and explain myself. Someone had put a dead rat on my doormat. I took photographs and filed another police report. Then Adrian arrived in my workplace. I was in a meeting with a hospital purchasing director when my assistant knocked on the door, appearing uneasy. She stated that someone named Adrian Moretti was in the foyer requesting to see me, alleging a family emergency. I excused myself from the meeting and strolled out into the lobby. Adrian stood there in pants and a crumpled button-down, appearing as if he hadn't slept in days. His usually impeccable hair was a disaster. When he saw me, his expression twisted. "We need to talk." I answered, "No, we don't." He moved closer. "You are destroying this family. Mom is taking anxiety medicine because of you. Dad needed to sell his boat. My business is collapsing because you withdrew the loan payment. Isabel is pregnant and quite stressed. That's not my problem." His voice became louder. "You owe us, Lucas." "I don't owe you anything. You need to leave now." "Or what?" I grabbed out my phone and began recording. "Or I call the police and add another incident to the restraining order petition." His face turned pallid. He glanced at the phone and then at me. "You're really doing this? You did it. All of you. Now leave." He turned and went away. I saw him get into his SUV, the same one from the security footage, and drive out of the parking lot. I sent the video to Clara right away. That night I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. It was my mother, crying. "Lucas, please. Your father needed to take out a loan. We need assistance. We need you." I replied, "No, Mom. Move on. I'm not your bank anymore." "That's not fair." I responded. "You allowed Adrian and Isabel to mock me. You used me for 15 years and never asked how I was doing. You're now vandalizing my property and harassing me at work. And you want to talk about fairness?" She was silent for a long time. "If you don't help us, we're going to lose the house." "Then you'll lose the house. How could you be so cruel?" "I learned from the best," I explained. I then hung up and blocked the number. The court day arrived, and it was stunning. The courthouse appeared chilly and impersonal. Clara and I met in the hallway outside the courtroom. She was carrying 2 briefcases filled with evidence. "They're here," she said. "There are 4 of them. They have a lawyer, too, named Henrik Vogel. He'll try to portray you as vengeful and financially controlling. But don't worry. We are going to bury him." We entered the courtroom. My family was sitting on the other side with their attorney, a middle-aged man in an expensive suit who exuded confidence. The judge was a woman in her 60s. She has a reputation for not accepting rubbish. The hearing began. Henrik Vogel went first, attempting to cast me as a dominating son who had financially abused my family for years, before abruptly cutting them off without warning. He argued the vandalism was untested. The phony Facebook profile could have been established by anyone, and my family simply wanted to reconnect. Clara then stood up and destroyed them. She walked the judge through the whole spreadsheet, which totaled $248,000 in payments over 15 years. She presented paperwork from the supper at Monarch Prime, where I was given a breadbasket while they ordered almost $2,875 worth of food. She demonstrated the immediate harassment that began when I cut them off financially, including the keyed car, slashed tires, vandalism, phony social media, dead rat, and Adrian turning up at my office. She showed the security footage of Adrian's SUV at my building on the night someone spray-painted the facade. She shared Isabel's Instagram account, which celebrated the damage and included a smug caption about karma. Then followed the financial records. Every fraudulent credit card charge, canceled payment, each contested transaction. Henrik Fogel objected, stating that financial history was irrelevant to a harassment action. The judge instantly shut him off, telling him that she would decide what was significant. Clara kept going. She demonstrated Adrian had submitted bogus complaints, the HOA report and the fictitious client complaint at my workplace, demonstrating how the harassment had progressed over 5 weeks in a clear pattern of retribution. She then aired a video of Adrian at my office, getting in my face and threatening me. When she finished, the judge remained there for a time, staring at my family with hatred. My father couldn't keep his mouth shut. Henrik tried to stop him, but Dad stood up and delivered a lengthy speech about how he had raised me, given me everything, and now I was quitting the family over one supper. One mistake. He truly stated that. The judge let him speak for roughly 30 seconds before cutting him off. She asked him directly if he had served me a breadbasket while everyone else ate costly steaks. He stammered and said it was a misunderstanding. She asked if I had paid for the dinner. He admitted I hadn't and that they had to cover it themselves after I left. Then she took out the financial documents showing the $248,000 I had paid over the years and asked if it was correct. Dad's cheeks turned red. He started backpedaling, claiming that I had offered to assist and that they had never compelled me to pay for anything. She flipped through the evidence one more time before looking up. Her voice was ice cold as she announced the restraining order. All 4 of them were barred from contacting me, directly or indirectly. They couldn't get within 400 feet of my home, business or vehicle. The order would remain in effect for 18 months. My mother started crying. Dad appeared to have been smacked. Adrian's expression twisted with wrath. Isabel stared at the floor. And the best part is that the judge ordered them to pay reparations for property damage. She explained that we would submit an itemized list, which the court would analyze to determine the ultimate sum. The hearing was over. Clara turned to face me, smiling. That went well. I nodded. Honestly, I was just exhausted. We walked out of court. My family was in the hallway, huddled together with Henrik Fogel. My father noticed me and began to say something. Clara moved between us. Don't. You are currently under court order. Walk away. They walked away. Clara and I stood for a moment. She said, "Are you okay?" "I'm great," I said. She nodded. "Here comes the fun part. We make them pay for what they did." The restitution hearing was scheduled for 5 weeks later. Meanwhile, Clara engaged a forensic accountant to investigate everything. Every vandalism incident, every property damage claim, and every verifiable expense tied to their harassment. The accountant's name was Matteo Klein. He resembled someone's father, but possessed shark-like predatory impulses. He searched through my data as if he were investigating financial fraud. He calculated car repair costs for keying and tire slashing, building exterior cleaning and repainting, door replacement and hallway carpet cleaning, dash cam installation, security system upgrade for my apartment, missed wages for police reports and court appearances, legal fees, and emotional distress. He suggested we might dispute about $18,000. But Matteo suggested we go bigger. He stated we might add the bogus credit card charges they made before I turned them off, which I had rejected. This added an additional $5,000, and he indicated we might seek punitive damages based on the pattern of harassment. Clara agreed. We filed a claim for $28,000. My family's counsel tried to oppose it, claiming that the numbers were inflated, that emotional pain was not quantifiable, and that I was attempting to financially ruin them. The hearing was before the same judge. Matteo testified first, walking the judge through every single spending, line by line, displaying receipts, police reports that matched the dates, and everything. Henrik Vogel attempted to poke holes during cross-examination. Matteo did not budge. He had documents for everything. Then Clara summoned me to the stand. I recounted the entire story. 15 years of being the family ATM, the dinner, and the harassment that ensued when I finally said no. I discussed how it affected my employment, emotional health, and capacity to feel safe at home. Then Adrian took the stand. Henrik had advised against it, as evidenced by the look on his face, but Adrian insisted. He came up there and immediately began ranting about how I'd always been jealous of him, how I couldn't take the fact that he was more successful, and how I'd duped our parents into believing I was the victim. Clara simply let him hang himself with his own words for a good 5 minutes. Then she posed a simple question. Have you vandalized your brother's property? No, I didn't. Clara displayed the security footage. Is this your vehicle? Adrian froze. It looks like mine, but I let someone borrow it that night. What friend? Don't remember. Right. When testimony concluded, the judge did not waste time deliberating. She declared that she would award me $21,000 in damages and reparations. The payment included documented property damage, lost wages, legal fees, and mental suffering. The four of them would split it equally, at $5,250 each. Payment is due within 60 days, or she will authorize wage garnishment. My father jumped up and protested that they couldn't afford it. The judge closed it down. Set the gavel down. Done. I went out of the courthouse, Clara beside me. She smiled. They'll have to sell things. Downsize. For once, take the consequences seriously. I nodded. Good. 2 months later, I received a certified check in the mail for $21,000 from an attorney's trust account. They had paid. I deposited it. Then I donated half of it to a financial literacy organization that teaches young people about budgeting and avoiding unhealthy financial connections. The other half, I kept. I used some of it to take a 2-week trip to Japan, which I had always wanted to do, but had never done. I didn't mention it on social media. I didn't tell anyone except Felix. Just went. I ate amazing cuisine. Saw temples. I walked through cities where no one knew me. When I returned, my apartment felt different. Lighter. The restraining order remained in effect. Nobody had approached me. Nobody had violated it. I changed my phone number solely for safety, friends, nobody else. I told Felix and a few close. At work, everything improved. My manager had been supportive throughout, and I had worked hard to show that the turmoil would not hinder my performance. I concluded the year 12% above quota. Received a bonus. Life moved forward. I vividly remember that night at Monarch Prime, the breadbasket, the expression on their faces as I walked away from that bill, the dread they must have felt. But more, I remember the time in my car afterward, sitting in the dark parking garage, hiding their numbers one by one, and the silence that followed. That was the moment when I decided to be myself.